this year, every team has earned their seat at the table. The road here was never easy, but each team that arrived proved they belonged. The stage has been set, the chips are down, and the dream of being crowned champion now meets the moment that decides it.
We are going to map 3.
Welcome to the 2026 Our Esports Conference Championships.
Hello and welcome into PEC Championship Sunday. Fish and Ryan here getting you ready for all of the action. 3 national championships to hand out today. We gave away one yesterday. A big congratulations to Michigan State defending their Smash title. And Ryan, as of right now, all the defending champs are still alive. Boise Rocket League in the grand finals. We're going to see that in a little bit. Michigan State Valorant, they've got to win their lower finals game. Boise State Overwatch, they're in the grand finals as well. So we could potentially see everyone repeat from last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're at right now, and you can sort of look at the bracket and be like, you know, what was expected, what was not expected, but at the end of the day, all these defending champs, they are defending for a reason, and they were champions last year for a reason, and so I am looking forward to seeing, the Boise teams in Overwatch and in Rocket League, but also curious to see what happens with Michigan State as they take on Ohio State later today in that lower final and decide who's going to be in that grand finals.
Yeah, we are starting off with Rocket League. We take a look at our Rocket League bracket. Last night was epic. Unfortunately, if you didn't get to see it because it wasn't on stream, it was down in the arena. Boise State and Syracuse in that lower final played a absolutely spectacular, Ryan, 5-game series. Not the result maybe the Syracuse fan and you wanted, but game-tying goals with 7 seconds left. Game-tying goals with 0 seconds left to force overtime. These two teams gave it their all, and it was Boise State in the end coming out victorious, and they forced that grand final. But what a series last night!
It was. I mean, like you said, the Syracuse fan in me sort of did not like that series, but it was a very, very good series. That game 5 went into a 2-minute overtime, and it ended up being Boise State finding that victory. I think it was Woozy who found that last goal and got themselves that ticket to the grand finals, continuing to defend their title. But, you know, the question that you and I were asking ourselves earlier is, did they use all their energy beating Syracuse? Because now they have to play Baylor.
Yeah, the Bears undefeated, not dropping a single game in the PEC, 3-0ing Boise State yesterday in our winners finals. That's how dominant this Bears team is. But Boise State has beaten them, right? They went to Hawaii. They beat them in group play. Of course, the Bears came back and ended up winning that one too. But Boise State has shown they have the blueprint. Can they figure it out? Maybe they asked Syracuse, right? The Orange took them to 5 multiple times. So maybe the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of deal right there, because Syracuse seems to have the blueprint to get the Bears to max. Boise State now needs to turn that into a win. Of course, they're going to start down a game, right? If you missed it yesterday, since it is double elimination, the team from the lower bracket will just start 0-1 down. And so Baylor with an extra game up, Ryan, that's a tough ask.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, this Baylor squad is just disgusting. They have been not only one of the best teams in the PEC, but one of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League all year. They have the synergy under their belt. They have the skill under their belt. They have the team play under their belt. They are just a phenomenal team that you really don't want to mess with. But then you take a look at this Boise State squad, who has really found their way back into the competition, right? There's been some ups and downs on this Boise versus Syracuse, but they said that they wanted to take this victory. They were able to do that. They're able to put themselves on the bucket for this next matchup, and it's going to be Boise looking to try to take that against Baylor. Like you said, 1 game down is how they're going to start, but we've said this multiple times, right? You can't think about that. You just have to think about what the shot is right in front of you and go from there.
Yeah, we talked about it. Start 0-0, and maybe it'll work out. Of course, we've got 3 other titles here as well. Overwatch going to be our second one up. We take a look at this bracket. Boise State, the defending champ, they just kind of ran it when we played this, right? 3-1 Utah, 3-0 Syracuse. They were in the grand final with ease on Friday, but Utah making an incredible run through that lower bracket. 3-0 Ohio State, 3-0 Syracuse. That is going to be a matchup. We talked about it on Friday, that I think a lot of people were like, this is maybe the 2 best teams in the PEC. They're going to get a chance to prove that in a great series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing to worry about, and we'll talk about it more later, is when it comes down to that Utah-Boise game, it's going to be watch out for PDK on that M-Ray. That is going to be Boise's downfall, frankly. If you let Utah go to those long-range maps and allow PDK to play the M-Ray, I think that's going to be sort of the checkmate for you if you are Boise State. But we'll talk about more of that later. But I think that is going to be a very interesting game to watch later. Still thinking 4-2 Boise, but it's going to be close for Utah, for especially that M-Ray on those long angles.
And we have one other one to hand out. It's Valorant. They, of course, have 2 games today. We won't have the lower finals on stream. We'll keep you guys updated as we can. Boise State locked in there. Took them a little bit more. They had to go the distance against Michigan State and Ohio State, but then it's Michigan State, your defending champs in that lower bracket against Ohio State, who was dominant in the fall, has sort of found their footing here in the spring. That lower final is going to tell us a lot about maybe who can challenge Boise State. Absolutely.
Both of these teams doing a good job against Boise State, bringing them to a Game 3, like you mentioned. It's just a matter of, right, you're playing each other now, right? You were both able to bring Boise State to a Game 3, so I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 teams go to a Game 3 themselves. And then they're going to play Boise State later today. You and I talked about this. They do have some time, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have that momentum from, like, if you're Ohio State, you beat Michigan State, you get to go directly into that match against Boise. You have a few hours to wait as we take a look at that roster. However, right, when it comes to those 2 teams, it means you get some time to reset, let the nerves sort of back off, let the adrenaline take a breath, right, get some water so that you can play that Boise team. Both these squads have taken Boise to a Game 3, and I think if you go into that grand finals, no matter if you're Ohio State or if you're Michigan State, as we take a look at their roster as well, that could be a very, very long game. I think it could easily go to Game 5.
Yeah, I think you nailed it too, right, for these 2 teams. I think if you get a 2-0, which I don't think will happen, you kind of would want to play Boise State immediately. But the fact that, again, this series between Michigan State, Ohio State, and Valorant most likely to go the distance, you're going to want to rest and relax and get ready for this loaded Boise State lineup that you see here on your screen. Remember, only 1 loss in the PEC all season for Boise State Valorant. That was in the fall to Ohio State. So Ohio State maybe has that blueprint. In the spring, though, it was a 2-0 for Boise State over Ohio State in the regular season. Of course, they went the distance yesterday. So I think Valorant's going to be a ton of fun. Of course, we'll talk about that as we go on because it's Rocket League we need to focus on right now. Again, it's the undefeated #1 seed Baylor Bears taking on Boise State, the #2 seed, the defending champion Broncos. What do you think Boise State needs to do to get over that Baylor hump, right? As you talked about it, one of the best teams, if not the best team in Collegiate Rocket League. What do they need to do to break that curse?
I think, when I was watching that game against Syracuse last night, right, Syracuse, like you said, was able to bring Baylor to map 5, right?
Yeah.
Boise, they have beaten Baylor in the past, right? So both these teams have the capability to beat the other. It's a matter of what happens in the moment, and I think that is really what it's going to be down to here is Baylor is new. Right,
Yep.
They are new to PEC. They're new to this bracket. They're new to coming here. Right, they're new to PEC, and so Boise does have the advantage over there in terms of playing on that stage, playing for a national championship. Right, they have that advantage. But you can't let that get too ahead of you, right? You have some great scorers on your team with players like Durtho. As we take a look at some of those highlights there against Nebraska. Very, very good squad overall, but you can't let that get too far into your heads of saying, we've been here, you haven't.
Yeah, and I think the adaptability is going to be key. We saw in this Boise State-Nebraska series, right? The Broncos put up a ton of goals. Nebraska found ways to slow them down, keep the series close. We've seen that throughout all of our series. Remember, Boise State and Michigan State, that went 5 games in our second round of the upper bracket. So it's going to be really, I think, to me, how well does Boise State adapt to what Baylor's throwing at them? You talked about it, right? Game 1 of a series could be 6-0 Baylor, could be 6-0 Boise State. That's very rarely indicative of how the rest of the series is going to go. In Rocket League, it always feels like that game 1, you're feeling each other out, and then all of a sudden, it's going to get really narrow. We were talking about Boise State-Syracuse yesterday. Game 2 was a 7-1 win for Boise State. You see that, and you're like, oh, the Broncos cleared. Game 4 and Game 5 went into overtime, right? It is very much one of those where past performance is not indicative of what's going to happen in the future.
Absolutely. Every game is going to be different. Every game is going to be unique in how you play. And the adaptation, like you mentioned, is going to be one of the biggest elements of how these teams are going to play into each other. Both Baylor and Boise have good scores. Both Baylor and Boise have good team play. Both Baylor and Boise have good mechanical play. It's going to be a matter of, in that moment, who can snowball it and who's going to be able to adapt the fastest. That's what you get when you get these high-level teams, is which team at the end of the day has the ability to adapt and overcome faster their opponent and be able to win those games.
As we approach kickoff, right, again, Baylor 1-0 a lead in the series right now as they are coming from the upper bracket. But Ryan, what is your thoughts? What do you think the series is going to look like?
As much as I would love to see the back-to-back for Boise, right? I think Baylor is just a disgusting element of a team.
Yeah.
I think they are comfortable in where they are, and though I think the blueprint is there to beat them, and I think it's going to be a close matchup, I still think Baylor is going to take this one. I'm going to give it to them 4-1 against Boise today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key for Boise to get ahead early, right? Again, I've talked about this with a ton of people coming into this tournament. They ask, hey, who do you think is going to win? And I say, if you give Baylor a game, that is just a enormous climb, right?
Yeah.
No one has beaten them on even playing fields. Now all of a sudden they have an extra game. You've got to win 4. They've got to win 3. I think it's going to be very tough. I could see Boise State getting 2. I don't think we get a full game series. Again, maybe Boise State comes out fired up and ready to go, but as you and I talked about, last night's series against Syracuse, I mean, everybody who was anybody was watching that game because everyone was going nuts, right? It kind of was, we're pulling some people into the HyperX Arena. They're like, what's going on? You have to wonder, yes, you got a day of rest, but how mentally drained are you? That was the very last thing that happened in the arena last night. How drained are you from that if you're Boise State? Because Baylor, feet kicked up, relaxing. They were in the grand finals long before that series ended.
Yeah, exactly, right? You were the last team to play, right? You're out there until I don't remember exactly when we got out there last night, but
8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late.
Yeah.
And it was the last thing, like you said, right? And furthermore, right, now you got to wake up pretty early to get here in the arena, and now you got to play this matchup against Baylor, and it's a tall ask. It really is. And so you have to be able to find your sort of center and find your calm in the midst of this, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of voices in your head. There's a lot of noise out there, and you have to be able to get in and play your game and not worry about the fact that it's 11 in the morning or that you played until 8 or 9 p.m. last night against Syracuse in a Game 5 series. You have to be able to just get in here, sit in the chair, sit in that gaming chair, and play Baylor and play the game that you want to play. That's the only way Boise is going to be able to take anything off of Baylor today.
And we've talked about this with other teams, right? This is Baylor's last shot. If Baylor loses, the program is eliminated from the PEC.
Yep.
Boise State, again, different programs, right? But they have 3 teams in the grand finals, right? You have to wonder if Baylor comes in a little bit more hungry, like, this is for all of us, right? Like, we have to do this for all of our programs. Again, as you said, first year in the PEC, they came in as the heavy favorites, which you rarely see in any sort of sport where a team joins a conference and everyone's like, that's the team to beat. Baylor has done it. I'll be very excited to see if they can hold on to it, because right now these Bears, they just look so strong, Ryan. And again, if they get out to a lead and they're playing their game, as we were talking, I think with one of the either the Boise State coaches or one of their players, they just play fundamentally sound Rocket League, right? It's not like they go flashy. It's not like they're doing crazy musty flicks. They are just always where they need to be at all times.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it has to be, right? You just play it simple, right? Don't overcomplicate it. I know that was mentioned yesterday on the stream, is just play it simple, right? Don't make it flashy. Don't try to be the clip maker. I heard Doc Axel who's mentioning this. He was saying, we want these games to be boring, right? We want these to be quick, easy games, right? Because if not, that means we're not doing our job correctly. And that is kind of, I haven't really thought about that before, because, when you're on the desk or you're
we want
here,
the exciting
we
games,
want the exciting games, right? We want them to go the distance, but when you're in that chair, you want it to be done. You want to be boring, right? So don't be flashy. If things get complicated, go back to your fundamentals, go back to what you know, and play the game, because we know that you can do it. We know the blueprint is there. Baylor is not unbeatable. You can play your game. You just have to sometimes go back to the fundamentals.
Yeah, it's PEC Championship Sunday here. We are moments away from kicking off of our first grand final of a pair of 3 today. It is Rocket League, Baylor versus Boise State, the defending champion Broncos coming up from the lower bracket. An epic 5-game series last night against Syracuse in those lower finals to take on Baylor, who has not had a blemish on their record. Cannot wait to see exactly how that one is going to go down. We're very, very close. And then we've got more, Ryan, right? We've got Overwatch. We've got Boise State and Utah. We've got Valorant with Boise State locked in. The Broncos have a chance to go for 3, right? Last year, them and Michigan State, they both split it 2 each. Boise State could kind of announce, hey, this is maybe our conference if they take home 3 national titles today.
Yeah, exactly. And, that's interesting to bring that up, right? It was split 2-2 last year with Michigan State and Boise State. That is almost possible, right? Michigan State, they already have 1 title. They could take the title for Valorant. That is possible. Boise, are probably the favorites here for Overwatch. And like I said, we'll bring that up later. But right, that's a title for them. But they could technically not be 2-2 this year. This Rocket League game is going to mean a lot for this program. You say Baylor, right? This is their last chance, right, to get a win under their belt for the program, for the PEC. But this is also, in a sense, this is Boise's rivalry against Michigan State to confirm that they'll also be able to split it 2-2 potentially.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, we have a chance we could have 3 new champions when it's all said and done, right? Baylor, one of our new additions, potentially could win in Rocket League. Utah, another new addition. They have a chance at Overwatch. And then, again, Michigan State, Ohio State still have to play. If the Buckeyes take down the Spartans, then they have a chance. So we could have 4 national champions, right? So either way, either we got the dominant Boise State, maybe the split still from last year, or we have 3 new champions. Of course, Michigan State defended their title yesterday in Smash, and you say, wow, the PEC is wide open, right? And that's just how deep this conference has been all year, Ryan. It hasn't been one of those where like, all right, check Baylor, check Boise State, check Boise State. It's we think Baylor, we think Boise State, but there is a very good chance a Utah, an Ohio State, or even a Boise State Rocket League can take home a title.
Yeah, and that's something that's a really good point to bring up is you take a look at these teams, you take a look at these conferences. I mean, take a look at how we were talking 3 days ago when we were talking through some of these brackets, and we were thinking, all right, who's going to make it to the end? Who do we predict to go far, right? I don't think anyone thought Ohio State was going to go out early in Overwatch.
No.
Right? I mean, I think almost everyone had them going at least to the grand finals, if not winning it, right? So already that's a change up, right? For Valorant, you expect Boise to make it, right? And they have, but now it's between Ohio State or Michigan State. Michigan State was a team that was kind of right there in the middle. You didn't know if they were going to be able to make it or not, and now they are in contention for that final spot. For Rocket League, a lot of people thought Syracuse was going to be able to make it, and they're not, right? It's going to be Boise and Baylor in that final smash. Michigan State they did end up winning, but you can't ignore some of those bracket runs that were done last night, right?
Yeah, and I think you're right. I mean, some people had Michigan State in Rocket League, right? I mean, Michigan State, Boise State was the game last year. That didn't come to fruition. Of course, I have to ask you, because we're going to keep bringing it up. I apologize to our poor friends at Minnesota, but I have to ask you, it's the national championship. We didn't quite get it yesterday. Michigan State just basically put their foot down and said, we're going to win this 3-0 in Smash. Do we have a hype hashtag or a moment in our grand finals? And if so, what title do you think it's going to be in?
I think if we are going to get the Mill Sharks play of the game, I think we are going to probably end up seeing that from Valorant tonight. I think that is I think in terms of Overwatch and Rocket League and Val today, I think Val is going to be easily the most competitive series we have. I think if any of these titles go the distance, it will be Valorant to a game 5.
Yeah.
And I think if we can get there as we take a look at the clip again.
It's the moment of the event so far. Again, we cannot restate this enough. This is the moment of the event right now.
It's aura. There's no other words to put it. It's hashtag aura, like you said, Fish. I think if we get that again, it's gonna be like a game 5, 14-12 Valorant victory, and it's gonna be like Michigan State finding their way through, right? Being technically the 3rd seed in terms of these 3 teams, finding their way through, being able to make it. It's a 5 games. I think that would be where we see it. Overwatch is possible. I think if Utah can turn it around, I think that's possible from them. And then Rocket League, I think Boise would lose it if they were able to take the victory over Baylor. So very much possible today, but I think all of them will be more underdog stories.
And you did kind of mention this, right? We are going to play extra games in all of our titles, right? We were best of 5s in Rocket League and Overwatch. We were best of 3s in Valorant and Smash. Now we're going to best of 7 in Rocket League, best of 7 in Overwatch, best of 5 in Valorant, which if you think that's going to go the distance, we might be here all night. How does that change your mindset, right, when you're going to have to play? Rocket League's a little bit different because there's nothing that changes, right?
Yeah.
Overwatch and Valorant, you're going to play another maybe round of Control, right? You're going to have to play another. You're going to have to find another map ban in Valorant, right? How does that change your competitive mindset when you're playing that extra map that you really haven't played all season, the PEC?
I think if you are in these positions, right, like you said, I mean, for Overwatch, it's a little different, but specifically for Valorant, right, who wins that map? Obviously, Boise's going to start on that map. It's what map are you going to give them for free in a sense, right? And so when you go into the ban phase of what maps you pick and what maps you want to ban, that does play a big strategic element of where you're going to go. And I think another element is if you go the distance in any one of these titles, right, we talked about how tense it can get in Rocket League. I mean, 2 minutes of overtime in Rocket League, your heart rates will spike just as much as an overtime will in a game like Valorant. And when you get into those matches, they get very, very close and very intense, and the mental is so, so important when you are deep into an overtime of a Game 7 Rocket League or a Game 5 Valorant. It's very, very crucial.
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of the highlights of Baylor and Boise State meeting in the regular season. season. Again, these two teams were back and forth. Nearly every, if not every single game is one goal. Maybe Baylor gets a couple in one, but you can just see the scores. 2-2. I think it was a 1-0 win as well. Another title and another replay we're watching, right? These two teams, they are just so neck and neck, and Baylor has kind of found that way, and it's almost like you and I were talking about yesterday with Syracuse, right? That mind control that Syracuse felt that Boise State had over them, that maybe was the difference yesterday, right? It's Boise State's got to break that spell, right? They've come so close. It's a 3-1 loss, but every single goal is one game. So it really is going to be a Boise State. If you can maybe blow them out in game one, right? Technically game two, 3-0, 4-0, I think that'll go a long way for Boise State. The more one-goal games you get, I think the more it kind of goes back to this feels like we've been here before, and Baylor has always sort of found that way to finish.
Yeah, and you talk about that sort of mind control element. It's like, you know, unfortunately, I think it did play an element against Syracuse last night when Boise won that. It's a little similar here, right, when you take a look at Boise and Baylor. And if you're Boise, right, I mean, 2-3 in that game that we just take a look at. And it's a 3-0, but it's so close, right? And you're thinking to yourself, if you can come out of the gate swinging and it's not a situation of a very close series, right? You say, hey, we're going to come out of the gates and we're going to win 2-0, 3-0, 4-1, 4-0, right? That's going to be a really good sign for Boise State to potentially take the entire series over Baylor. Because if you keep it close, I think in Baylor's minds, that's, okay, this is fine. All we have to do is get one goal on you, and you're going to be sort of playing the back foot the entire time.
No, 100% agree with you, right? This is the classic. If you're a box score watcher, you open up the PEC website, go, oh, Baylor 3-0'd them. Yeah, we thought that, right? But then you look at it, right? As you said, 3-2, 1-0. I mean, you see right there, they're tied, right? It is one of those where Boise State, again, I think if the game 2, game 3 of the series, really the first two games that they're playing, are crucial. Again, 3-1, 4-2. Get that little bit extra, right? Get that little bit extra lead. I think Boise State is going to have a really good chance. Again, we're just moments away from our first grand final today, and second national championship here in the PEC to be handed out. Will it be the defending champion Broncos? Will it be the upstart #1 seed, brand new competitors, but they were the favorites all along, Baylor Bears? That's what myself and Ryan here are waiting to see. Because, again, it's just one of those where anytime the defending champ comes in, it feels like there's almost more pressure on them. But somehow Boise State's the underdog, which is always kind of weird as the defending champ.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Michigan State, and they quite dominantly kept their title, right?
Yeah.
And then you look at this situation, I think it's going to be similar to Valorant, too, right? I mean, even though Boise is in the winner's final, or the grand finals, for Valorant, you went to game 3 with both the teams that will be potentially fighting you for that grand final championship. So the pressure is there, right? You're coming from the lower bracket for Rocket League, and you're playing into this Baylor squad. And so there's definitely a lot of pressure there. You've already lost once to this team, and now you've got to find your way back through. And then for Overwatch, I think you're a little bit more comfy. But for 2 of the 3 titles that you have to look to defend, you're not in a comfortable position.
Yeah, as you said, 2 of our defending champs, probably underdogs. Boise State Overwatch, maybe the lone favorite of the 3. We take a look. We can bring up the Rocket League bracket one more time here just so you could see how the entire event played out, right? Again, you could have easily put Baylor, Syracuse, Michigan State, and Boise State all in here together, but give props to teams like Kansas who are making runs in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I do want to sort of bring up some of these teams that, right, we aren't seeing them anymore, but you got to give major credit to how they competed. And we've talked a lot about, right, Baylor, Boise, Syracuse, Michigan State, right? We've talked a lot about these top 4 squads, but I also want to give some love to all the other teams that didn't quite make it as far, because once again, just because you weren't able to take on arguably the best team in Collegiate Rocket League doesn't mean that you're sort of out of the competition for future years to come. And that's really important for teams like Ohio State, for teams like Kansas that really did a very good job this Rocket League season and really showed themselves up this season. They weren't able to obviously take on some of these larger dogs of the tournament, but it gives them a good sort of starting spot for going into year 3 of the PEC.
Yeah, I think this is, again, year 3. Maybe we've leaked it already. It's going to be happening, right? I think it's going to be a ton of fun. And again, it's one of those, we talked about this with Smash, right? For Ohio State, 2 years in a row, they don't place well in the regular season, but they end up finishing the event top 4, right? And it is, again, I think Kansas is a great point. As you said, you're building momentum for year 3. We know teams like Baylor. We know teams like Boise State, Syracuse potentially, but people got to graduate, right? There are seniors on some of these teams. There's going to be that power vacuum. And so I think for a team like Kansas, I think Ohio State even has one of our members on the All-PEC team that we'll take a look at later in today's broadcast. There is room to take today's finish and apply it to next year, even if you're not the national champ.
Absolutely, and I think that's an element of where some of that grind comes in and where that sort of grit comes in, is you're thinking to yourself, all right, we were about middle of the pack for 2 years in a row. Like, you take a look at Ohio State, right? They're right there in the middle.
Yep.
It's like, eventually you're like, all right, I don't want that to happen anymore. I'm going to look for a victory. I'm looking for a podium next year. And they confirm that, right? And they make sure that. So going into future years, teams that are right there in the middle, now you sort of get more of that desire, more of that passion. Then you have teams like Syracuse, where for 2 years in a row now, they've been just shy of playoff competition or playoff even appearances. Overwatch being the only one last year to make an appearance. This year, no one, right? And so now you're thinking, we want to win. We don't want to just be just shy again.
Well, it sounds like we are just moments away from our Rocket League Grand Finals, Baylor and Boise State. But before we get over to the casters, we want to give one more shout out to our amazing sponsors here today.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
GG Circuit is proud to support the Power Esports Conference, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That's where we come in. From player management and secure labs to tournament operations and remote support, we simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let coaches coach. Let players compete. If you are building or scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are.
In today's digital age, esports is more than just gaming. It's a gateway to a future filled with diverse career opportunities. At Esports Integration and Edge, we've developed a curriculum that does more than just teach. It prepares learners for real-world careers in the ever-expanding esports industry. Our curriculum is aligned with career and technical education, ensuring that students not only gain knowledge, but also practical skills that align with industry demands. From budgeting and financial planning to project management and marketing, we cover it all. Students explore various fields such as business, economics, broadcast, film, software development, and even cybersecurity. Whether you're looking for more information about our curriculum or want to explore the possibilities with Platform One, visit us at esportsintegration.com.
It is time for the Rocket League Grand Finals. Starting off from the bracket, your defending PEC national champions, the Boise State Broncos, Preston, Durtho, and Woozy.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The newcomers from the upper bracket, undefeated all season, the Baylor Bears, Zanil, Andy, Hoxer.
Let's do it.
Las Vegas, are you ready for the PEC Grand Final between Baylor and Boise State? Let me hear you.
There it is. The crowd is ready, and so are we, Lemon. It is the conclusion of a weekend full of action for Rocket League. Like we just said, it is Baylor versus Boise State. It is the defending champions versus one of the hottest teams in collegiate Rocket League. And it's also a rematch from yesterday's upper final, where I will state, Boise, maybe not the result they were hoping for. 3-0 for Baylor goes to show that this team really has shown what they have and can put it together in the moments that matter most, but can they do it now here in a grand final, a best of 7 with a 1-game advantage?
Yeah, all eyes have been on these two teams as the favorites coming into Rocket League, as stacked as ever. And you saw in the walkouts, Andy, Hoxer, Zanil, as accomplished as ever. The accolades, can go down a list for the Baylor kids and Boise State. Durtho, Woozy, Preston have fought long and hard through the lower bracket to get this rematch and to get their revenge.
This is going to be a good battle between the two of them. I know both teams have been studying, they've been practicing, they've been preparing for exactly this matchup. We actually got to talk to Doc, one of the coaches for Boise State, a little earlier today, and he was talking about, they've got plans drawn up for every scenario imaginable against this Baylor team. And it makes sense. These guys have talked about each other in almost a rivalry sort of sense throughout the entire year. They have faced each other multiple times. They've played against each other in multiple competitions, and they know what they're going to face against. The question is, how do you counter that? How do you prepare off of kickoffs, off of mid-game, off of offense, defense, every little detail of Rocket League that matters the most, and this is the competition that matters the most. Right here and now in a best of 7, this is when you've got to pull out all the stops. Every ace you have up your sleeve, it is time to reveal them.
And it's important to mention that Baylor are going to start with a Game 1 advantage in this grand final, but who will go on to the end to lift the trophy for their school and for Rocket League? We have a Pec Championship Sunday ready to go, and let's hit the field for Game 1.
Game number 1 here of our PEC Championship. Like we said, this is winner take all. This is our grand finals for Rocket League. And honestly, Lemon, I could see this going either way. Obviously, we've talked about the abilities of Baylor, the dominance that they have shown throughout the regular season. But again, this is a Boise team that is not only prepared, but has continually gotten better as time has gone on. We've talked to the team about this. This is the competition that matters to them. This is the event that matters to them. While they play in many other leagues and many other spaces, PEC is the one that they want to take home. They know they are capable of it against Baylor. They know that they have those abilities, but simultaneously, Baylor, for the new version of this team, the inaugural one with Zanil now, imagine how good it would feel to get a championship in their first run. Let's see if they can do a game number 1 here between Baylor and Boise State.
Excited to see how this one goes. Baylor have really only dropped games to Syracuse, while Boise State have gone the distance against quite a few opponents. But this is looking like a more level playing field, and we've casted a lot of the Baylor guys when it comes to CRL and all the endeavors they've gone across. And both these teams have been throwing punches throughout the year, but who will be the one to knock the other out? Right now, Baylor on defense, now surging ahead. A good touch from Preston as Baylor is swinging for the fences. Couple of touches there from Andy to set Baylor forward.
Durtho, veteran for this team. We talked about this yesterday. This is the guy that the program was more or less built around. The addition of Woozy and Preston took this team from a very hotly contending team in the West for Collegiate Rocket League to one of the best in the entire nation, the entirety of North America. And honestly, that probably should have been their first goal. Pass out center from Durtho, a little miscoordinated with Woozy, and on the other end, Zanil looking for a reset, denied on the line.
You do have Boise State look like they were trapped. I like that Woozy has the confidence to go for it. And if he's not going to get contact on the ball, he's going to be productive off the ball, steal the boost. Does Andy want to maybe pop that up? Good clear, though, from Woozy. Boise State, though, couldn't follow up. They just needed that reset to get their bearings, get their resources in check. But wait, a missed touch does create that gap. A good save from Boise State, and the pressure is on. And Preston and Woozy have to guide this out.
Somehow, some way, we do not have a goal on the board quite yet. Opportunities on both ends, but unfortunately, it's kind of a save from a teammate on the side of Baylor that prevents their first goal. 2 minutes or so gone now here in game technically number 2, as there is, like we said, the 1-game advantage to Baylor, but really this looks about even on both sides. Boise have to play a little bit of extra defense here, though. Shot on target, turned away by Durtho. The sidewall finds itself right to Zanil, so Durtho will make a second challenge just to disrupt. Hoxer an extra redirect. He's still trying to get this one out center, maybe trying to guide some blocks so that Andy can get involved. Another pass out center thwarted, and Baylor right now just looking for lanes they can find. So far, everything's been cut off by this Boise defense.
And Hawkser can be an offensive spear for his team, so looking forward to how Baylor are going to build up from here. Boise State, okay, 1v1. Preston, good challenge, and it's recovered there by Baylor. It's now the midfield. It's quite the skirmish. Andy in trouble, completely surrounded, but you're able to regain your footing if you're Baylor. Good saves across the board, but how can Baylor really respond? Boise State are able to break out of their own half, but it's really barely holding on to possession.
Chance here for Andy. He doesn't really have any boost, so this probably is not going to turn into much. But Baylor doing a good job right now, like you said, of keeping possession, keeping pressure on. When they do get into offense, they tend to lurk there for quite a few moments. They might not need many moments here. Unfortunately for Andy, that does get a bit far away from him. And you can hear from the crowd, Andy's kind of the center man right now for Baylor for a number of reasons. A very talented player, touted as one of the best in collegiate Rocket League. However, he's also really good at getting passes out center perfectly on a dime to Zanil, and that is a banger way to start.
What a pass from Andy, and Baylor finding the rebounds. That is what's making their offense threatening. And Boise State, sometimes when they run out of boost, they run out of good firepower to put up the saves with the double commits. Boise State, oh, the passes across court to the back of the net. It's Woozy from Boise State.
Boise said, I see you. You want to play a passing game? We can do it better. How about a 1-2-3? Every player getting involved, and honestly, you just got to feel for Hawkser. A full tank of boost, but so many players that you have to try and keep track of. That final pass just sneaks right on by him and right on into the net. 100 seconds to play, and we've got a tied ball game.
Oh, Durtho off the ceiling now to Woozy, combining the pinch towards the crossbar. Hawkser to the side. Zanil, what a good carry through the transition. Baylor so smoothly as it pinches out to Hawkser. Wasn't ready, too high of a ball as Baylor will retreat.
Woozy kind of just clearing this one to no man's land. Nobody there except for Zanil, who's got a decent amount of boost, but a challenge from Durtho to take away any chance of that aerial turning into anything. Could happen again here as Preston does have an aerial developing, but no, challenge a little bit delayed from Hawkser, which means there could be a follow-up from Boise, if not for Woozy. Miscalculating where that one was going to bounce off the ceiling. Andy trying for something else here. Looks for a pass out center. Zanil is still there, trying to take this one carefully, but Woozy's immediate challenge will take away the shot. Durtho tries to get this one off the sidewall, but Andy there lurking to keep the possession going. His attack has been extended, and honestly, this again is how Baylor have played. They get into offense, and they like to live there, break their opponents down for as long as they can, but Boise not buckling under the pressure.
And Boise State, I mean, Preston has been fantastic on defense. Boise State are ironclad on their half, but it's the response and a shot. Zanil makes the save, and the transitions, you got to be careful of these Baylor counterattacks, but Durtho's 50 turns everything on its head. Back to square one is Baylor on defense, and oh, the pre-jump for Boise State. Got to watch out. Now Preston collects and didn't get a great first touch and decides to concede to Baylor, but the pressure's still on. The last 10 seconds could be overtime. Here's the reach, here's the beat. Zanil on offense, Baylor with a shot, last second save. The ball is still up off the ceiling. Durtho wants to land it, and we go to overtime for game one.
Honestly, it's an understandable take there from Baylor. They had a little bit of boost to maybe try a transition downfield, but you do not want to force it. You do not want to give up an opportunity when it's been near perfect Rocket League so far. Neither team making any blunders in this first game, playing very carefully to keep possession in their favor, to keep the defensive structure strong, and to make sure shots like that do not find their way into the back of the net. Great save from Preston to kick off overtime.
The amount of saves that Boise State have had to put up is ridiculous. And Boise State, if they can come together with those passes, that is a trifecta that threw Baylor for a loop, and why Boise State were able to find that equalizer. But Baylor have been as mechanical as ever. A keen eye on Durtho, kind of some fakes. Woozy gets through some of the defenders, and that's towards the backboard. Not great for Baylor, and Boise State can't take advantage.
Baylor doing a good job right now of keeping, like we said, that structure on defense right now. Even if an initial challenge fails, they've got somebody behind them to make the follow-up and prevent Boise from getting those passing plays that have been so effective for them so far. Long ball downfield. This one just tries to test the net. Zanil prepared for it. Can he actually get some extra touches here? Almost gets past Preston, but he does have Hawkser in the wings. Double touch, not on target. Where is Andy to finish the job? And Baylor will take a second game in the series.
From a snowball to an avalanche, I was worried when Baylor didn't go for the direct shot there at the end, but still it just boiled over. Once the Baylor keep finding these rebounds, there just is no stopping them, as that game will go Baylor's way. And with that game one advantage, they're up 2-0 in the series.
And as you can see, Boise not taking that one lightly. Immediately into the comms are the team. That's Coach Wayton and Coach Doc there that are both going to be talking to these guys, making sure that they stay in this game. Like we said, they've got a game plan for what's happening here. They did not expect Baylor to be slouches. They knew they were going to be a strong opponent, and them taking game 1, 2, however you want to call it, is maybe not the most surprising. So now it's time to lock in, not let that affect your mental, and keep on playing. On the other hand, doesn't seem like Baylor is satisfied with that either. They probably didn't want to go to overtime and have to force it in a 1-goal ball game. So they're in each other's ears as well, calming, trying to talk about how they can improve. And again, for every game we get further into the series, that familiarity, that comfortability will increase, which means you're going to have to get creative in order to find goals.
Definitely the shot count is going to be higher on Baylor's side. From even the regular game to overtime, it felt like Baylor really controlled the field, and there were some good 50s, some amazing saves coming out of Boise State. This is as close of a grand final as you could ask for. The first game going to an overtime like this, so neck and neck. And Boise State, though, once they do break out of their half, once they do go on a counterattack, they all go together. I love the synergy from this Boise State team, because that counterattack turned into like a 3-man passing play, which hit Baylor in the head, and why we were all tied up, as we'll go into game 2 shortly with Baylor ahead in the series.
This is going to be up to Boise to keep that type of structure, to keep those type of passing plays through. I agree with you wholeheartedly that that is going to be their key to success in a series like this. For Baylor, there could be a number of different ways that they find that success. We've seen passing plays be effective, but we've also seen a lot of good mechanics from them as well. That's a little more confusing. Woozy going to take that one away from Dirt, though. Maybe just low boost total, so he's hoping to keep possession rather than just throw it away and give Baylor yet another possession that we've seen them hold on to for extended periods of time. Hawks are up for this one. It's a little awkward as it comes off the ceiling, but it'll actually work out. And now Andy, extra airspace and a reset, looking for the lead block, can't find it, but that's 2 from Boise up, which means this should be at least a shot on target, if not for Dirt, though.
And every touch that you get on defense from Boise State has to be clean, and it's a good beat there. And Boise State, they bring the speed. As soon as they sense blood in the water, they will retaliate, and it'll redirect towards the crossbar, and no finish from Baylor. Boise State bailed themselves out.
Again, it's the mechanics of Baylor that are going to be a problem for Boise State. They have the good timing on their challenges. They're doing a good job of making sure they have a second man there to back each other up if that challenge does fail. But unfortunately, the mechanics can just kind of throw a wrench in things. If you get a flip reset over one, you've pulled out a defender out of position, you found extra space that you can work with, and you're wasting boost away from a team that really needs to hold on to their resources. Low boost totals for everybody on Boise, and that demo is not going to help.
This feels like this Boise State defense is barely keeping their heads above water, but man, the reads are so precise. Baylor are trying to fake things out. I mean, what Hawkser did there just at the end was scary. But Preston, I've been keeping my eye on him and being that spark plug for Boise State to get them downfield. But Boise State need a strong secondary, and they need a stronger defense. What a dunk from Hawkser!
And this is the problem with constantly pulling defenders out of position. Durtho's got a full tank of boost, but if he doesn't make the correct challenge, this is up to Hawkser just to beat one more, and he can line that 50 up perfectly. Unfortunately for Preston, there's a very small window in order to try and clear that around him. He tries his best to do so, but cannot. And once again, Baylor on the board. If they take this one, it's going to force a reverse sweep out of Boise State if they want to take this series. So it's time for them to lock in and find something here in the back half of game number 3.
Hey, Boise State have gone to so many game 5s from this tournament to the rest, so they are a resilient and composed team that will not give up and will not surrender until the series is fully complete. But Baylor able to start out ahead, just like in the previous game. The demos will keep Baylor rooted on offense, but Boise State, they occupy in front of the net. Traffic is hard for Baylor to try and get through, but Durtho needs stronger touches to clear them out of this half, because Boise State needs space to work with. Woozy Preston up the sidewall. He gets bumped. He's going to follow through. Baylor can't stop it. Boise State have a response.
Durtho said, hey, that's a pretty cool way you scored on us last time. What if I did the exact same thing? Knew exactly where Andy had to clear that one out of the net, cut off the angle perfectly, and gets the dunk of a lifetime in order to shut this down and tie up the game. Like we said, important for Boise to take this one to stay in the series. They might go for another. Off the kickoff immediately, it is into the Baylor half.
You just do not want to go to overtime, though. That's when your whole style has to change. You have to be flawless and avoid any errors as Boise State, they're getting confident, they're getting hype, and pressure makes diamonds. I like that catch from Zanil. Baylor's going to go forward, and kind of with the help of the team, they go towards the back wall, but not with enough power and not a ball they could really play with. But Baylor will make the opportunities happen. Preston makes sure the ball is not centered out, as Baylor now have trouble not only collecting their boost, but maintaining momentum.
Only problem is Boise, again, every time that they waste a little bit of boost, it is resources they cannot afford it. Many times they've been caught low on boost or in weird positions due to a double commit. And it kind of feels like Baylor is just kind of letting them send the ball to them. They're not sending that third man aggressively. They're holding them out at midfield to keep that possession and just keep the pressure on until eventually Boise makes a mistake. So far, Boise, they have made very few mistakes and have played phenomenal defense, especially on the backboard. Dirt, though, another good clear, but just notice, everybody boosted up for Baylor. Even if they do break out of their half, Baylor is extraordinarily comfortable.
Baylor is so good at denying these clears. Can he deny this double? But still, the tip of the arrow from Hoxer. He gets his second goal of the game, and now some insurance for Baylor in the last minute.
And again, it's Andy setting the pathway here. Just a good idea to send it to the backboard. You've already pulled players from Boise out of net. You know they're going to be awkward, and somebody's got to make that challenge. Yes, the second man could get in the way, but at the end of the day, they keep winning through these 50s, through these forced challenges in front of the net. It has worked out for them multiple times. It could work out again. Zanil throws it to the backboard. Preston, low on boost, needs to be careful, and Hoxer will just test the net again. Another shot on target as Boise is just being pummeled by these constant barrages.
I like that Woozy's trying to utilize more of the ceiling because Boise State have not been able to clear, but once they get out, they will get the mitts out and they will brawl. But Boise State now fight tooth and nail for possession. A pass to Preston, to Dirtho, and it's beautiful!
That is one of the cleanest plays we will see all day. An incredibly heads-up play from Preston as well to recognize Hoxer's right behind him. I can't go for the shot. I can't try to clear this anywhere else. I just need to give it immediately back to Dirtho and give him another shot. Dirtho now finds 2 goals. We got 2 apiece on either side. 2 for Hoxer, 2 for Dirtho. It's a battle between the 2 of them, so who's going to be the one to get that final goal to put the nail in the coffin? Could it be Hoxer for a hat trick here? No, not enough boost to follow up the aerial.
Hoxer gives Baylor the lead, and Dirtho keeps Boise State still in the game. 20 seconds left. An important game for Boise State to try and win, or they will go down 0-3 in the series and will have to fight for a reverse sweep as Andy keeps control of the corner as Dirtho has to muscle through traffic. It comes back out to Preston. Decent setup, but Boise State are on the opposite side of the ocean as Dirtho tries to scoop this out for a playable ball, but Baylor just keep on watch. We will go to our second overtime of the final.
You can see it. Baylor knew they were in a rough position there. They tried everything to keep that ball away. They got a couple of bumps on Woozy, and I honestly think that's the only reason we're even in this OT right now. They could end it quickly, though. Hoxer, decent 50, but actually Preston's going to muscle past it. He's going to have to do it again, though, because here comes Andy to take a shot that Dirtho turns away. That's got to be like his 20th save of the game so far. This has been an incredibly impressive game from Dirtho, and it's only right he caps it off with the OT goal. That's a hat trick for Dirtho, the game for Boise.
Hat trick, but give Dirtho a crown. He saves Boise State, ties them up every time, and gives them the win in Game 2. Boise State are not done yet.
That is the best game we have seen by Boise, and that is the vintage Dirtho that I like to see. It has been a while since I've been able to call that man's names out in the lights, but it is good to see it yet again. Like we said, that's the guy they built this program around. That's the guy that they had at the foundation of this Rocket League team, and he is proving why. Fantastic play on both sides of the pitch. The saves he had in that game were innumerable, and obviously we can count the goals. That's a hat trick for him to take the victory.
What a grudge match between these two teams. Already a better Boise State than we've seen when they first encountered Baylor, which, again, that was a sweep in favor of Baylor. But when the lights hit, when the cameras are on, Boise State are used to this environment. I mean, they've kind of simulated a broadcast for their school, and they have their players be in this kind of situation, so they're used to that pressure. But there's a lot of eyes on them, especially from colleagues to fellow students to even students from the same school. So Baylor are really gonna need your energy, folks, to see if they could take this final.
We need a Lanimal to show themselves on the Baylor side. Again, we talked about that term a lot throughout the weekend, and Boise, every single player on that team is perfectly described by said word. Lanimal really is what this team is made of. They improve on land. They continue to get better and better every time that they play on these in-person events. Who's that going to be for Baylor? So far, it's been all three of the players. We talked about Hoxer almost getting a hat trick in the last game. The first game was Andy and him to combine for the OT goal, so it could be anybody. It might need to be Zanil right now, though. Stepping up on defense, again, very well structured here for Baylor. They're not making any mistakes if they do not get forced into these awkward positions.
Yeah, Boise State need a cleaner game, but if they can keep punishing this Baylor net just like this, 1v1, Dirtho in the net, Hoxer no boost, tries to take a low ball, it's off to the side. That was real close, and no serious lead as the Baylor will keep the pressure on. There's bumps in the net, and Dirtho escorts the ball to safety.
Andy, though, already back for this one. Dirtho doesn't have many lanes, and Andy will cut off any that he maybe even had. A good 50 from Andy. Where's the follow-up? Right there from Hoxer. A great demo out center. Gives him a wide-open net to shoot on.
Man, Hoxer is just that rock that Baylor can rely on every single time. He makes magic happen. Every single game, Baylor starts with a goal, but it's Boise State that always pick up the phone to answer. We'll see in this first minute of play how Boise State will form, and it's the saves right at the goal line that gets your real nerve as Baylor looking clean with the max as Andy wants to cut off, delay the Boise State resurgence. It's a battle in the midfield. Preston has to step up as the third man back. That leaves the net exposed, and Hoxer won't miss those!
They're starting to win every single 50. You're seeing the issue right now, which is that Boise, again, great initial challenges, but the immediate follow-up from somebody from Baylor is catching them off guard more and more frequently as the series goes on. They're going to have to be aware of that because, like we said, Baylor are not making many mistakes. Boise aren't either, but that's the problem in a game of very precise movements. You cannot make a single failed challenge or you guarantee somebody is there to punish.
It feels like Baylor have more quality touches, or at least they really dive at the ball when they know they can get a beat. But Boise State, they just take a shot and it's home for Baylor. And just like that, the lead is cut in half.
And this is what we're talking about with the second man needing to be there almost immediately. You throw that one out center, there's almost a guarantee somebody from Boise is going to crash the net. That time it was Woozy, and he does not miss the mark. Boise State clawing back here. It's only been a minute and a half. They have plenty of time to see another. They could just see it right now. Open net off the kickoff, and Dirtho will score.
In the blink of an eye, Boise State clapped back. What a bump off the kickoff and a setup from Woozy just to line up the pins for Dirtho to go for a strike. And just with 90 seconds, we find ourselves with a tie game.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, about how Boise have been studying this Baylor team. They've been really paying attention to these kickoffs. As they've got certain players in certain positions, they've got plans drawn up for it so they can try to counter. That was a perfectly executed version of that. The bump through, immediately throw off the second man for Baylor, and just kind of opened up the space necessary. That was not a lot of space there, but it did force all three players of Boise State, so things get a little bit awkward. Some boost for both Woozy and Dirt, though. They'll be able to hold on to a little bit to drag this out to midfield, but definitely better boost totals here for Baylor. If they can get a passing play, though, nobody there in the corner to make the challenge. Eventually they will, but by that time, the pressure is alleviated. And now on the other end, it's Boise State to take advantage.
Boise State went from being down 0-2 to 3 back-to-back goals, 2 of them from this guy on your screen right here, Dirtho. Boise State are winning very impactful 1v1s and challenges against that third man of Baylor, and this completely frees up the net if one mistake is made. Baylor just can't be offense all day, and Boise State, they wait, they are patient for their moment to get their revenge. As Boise State on offense, Hoxer knows he has to get ahead of the game. He cannot let Boise State take those shots because they will nail it every single time.
The unfortunate thing is I'm starting to see that patience that you just complimented Boise for dissipate on the side of Baylor. They're starting to send that third man a lot more aggressively, either out to midfield or sometimes even into offense just to try and extend the play. That possession play that they started off the series with is no longer as effective as Boise have found ways to poke and prod and just start disrupting said offense. Could they do it again here? Preston, not a lot of boost to work with, but he will get a good 50, and Hawkser is going to pop this one awkwardly, but Andy will get there as a recovery. Can he do anything more on the sidewall? Not really. He's only got 26 boost, and Dirtho, I'm not sure how he recovered off the sidewall, but he prevents that from turning into any sort of attack.
I like that Baylor fake, too, to just kind of buy time on the ball so you steal all the boost from Boise State and you play the long game. But right now, there's less than 2 minutes. It's not really a long game left as Preston is just battling through this right side corner. Is Zanil with a few touches, not ideal. Is now Baylor on the retreat. I like that delay from Hawkster, and he's even going to go up the sidewall to attempt the pass towards Andy, but Woozy's going to get ahead of it.
Andy, decent amount of boost to work with, especially considering Woozy's got none on the backboard, and neither does Dirtho on the ground. Pinch is a little aggressive, though. I don't think Baylor were looking for that, and unfortunately, it's going to end their possession and end their attack. Now, Andy, to try and restart it from his own corner. That's definitely not the touch he was looking for. And Dirtho might just punish. Musty flick off the ceiling. I like the attempts, but it does not work out.
You do not want to see a guy like Dirtho get excited, but off the crossbar, it's Zanil that shows him how it's done. And oh my God, we have ourselves a 3-3 ball game, folks.
This is a little weird, though, because it kind of feels like Preston jumps early. I was questioning it initially, but now realizing he has no boost. Yeah, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know Zanil's coming through for the passing play. You have to make an attempt at the save somewhere. You might as well pre-jump, because if not, it's probably going past you due to, again, no boost total. Let's see if now Boise can respond in kind with underneath a minute to go. They do have an offense here, but Andy to cut that one out. The passing play will not come to fruition.
Preston with a setup. Andy reads it with the demo at the back. The net is open. Woozy puts it off to the side. That was close. This next play could be the kiss of death with 33 seconds left. Hawkster with a good challenge win, but Boise State, they play close. They bail each other out, and now they have to follow through. Dirtho off the ceiling. The 50 kills it straight down, and with the demo, Andy is pushed off, and the net is just open.
Once again, physical play coming to the rescue of Baylor in what was unfortunately one of their worst games so far. I don't care if it's a pinch, double commit, what you want to call it. I think it's intentional. Either way, it gets the goal. Hawkster finds another, Andy gets the assist, and Baylor have the lead with 18 to play.
Was this another hat trick for Hawkster at this point? We're getting real close. 13 seconds. Boise State, you do not want to go to match point, and it almost floats above the orange net. They can't afford that. Preston has to go coast to coast, but just couldn't get a most powerful touch on it to make the job easy. Woozy wins the 50, needs to keep the ball up, and they cannot. Baylor to match point.
Baylor somehow survived that game, and I think somehow is the very, very key word. Again, start off the game 0-2, concede 3, and then find 2 in response to close it out 4-3 here. I think both teams are probably not thrilled with the way that game went. Baylor, again, did not want to give up the lead that easily, and I think on the other side, for Boise, all that effort, all that comeback, and they can't hold on. And now, they're on the verge of the series going away from them as well. Series point to Baylor. All they need is one more to be PEC champions.
Baylor have definitely started to clean up their defense, or at least put it more in consideration in that last minute, but Baylor is showing a lot more stronger mechanics in the air, especially in these first touches. When you can just save precious seconds by having a better first touch, you can find your teammates faster, you can create threat level a lot quicker. It gets Boise State in a nervous state and more in a defending state, more than one that wants to jump up and challenge. And Baylor, they're able to fight back despite how Game 3 started, which was 2-0 in Baylor's favor, that Boise State stole back the lead, and look how we ended up.
This has been a back-and-forth series, and again, it's been a very close series. 2 overtime games in a row. Then we get a 1-goal ball game here. So, unfortunately, it doesn't exactly paint the full picture. This is a 3-1 scoreline, but considering how close it has been, this feels like a series that is destined for Game 7. The only way we get there, though, is on the backs of Boise. They need to play 3 more games perfectly if they want to see this series. Otherwise, this is going to be the end. This one floats above the net, and already it is Baylor immediately into offense as we start the game.
It was a good kickoff from Baylor, too. It took Boise State having to demo, but hold up. That was almost a free ball as Preston wants that second touch, and great interference from Andy, and even gets to reset off the sidewall to get Baylor transition to an offense as Hawkster flicks above. The defenders nervous as they watch. Zanil in position, but a pass. His teammate is secondary too far away as Baylor's third man is getting bumped and gets Baylor to retreat. Midfield, though, clearly in Baylor's favor as Andy climbs high, but Preston won't let him use the backboard.
Getting a little bit nervous for Boise, though. They're having to make these challenges constantly, and it's leaving them with less and less boost on every approach. They might not need it, though, if the counterattack had been on target. The shot barely off the mark, and a huge opportunity for Boise early will be left at the table.
Here's Preston trying to get a good launch on this, and he's bumped. Where's the midfield? Woozy too scared to move forward, so Baylor, they keep dominating this midfield. They're going to put on those double-digit shots yet again. As Hawkster with pass to Andy, and now Durtho's going to try and build that wall, put up the sidewall and the ceiling. A pass to Zanil, the backboard. Durtho with a chance to get a hand up to interfere anything Baylor is trying to develop.
Unfortunately, though, again, boost total still a problem here for Boise. They're making every challenge, but most of those corners are being stolen. Finally, Woozy picks up something, which means he's probably going to have to be the one to make the challenge here. No, instead it is Durtho. A little extra aggressive, but it does work out. And it pinches now back into the Baylor half. A little bit of time of reprieve now for Boise, and they'll still make challenges to work it out. Off the ceiling was Durtho. Off the sidewall is Woozy. Where is Preston? They'll make the follow-up challenge as well. That's all three players, though, committed, which means this defense could be a little shaky. That's only if they're forced to play defense, though. Durtho immediately back into the attack, and Boise just stay in the face of Baylor right now.
Good 1v1 from Andy. That's a lot of these opportunities how Boise State like to score, but how about this one? Woozy, what a shot, and what a goal for Boise State.
This is a brilliant pass from Durtho as well. They're thinking, oh, let's give it back to Preston or take a shot. They don't realize Woozy is just crashing across the net, and that is a perfectly placed pass, perfectly placed shot. Again, there's moments in this series, we've seen it many a times, where Baylor just kind of gets left on an island with their final defender, and they have to go, all right, I don't know where the shot's coming from, but I hope I can maybe save it.
I like to see Woozy play farther forward, but will have some power behind it. Andy will test this defense as Boise are stretched thin, just trying to keep up, and Hawks are front and center. A setup for Andy, and Baylor catch up.
Andy said, I'm not going down quite yet. We got a lot left in the tank, and a helpful pass like that absolutely should be rewarded. Hawks are great dive across the net, leaves it for him, and honestly, Andy, smart as well to recognize that if Boise State are just diving everything, throw a curveball in there. Throw a quick little changeup that just throws them off their game, gets them a little bit nervous. It's exactly what he did. It's a great way to tie up the game, and now with 2 minutes to go, it is either team's ball game.
Yeah, Baylor is so good at finding each other, but oh, it just takes one, it feels like, from Boise State to crack this net open. A lot of good solo plays from Boise State. Feels like they have variety with their offense, but Baylor has really had the tech and the mechanics to pull off some magic. In the second half, we are tied 1-1. This is for the championship for Baylor. If they can get ahead with this offense, the ball feeds out to Zanil towards the backboard. He's too low on the ball. Now with the back pass towards Andy, he's shoved off. Boise State to find some power and some confidence. They cannot be stuck on defense because eventually this will bleed through into the net. But Hawkster's demo will relieve Boise State from their back, and what a flick to fake out Boise.
I'm not sure how Zanil got that reset, but I'm happy that he did. I think Woozy's not going to be happy with the outcome of this. Yeah, unfortunately, with no boost, what could have been an open net rush the opposite way does not work out, and now it's time for Baylor to get their chance. No, Zanil's challenge on the sidewall doesn't even make contact, so now it's up to Hawkster to just keep this contained. Zanil, though, in the opposite corner, fires it back to Hawkster, who unfortunately was preoccupied by demoing the defense. Had the pass connected, it could have been a goal, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. With a minute remaining, you have to make every single chance count.
But when the stars align for Baylor, this can be scary. Durthro's doing what he can to be the bodyguard of the net. 48 seconds. This could be the nail in the coffin if Boise State give up anything. And any kind of clear is what they need. Attempted bump does not connect. Baylor get rid of the ball. And Preston goes up high. He has to reach for the stars. And Woozy gets demoed. No one to pass to if you're Boise State. Baylor bring the physical game, and they're out for blood.
Smart plays from Baylor here on defense, just taking away those passing lanes, whether they're making the challenge or straight up removing the attacker. Either way, it's worked out. But can they hold on for another 20, or maybe can they actually get an attack of their own? Not a great touch out center, but it will be received by Woozy, who looks for the 50. It gets sent skyward, and it's up to Andy now to try and clear the lanes, which he cannot, because an immediate challenge from Preston keeps it on the Baylor half. Woozy gonna try again. He's got Preston on the backboard, but the defense knows that. They're not gonna let him get a free touch like that, but they will let it bounce in the corner. Dirt, though, keeping this one alive. Can he find a teammate? Kinda. He's still keeping it going, but they will let it drop. Another overtime between these two teams.
The third overtime of this grand final. Baylor on golden goal territory for that golden trophy. And Andy towards the backboard. Preston, that's not an ideal touch. And Baylor swing for the fences. Boise State hold on to the net. As Durtho with the reset at least goes for the bump on Andy. Boise State need momentum now than ever. Wind in the sails, but the ship is sinking. And off the post. The rebounds for Baylor. It's just a matter of time. Boise State, time is running out when it comes to how many lives you have left in this final. And just barely any space gained from Boise State. Woozy's doing what he can to control Preston behind him. You cannot abandon your net like this, not with Baylor's challenge game.
This is Boise getting away with highway robbery. There's no other way to say it. The first goal, I don't know how they didn't have it get shot on them. They get a perfect save. The second one, it's a collision between two players on Boise State, and the shot goes off target. Baylor probably could have silenced this one and ended this game, but Boise, they're just holding on. But for how long? Not long enough. Overtime ended by Zanil, and Baylor are your PEC champions.
You have to kneel to Zanil. The pressure mounted. They strangle Boise State in the end. Not just a statement and dominance, and one that ends with an exclamation mark for Baylor, clearing through the winner's bracket, denying revenge from Boise State, and Baylor will be your PEC Rocket League champions.
Congratulations to Baylor. Well played to Boise. Both teams put up a heck of a performance there, and it does feel just so, I think unfair is the only word I can think of there. That is a final scoreline of 4-1, which makes you think that was a dominant performance from Baylor. But Baylor got a one-game advantage. So technically, you look at it 3-1, and then you look at the 3 games that they won, and it's all one-goal ball games. 2 of them are overtimes. 1 of them is a 4-3 game. The other overtime goes to Boise. So it was neck and neck the entire time, which feels so brutal for Boise, who put up a performance like that. But at the end of the day, history repeats itself. Another 3-game advantage to Baylor, the same thing they did in the upper bracket, even if they give up 1.
Just such a suffocating offense to try and get through, and Hoxer, who joins this school, was such a huge part of all the scoring from the Baylor side. I don't even know how many hat tricks he ended up with at the end, but it felt like such a warrior match between him and Durtho on who could really carry their team. But I wouldn't even say carry, because it was such a team effort from both sides. Like, yes, Hoxer and Durtho are scoring, but it's not without a pass from Woozy or a pass from Andy or whatever the situation might be. Both teams should be really proud at the Rocket League that they put on today. For Boise State, their defense to last as long as it did, for how many saves they had to put up, it must have been in the double digits.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where you could see Boise's defense improved as the series went on. They found more and more opportunities to just kind of make these well-structured defenses that were either on the backboard in the corner, cutting out lanes, cutting out these mechanics that Baylor just constantly tried to flex. The problem became is that as that went on, Baylor went, all right, you know what? I've had enough of this. It's time for me to just bump you and to remove you, because when they are back, they're getting saves like that somehow. But simultaneously, double bump from Hoxer. My guy, Hoxer, that's got to be the greatest physical play I've seen in the history of Collegiate Rocket League. That's ridiculous.
Well, the boys in green, it's a green light to the trophy and a whole lot of extra green in their back pocket as well. And both these two schools have been really duking it out when it comes to all the games, I feel like, that we've had. I mean, from Baylor and Boise State having really strong Valorant teams, so I'm sure Overwatch, they're going neck and neck. And we're just waiting for everyone to set up on the stage for our final trophy lift. But we also have Overwatch and Valorant finals going on today. Smash got really exciting yesterday with their final.
I believe that was Michigan State taking that one, so congratulations to Michigan State on that. We have two different champions so far. We got one for Michigan, we got one here now for Boise State. The question becomes, do we get other champions and other titles at this point? Because again, this is a new one as well. I believe the defending champions are Boise State here, so we get a switch up in Rocket League. You never know what could happen in the rest of the esports here at the PEC 2026 Championship. But Lemon, this has been a blast. A heck of a weekend for the two of us here. The Rocket League action has been incredible. I'm glad that we got to finish it off with such a close series. Again, it just feels brutal that unfortunately for Boise on paper, it's a 4-1 in favor of Baylor.
Of course. And let's give it up one more time to Baylor as your Rocket League champions as we send it over to the stage for the trophy lift.
Hello, PEC. How y'all doing? Excited? Come on, let's hear it. Well, my name is Joshua Kell. I am the CEO of Horizon AVL and Esports Integration, one of the sponsors here, and just really excited just to present the trophy. I want to thank Boise State for an amazing season, but I want to present our 2026 Rocket League champions, Baylor. Congratulations.
And a big congratulations to Baylor Rocket League claiming our first national championship on PEC Championship Sunday. Fish and Ryan here. You called it right, a 4-1 victory, but we talked about this every single game by one goal. 3 overtime games. I mean, Bass mentioned it on the desk, right? You look at the score, you think this might have been a blowout. This series could not have been closer. Baylor just found a way when it mattered to get that final goal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, every single time it was just that one goal, and I know Lemon mentioned it too. It's like, don't bring Baylor to overtime. Yeah. Out of the 3 overtimes played, 2 of them went in the favor of Baylor. They're just so calm under the pressure of that overtime, even as it ticks up, and they're able to win that one. I mean, Baylor, they're just such a good squad. They're so strong. But you look at these scores, right? It's 2-1, 3-2, 4-3, 3-2, right? It's never 0. Which implies, right, every single time Boise was able to find goals on Baylor, but at the end of the day, there's a reason they're the seed 1 in the PEC. There's a reason they're one of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League, and arguably the best, and they ended up winning that national championship. And they're a new team to the PEC as well, so even more of a congratulations, Baylor taking on that championship title.
Yeah, and I mean, the third game was one we were watching, right? Baylor jumps out to this 2-0 lead, and we're like, uh-oh, Baylor's about to run away from this. 3 straight goals from Boise State. Then Baylor puts in 2 in the final minute. This series was just so back and forth. As you said, there's a reason that they went undefeated this year, but it's not like they were never tested, right? Again, this series proves just how close these two teams were, but Baylor finds a way, that championship pedigree that you mentioned, Ryan, in those other titles. It comes through. A big congratulations to them. And Boise State doesn't defend their crown, but I do think for the PEC, as you mentioned, a first-time team winning it, it builds that confidence for everybody else in the league that, hey, we might not have been there last year, but we can easily make a run in the coming years.
Absolutely, and I mean, Baylor as a institution, right? They haven't had the best of luck in some of their other titles, but this is sort of that ground for them, right? Yep. Baylor was known for their Rocket League team coming into the PEC, and this is what they wanted to prove. They're like, yes, we know that we are the Rocket League team, and we're going to make sure that we get that trophy to prove it, and they were able to do so. And like you said, right, it wasn't without tribulations. They did have some contests between multiple teams, right? Boise, Michigan State, as well as Syracuse all gave their runs against Baylor. And Baylor was not undefeated outside of the PEC, right? Boise did get that win. So Baylor did have to fight hard to get this victory. And on paper, right, like you mentioned, if you look at it, it says 4-1. It looks like a blowout. But in reality, it was a very, very close matchup. It was a good grand finals game. Boise just coming just short of defending their title. But it's always good to see fresh blood on the championship floor.
Yeah, once again, congratulations to Baylor, but we are not done. We've still got 2 more national championships coming up. We'll preview that and more, but we're going to take a quick break with a shout out to our sponsors.
In today's digital age, esports is more than just gaming. It's a gateway to a future filled with diverse career opportunities. At Esports Integration and Edge, we've developed a curriculum that does more than just teach. It prepares learners for real-world careers in the ever-expanding esports industry. Our curriculum is aligned with career and technical education, ensuring that students not only gain knowledge, but also practical skills that align with industry demands. From budgeting and financial planning to project management and marketing, we cover it all. Students explore various fields such as business, economics, broadcast, film, software development, and even cybersecurity. Whether you're looking for more information about our curriculum or want to explore the possibilities with Platform One, visit us at esportsintegration.com.
And we're back. I brought Josh in today instead of Fish. I decided to have some new blood on the
Change
desk.
it up a little bit.
Yeah, change it up a little bit. How you feeling, Josh?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
How are you?
How was it? I'm good. I'm good. How'd it feel, though? Like, getting that trophy to Baylor after that victory? Yeah?
It's great. Yeah, like just trying to get the energy up in there. I mean, when you're down in that space, it's awesome just to kind of hear the interactions with the crowd and the team, the back and forth. That was an amazing match, right? To watch just overtime after overtime. So it's awesome down there.
Yeah, I mean, you've been here for a couple days now. How has the event sort of treated you so far? I mean, watching these games, obviously Smash was yesterday. We've got 2 more titles tonight. How does it feel?
Oh, it's fantastic. I love watching just really this true transformation of what collegiate esports is all about, and that down there is just a great example of what the PEC just offers.
Yeah, and speaking of collegiate esports, obviously you're here. You're not a caster, last time I checked, but you are up here with me. So tell me a little bit about you and a little bit about esports integration.
Yeah, sure. So I am a gamer, have been for quite some time. I just love the entire scene. Played Counter-Strike, not professionally, but played on a competitive team a little bit in 2001, 2002. So I really enjoy the world of gaming. Today I still play, love playing Arc Raiders, play World of Warcraft a bunch, and my son plays Age of Empires 2, so I'm getting back into that a little bit. So, but yeah, that's sort of personally my background in gaming. But as a CEO, I'm overseeing Horizon AVL and Esports Integration. Horizon AVL is a traditional AV integrator, so audio, video, lighting, control systems. And then Esports Integration, we focus on building out esports programs for colleges, universities, high schools, middle schools, etc.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, right? You build out programs. Talk to me a little bit about, I heard there's something about curriculum that Esports Integration does. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so we're really excited. Have worked with over 120 colleges and universities across the U.S. over the past 8 years, building out their programs. And now we have an amazing focus on building the pipeline, the academic understanding, and really the industry support through the lens of esports. So we are starting as soon as 5th grade and then walking all the way through high school, and then have built also some amazing programs in the collegiate space as well.
Yeah, we just saw a little clip there of the Syracuse space. Have to rep that, myself. And Josh, when it comes to that collegiate space versus a much younger space, right? Obviously, you've seen that a little bit more. How does it look? How does it transition from someone who's in their early teens versus some of these players here that are in their 20s playing at this high level of competition?
Yeah, the space is so important to develop and design, and we really feel it should meet multiple aspects coming from that K-12 model into college. And we want to give sort of the scaffolding approach, right? So as they come into programs like what we did at Syracuse University, it is that next level of space where they are competing at a professional level. They have access to the tools from a production perspective, and so it's great to see kind of that flow and what Syracuse has been able to do with Shine, which we're sort of looking at right now, but also their new space, Marley. It's just an amazing opportunity for students to learn the industry of broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'll comment on it as well. Obviously, with that space, It has been truly amazing. I mean, learning not only what sort of the pros use, but also what collegiate esports can become, hosting these tournaments for these high-level teams, for these professional rosters that are coming in and wanting to use this space provided by your company.
Yeah, it really is giving that opportunity. And I think going back to sort of where we are here in Vegas, right? It's preparing for that professional world. It is preparing those when they get on the Ross and the Carbonite and the Expression tools at Syracuse. It is transferring right into the real world environment, and that's so exciting to see that.
Yeah, it really is. I've gone in there a couple times, and I'm like, I have no idea what some of this is, but the other people do, right? The people in the back of the house, they use that, and it's super, super cool to have that high-level equipment. So I'll thank you for giving us that opportunity. But Josh, I mean, there's obviously a lot that Horizon AVL does. Where can people learn more, talk to you, and figure that sort of stuff out?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can visit us on our website at horizonavl.com. You can also visit us on our esports website, esportsintegration.com, and then there's contact information there. So look us up.
There you go. Well, Josh, it was good talking to you, man. We've known each other for a couple of years now, so it was good seeing you, man. But otherwise, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the next upcoming brackets here. I know Overwatch is coming up next, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. A big thank you once again to Josh for giving us that insight into esports integration. Boise State and Utah going to be the grand final for Overwatch. We talked about it a little bit. Boise, the defending champs for this Overwatch team, and they're looking to make it a second championship title.
Yeah, and they played Utah already. We saw that a couple days ago, right? A 3-1 victory for Boise State. I'll be curious to see, again, when you go to that best of 7, how that is going to be. I do have an update while you're doing your interview. Did get a quick peek. Ohio State took game 1 in our Valorant lower finals, right? So Boise State's in the grand finals for Valorant. Ohio State and Michigan State, your defending champion Spartans, are playing right now in the lower finals here in the HyperX Arena. 1-0 Ohio State after map 1. So potentially, we talked about at the start of the show, right? All 4 defending champs were alive, right? Michigan State defended last night. Boise State, a crushing loss to Baylor in Rocket League. Michigan State, they're the only ones that haven't punched their ticket yet, and right now they've got to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I expected Michigan State to win this. I still think they should. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a close matchup between those two teams. And I really am curious to see which team ends up making it out of that lower final, because whoever plays Boise, they're already gonna be feeling good about winning that game. Whether you're Michigan State beating Ohio State or Ohio State beating Michigan State, you're gonna feel good after that game. And then you gotta play Boise, and I think either way, you've played a team that has taken the soon-to-be, or not the soon-to-be, the current reigning champion there to competition. And so I'm curious to see who's gonna win that. But getting back into Overwatch here, Fish, Utah and Boise.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, right? You and I were talking about it, right? Boise State, they come in as the defending title. You've mentioned it on the shows the last few days here, right? A very senior-heavy roster, right? They want to go out as those back-to-back champs. But what is the key? You were given some of it backstage. What is the key you think Utah needs to do when it comes to hero picks, when it comes to map picks, if the Utes want to extend this series?
I think the biggest thing is, first off, right, in Overwatch, a lot of times you get that first map sort of jitters, the first map victory. I think Utah could do that, right? I think they can get a victory and even up the series 1-1, right? Remember, Boise gets that free win starting off because they advance from the winner's side of the bracket. So they'll start off. I think Utah can get that. I think they can get that out of the way fast. I do think Boise will end up winning that next matchup, but it's going to come down to Utah taking the victory on these long maps. You take a look at this one here, right? As we take a look at last time Utah and Boise played on this map specifically, Runasapi, when you have this map, right, and there's a long ranges and long angles, long pushes for a player like PDK to take, that's where a lot of the strength for Utah can come in.
Yeah, Boise State, they took this yesterday. Or a couple days ago, winter semifinals. It was a 3-1 win. They sent Utah down to the lower bracket, but honestly, they kind of activated the Utes, right? They 3-0 Ohio State, who was the #1 seed. They 3-0 Syracuse, who had a great run as well. And now they're here and set up. And again, they took down Baylor. Utah did. It was our very first game on stage at the PEC. This is a brand new team, much like Baylor. They've kind of just gotten that blueprint from Baylor, right? It's not one of those where, hey, you're going to come in, you're going to need a year to develop. You're going to watch the Boise States, the Ohio States kind of run this. Baylor just proved you can come in year one and you can win a national title, and I think Utah can maybe draw from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, we talk about these two teams, right? 11th seed and 16th seed in the country in terms of the Overwatch Collegiate Ranking Association. And I think both these teams have the capability to swap those spots, right? They played very, very well. I mean, Utah, right? They made their way through that lower bracket run, right? Getting rid of Ohio State, getting rid of getting rid of Syracuse. And now they get to play into Boise, right? This is a matchup that is going to be close, and I think once again, if Utah can really play with PDK on this Emre and take really good advantage of these long angles, that I don't remember that clip, that is where you are going to see the most success from Utah. Otherwise, Boise, especially on this wrecking ball, Strider on that wrecking ball is going to be someone that is going to be very, very annoying for PDK, but this Echo and Sojourn could be interesting.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see exactly what happens between these two teams. Again, we've talked about, I mean, the other thing, right, when Utah played Boise State, I think they got a win, right? It was kind of where do you ban that ball, right?
Yeah.
Because Strider, very, very good on that. You know you can take it away for one map. And we talked about this yesterday with some of the hero bans. Is it, do you take it away at the very end if you get that far as Utah? Or is it, hey, we're down 3-1, we have to take ball away to extend the series? I think managing that ban in particular is going to be where Utah kind of makes or breaks this series.
I absolutely agree, right? Depending on where you put that ban. And, you know, we've seen this Midtown game, right, for Boise State where they ended up winning that against Utah. It's Midtown is, or this is going to be an interesting map for Utah, I mean, in and of itself, because almost every time we see Utah play, it is on this map compared to like a Kings Row or an Eichenwald. They like Midtown, and it gives them a little bit of an edge, right? So I'm curious to see, you know, what you ban, because when it comes into these maps, you have maps that you have a better opportunity to win on, so maybe you don't worry about banning that wrecking ball early on, right, on a map that you've picked that you feel comfortable on. You wait to do that on maybe a map that, right, you win. Now Boise picks a map and you know they're going to play ball. That's where you wait in it, because now you give Boise a disadvantageous position on a map they would otherwise have the advantage on.
And of course, as we talked about in Rocket League, right, we're going to play potentially an extra game, right? It is a best of 7 series, right? Of course, there are only certain game types we can play, Ryan, right? Because we don't want game 7 to end in a tie. That would be a disaster. So for those maybe unfamiliar who've just been following the PEC, they use those best of 5s. What are those extra game types that we're going to be potentially seeing if Utah can kind of make some noise?
Yeah, if we can get ourselves up to that Game 7, it's going to be those controls, those flashpoints, right? Those maps that are quite literally impossible to tie on otherwise, right? If you have Hybrid, the most tieable map, right? So you're not going to see that being the last map. Otherwise, we'd be here for potentially a very, very long time, which would be fun for us. Maybe not for the players, but it'd be very fun for us. It is also possible to tie on push and on payload. It's just improbable.
But you don't want the improbable to happen, right?
Yeah, so you won't likely see that. You will likely see that control or that flashpoint moving into that Game 7. And that's where things really start to heat up, right? Those King of the Hill game modes where you have players where you just win one game or you win 2 games and it starts to move back and forth, and that momentum shift is a really, really important game like Push where you start winning and you can start to snowball that really, really fast. Payload and Hybrid's a little similar as well. It's Control and Flashpoint where things are a little bit more difficult to find that snowball, because you win 1 point, you reset, you have to find a brand new position and a brand new way to play, and then you go to that next point.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about the players, right? We debuted these lists yesterday. We'll see if we have time to put up one of our all-PEC lists, right? Reward the players who've been playing their hardest, right? We just saw Rocket League, the all-PEC team for Rocket League, right? It was littered with names that we were seeing a lot throughout this championship, right? And again, you mentioned it, PDK, Teddy, another one of those, I think, second team, Sam for Utah, first team player, right? It's going to be, you need your stars to make plays if you're Utah in particular, because Boise State is a very strong team.
Yeah, I think the Teddy PDK duo is going to be really important, right? Sam on that tank is going to be someone to make that space, but specifically for, right, namely the Echo Emre duo, right, for Teddy and PDK. I think that is where you're going to see a lot of success for this roster. I mean, Teddy was playing that Echo against against Baylor, and they were using the Echo to scout, right, to make sure that they weren't going to run into someone that was going to get a good flank, like the Reaper that Baylor was running, right? And so it gives the Emre, it gives PDK a little bit more versatility to play it wherever that they want to play. And I think that is going to be really, really crucial for this Utah squad to give PDK the play style that PDK needs, and then using players like Teddy and Nosam to get those off angles and get that space for free so that you can make those angles and make those play makes without being at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and let's take a look at those all PEC teams. We have those here for us, right? Rocket League, we just saw it wrap up. And again, 2/3 of this team was in our grand finals, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, Durtho and Andy, you heard the casters, right? Durtho is one of those players that you just mentioned multiple times, making a lot of those goals. One of the most successful players for this Boise team because of that just pure raw skill that they have. Andy was more of that quiet sideline character you didn't see too much of, but it was always from the passes that Andy made it successful for this Baylor team. Off-bomb has been someone that has always been commented on. We obviously didn't see them in the grand finals, but Michigan State's off-bomb has always been one of the most incredible players and one of the most playmaking players in the entirety of the PEC.
And speaking of playmakers, we have the second team here as well for the All-PEC Rocket League, right? And it is, again, you're going to see a lot of names you recognize, right? There's Hoxer, who maybe just could get elevated to the first team after what we saw in the grand finals.
Yeah, Hoxer and Woozy, right? Those two players we just saw that were doing just as much, right, as some of those players on the first team. You also take a look at Gaines, right? That Ohio State player that we talk about, right? Maybe this year it wasn't your year to take on some of these top dogs, but you're here with the top dogs on this All-PEC second team because you have that skill, you have those capabilities. Tiz and Gababy from Syracuse as well, right? Very, very good job from them last night against Boise, making those goals, playing for the passing potential. All these players, both from the first and the second team for All-PEC, are well-deserved, and Rocket League has come to an end for us, but very, very good job from every single one of these players, and another congratulations to Baylor.
Yeah, big shout out to Baylor. They are your national champs in Rocket League. Speaking of national champions, we had Michigan State winning Smash last night. We could take a look at the All-PEC for Smash here as well. This was a very talented list of players. And again, like we saw in Rocket League, 4 of the 5 here were in last night's grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this was just insane from some of these players. I mean, you heard the casters mentioning how they were playing and the compositions that they were playing into, right? Running certain characters versus other characters, and the coaches. We always make, comments on how the coaches are using paper to go back and forth. It's such a digitized world, but it brings a level of sort of personality to the game, and I really do like it. And these players are the personalities that you want to look out for, right? That were doing such a good job last night. They were putting up their best, and they're putting up the competition. Syrup also there, right, from the Syracuse team. Wasn't able to make it to that grand finals, but did a lot against both the Michigan State and the Minnesota teams.
Speaking of Michigan State, you're going to see the rest of their roster on our All-PEC second team, right? That's just how dominant. 4 Spartans on your All-PEC team. Incredible job. You also got Nebraska represented there. And much like we talked about with Gaines, your team might not all be there, but there are players on these teams that are finishing 4th, 5th in the standings that can be that foundation.
Exactly, yeah, right? I mean, Minnesota and Michigan State, it makes sense that they're on that second team, right, and first team. But Nebraska, similar to, like you said, with Gaines on Ohio State for that Rocket League second team. These are the players that they may not have been up there this year, right? But they are the players that are really going to be playmakers going into future years of the PEC, and players that could really make a difference and be on those first teams and be championship level players moving on into the future.
Yeah, we heard the casters talk about it with Durtho, right? It's someone Boise State built their program around, right? First team All-PEC, the team makes it to the grand finals. Who knows, right? If one of these players here, speaking of, we have our All Valorant, right? That's going to end the night. Valorant, right? We have Boise State in the grand finals. Ohio State leading Michigan State 1-0 right now in our lower final. We take a look here at our All-PEC Valorant first team. And this one, maybe the most balanced because of just how deep PEC Valorant was.
Yeah, I mean, every one of these players, you have Onsage from Utah, Pretz from Syracuse, Waldy from Ohio State, Lemur from Michigan State, both Master and Skies from Boise State. All of these players in this past weekend have been on the leaderboard as one of the top fraggers because of how well they perform. I mean, you take a look at the sort of the 4 players on the right side here, Waldy, Lemur, Master, and Skies. These are the players that are competing right now. Well, not competing right now, but the middle two, right? Michigan State and Ohio State are competing right now to go up against 2 of these players from this all-PEC Valorant first team. And it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be chaotic. I mean, Lemur, one of those players that I've been following for a very long time this PEC season, always such a menace on the chamber, on that operator, such a good player.
And the second team, much like we saw with Michigan State, right? That all PEC Valorant second team, you're going to see a lot of blue, and that's why Boise State only had 1 loss all season.
Yeah, Prestige and Koss over there for this Boise State roster. Just really, really good players overall. Some coming out from Minnesota, and then a logical on that Michigan State team. I mean, you know, we talk about, once again, right, you see the players from Boise, you see the players from Michigan State, you see the players from Ohio State, but it's always those other players. There's one on each team so far that we've seen. Minnesota here, right? Such a good team, but they're right there at the cusp of what they could be compared to what they were this year, right? And it's moving that momentum into next year and into what you could be and into that potential of your team long term.
And moments away from our Overwatch Grand Finals, excuse me. So what better way than to wrap up our All PEC than with our All PEC Overwatch first team? Again, it'll be Boise State and Utah just moments away here. The Boise State Broncos, they will start with that 1-game lead, but both those teams all over that first team list like we talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are just incredible players here. 2 players from Utah, 2 players from Boise. Then you have King Donut that right there, right, for Ohio State. Yeah. Very, very good player for that Ohio State team. They did a really good job in the regular season. Didn't quite have what they were looking for during this bracket play, but that's kind of what happens at LANs, right? Sometimes things happen that you're not always ready for, but then you take a look at some of these other players that are sitting there, right? Strider and Clear, that duo of doom, right?
Yeah.
That is, you do not want to see those 2 combining on a dive against you because it is scary. You have No Sam, right? PD, we talked about just a little bit about them, right? PDK, that hit scan player, No Sam on that tank, just doing a really good job to give PDK that ability to really play the hit scan role like they're meant to play. And all of these players, these 5 players here, very, very good overall team. Obviously, there's no support players here.
I want to say, like, man, how did this team do it? Like, wait, somebody's getting flex and support. I don't know if they like that.
I think PDK did flex to Ana at one point during the PEC season, but I think you'd want to keep PDK on hit scan there, but very, very good players from this first team.
And for the second team as well, you're going to see maybe those X factors, the 2 DPS for our 2 teams, Boise State and Utah. Maybe those are the ones that are difference makers. But again, like we've talked about, we've got players from other teams that could be building blocks if you see Kansas there.
Yeah, right. I mean, you have Kansas in there. You also have, I believe that's Minnesota, right? Also in there, very good players that, right, maybe they just didn't do what you sort of expected or not expected, what you wanted them to do this season if you are one of their fans, right? Syracuse, Utah, Boise expected to
Top
do
3, right?
Exactly, right? That's what you kind of expect from them. But it's that Kansas team, that Minnesota team that are right there in the middle. And once again, that potential to move on to what they can be next year in competition. And you really want to look out for those players and those teams.
Yeah, congratulations to all our recipients on the all PEC teams for all 4 titles. A very fantastic job. It's just proof of that culmination of hard work, right? There's so many times, right, we talk about the team, and yes, at the end of the day, it's a team sport, right? Baylor's your national champion. Michigan State's your national champion. But it's the individual players that make those teams work, and so it's great to recognize some of those players. And again, you see a lot of the top teams, but every single title, there was a player in a 5th place, a 6th place team that you can be a building block going forward in the PEC.
Exactly, right? And that's the thing. And when you take a look at these, you know, the first team, it makes sense, right? Those all PEC teams, there's typically your rank 1, your rank 2, maybe your rank 3 teams that are going to be fighting for that championship. That's where they're going to be. But then you have those second teams, which are typically your players that maybe are not the most vocal, right? They're not always in the kill feed, but they're always there. They're always helping out, right? They're always making sure that those first team players can make in the kill feed. And then you also have those players that, you know, maybe they haven't done quite as much yet this season, but they're sort of those breakout players, those bubble players that could really make a difference for their rosters moving into future years of competition.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this yesterday with Smash when we were looking at it, right? Like, okay, Minnesota and Michigan State, they both have 2 on the first team. They're going to cancel each other out. We have that here in Overwatch, right? tanks on both sides, first team. DPS on both sides, first team. DPS on both sides, second team. How are those other players? How are those supports in particular? I guess we just hate supports when it comes to all PEC voting. But how are those supports going to make they're the X factor in this Boise State-Utah game in Overwatch? Again, Boise State, they come in as the defending champ. Wasn't an easy road. Didn't get the #1 seed. It was a three-way tie with Boise State, Ohio State, and Utah. The Broncos end up in that middle there. But they've kind of turned it on, right? And it's a term we always talk about, the Lanimals, right? And for Utah, you're going up against that Lanimal that is Boise State Overwatch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Utah, their players have experience competing at such a high level, but it's different when you're at that LAN, right? You're competing against that team that is above you, and you've been fighting them all season in the PEC and in so many other tournaments just to get yourself higher than them in that ranking, and you just can't quite do it. And you can feel that passion and that sort of desire to do better against that team. And I think we're going to see that tonight against Boise State. I think Utah is really going to give it all they can to prove that they can take on these Broncos. But I do think Boise is just such a good team, very well coordinated, and they just have such a long history. This is their last year, right? Yeah. They've played for 4 years together. They know what they want to play. They know how they like to play. They're very good players, and I think because of that, because of that passion, because of that drive, I do think they're going to take it. But Utah's not going to let them take it easily.
Well, you've been, I think, almost 100%, if not 100% so far, Ryan. So we have to put the pressure on. You've said Boise's going to win, but what does the series look like when it's all said and done?
See, I want to say I'm going to go 4-2. I'm going to go 4-2 here. I think Utah is going to be able to come out of the gate swinging. I think they're probably going to be able to take that map 1. I think it's going to go those map 1 jitters where, right, you don't quite know what's going to happen. I think if Utah can throw something out random that sort of throws Boise off guard, I think that's going to be a good win for them. And then I think, once again, I think if they get a map pick, it's going to be very, very good for them to take a long angle map for players like PDK and Teddy to take those off angles as well as that main angle. And I think if that can be done, especially with a ball ban all in the same map, I think that will go in the favor of Utah. I think Boise will win it, though. I think their team is strong. I think they're complex. I think their strategies are very unique as well, and that's what's been throwing a lot of teams off guard this season. And I also think they're just going to want it a lot more because they know it's their last time playing together as a team. So 4-2, that's my prediction.
Well, the defending champs are 1-1 right now in defending their titles, right? Michigan State did it last night. Boise State couldn't quite do it in Rocket League just moments ago. We're almost getting ready to go here with Boise State and Utah. Should be an absolute banger of a series, Ryan, here. Again, at the end of the day, we're going to have 3 national championships given away. We've got 1 more in Valorant as well. We've been keeping a very close eye, right? Boise State is in those grand finals. Ohio State and Michigan State, they're playing right now down in the HyperX Arena. 1-0 after the first map for Ohio State. That would be absolutely incredible for Ohio State, right? Who, as you've mentioned, #1 seed Overwatch, doesn't quite get it done. We talked about with Baylor, right? There's only 1 team left for Ohio State, right? They need to this is their last chance to defend that and maybe say, we're going to keep playing as a school.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a really important one for this game, right? This Michigan State-Ohio State game. There's a lot on the table, right? I mean, you're playing Boise, but this is that match, right? Michigan State has that feeling of like, okay, we won this last year. We can do it again. Sure, we have a new roster, but we played very, very well together. We can do this. Ohio State, on the other hand, right? This is your last chance, right? This is where you can make it. This is sort of make or break for your team to have a national title under your belt for 2026. And there's a lot driving on that as well. And so I think both of these teams are fighting really, really hard right now in that lower final to then go up against Boise, which they've both taken Boise to map 3. So it is going to be a competitive series, but it's going to be a lot. I also want to give love to some of these other teams that were able to make their way a little bit further, right? You have Syracuse making a little bit, right? Utah finding their way through and getting themselves over to Michigan State. Ohio State, like I said, they were doing such a good job, and they kept themselves alive for a long time in that upper bracket. I've been an Ohio State fan, it seems like, for this entire weekend, and this is sort of that title that they can really win, that they were sort of right there last year on, and they can do it this year, but it's going to take some work to do it.
Yeah, and also a big credit to Minnesota, right? Came in as the 7th seed, picked up a game. We're able to take that one as we see some of our highlights. This was from Boise State and Ohio State when they met in the winners semifinals, right? It was a 2-1 win for Boise State, and these teams were they're very close, right? I mean, Ohio State in the fall was undefeated, right? Now in the spring, I've talked to some of the casters. They say they think this Ohio State team may be peaking at the right time, right? Maybe they download what they saw against Boise State yesterday. I think the big thing that you and I have been talking about, right? this could potentially be a 5-game Valorant series, right? It is a best of 5. Boise State will get one, so technically before. Yeah. That's 2.5, 3 hours, depending on how, if you go into overtime. I think Boise State and Ohio State had like a 14-12 game in the fall. So these players need to be ready at 4 p.m. to potentially play straight through dinner.
Yeah, that's a lot of asking, right? I mean, Valorant is such a fast-paced game. Once those 30 seconds go away, and it takes a lot of you, right? Holding those pixel angles to find what you need to. And I mean, Boise, they're incredibly strong on Haven. That is the map. If you get to decide what map you're gonna just give to Boise.
That's the interesting part, right? For specifically Valorant, unlike in Overwatch, where it's like, hey, you're just gonna get one. The Ohio State will just kind of pick a map and say, we take the L on that one.
Yeah, I think if you're Ohio State, you just give them Haven. Or, sorry, if you're Ohio State or if you're Michigan State, you just give Boise Haven when you get to that point, because Boise's Haven is disgusting. They know how to play that map to such a high level of expertise, and it's always been domination whenever they play on that map. It's similar to how Syracuse was on Bind to a lot of these teams. That was the map that you do not want to queue into if you don't have to, right? And so I think if you're going to play that later on, that's the map to sort of worry about. And then you have maps like Lotus that are back in this map pool that give you that upper edge, right? If you have more experience than your opponent on some of these other newer maps, that is where things can really make a difference for you.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Again, as we know of right now, it is Ohio State 1-0 over Michigan State in those lower finals. When that game goes final or goes to a game 3, we will give you guys the update. But again, we are just waiting for our second national championship bout of the day. It is Boise State Overwatch taking on Utah Overwatch. A historic rivalry as well, just in general in the Overwatch sense. And with Utah joining the PEC this year, I think a lot of people were like, this is going to be good. And interestingly enough, right, it took this Utah team a few weeks to get going, right? I remember they were like 2-2. They had a crazy, I think, 5-game series against Kansas, I believe, and that kind of turned it on, and they've only dropped a couple games since. So they're just proving you don't even have to start fast sometimes in the PEC. It's how you finish, and a big shout out to Utah. I mean, the fact that we have 2 brand new teams representing, Baylor already won, Utah now. Imagine, if new teams get those mojo for those wins, that's a good vibe for the PEC.
Yeah, and you kind of think a little bit, it's like, is it beginner's luck, right? And that is sort of a question you have to say. It's like, is it beginner's luck? And there is an argument, but the other side of it is, okay, well, they've played like 18 weeks of a season. Is it really beginner's luck?
No.
And it's not. I mean, you take a look at how Baylor took on Boise, right? It was a 4-1 victory. Now, yes, it was a competitive 4-1 victory. However, that's not beginner's luck. That is domination. That is a great team that was here to win a championship, and they did. I think it's going to be similar here for this Utah squad, right? Is it going to be beginner's luck if they can win this? No, absolutely not. And that's because this Utah-Boise sort of rivalry has played each other multiple times already, and I think that is going to be where you need to put your cards on the table is, all right, is it going to be beginner's luck if Utah wins? No, it's going to be because they're playing perfectly. They have no Sam making that space for PDK to get the angles. They have Teddy on flanks making sure that the supports are going to stay alive on the Echo, right? That is a team that is well-oiled, and you need to come into this match swinging so that Boise State knows that you are not to be messed with.
And I do got to say, I will shout out Baylor, right? We were complimenting just the polo shirts. It felt like a business trip. They were locked in. It acted like they knew they were going to win. But, of course, for us, right, we didn't get our hashtag hype moment, right? I'm still looking for that in the championship game here. We both think Valorant's going to be that, but just that shooter genre, it kind of alludes to the fact that we're probably going to get a pop-off here. Again, I'm sorry to, I believe it was Stitch for Minnesota. I'm very sorry we keep playing this in your face. But just, I want to see this in a grand final, right? No offense to Syracuse. That even just forced a tiebreaker, right? That even win a series. I'm hoping somebody pops off and does that here. And I think Overwatch and later Valorant, as you mentioned, kind of build into that. Because shout out to Baylor. They just were like, all right, we knew we were going to win this. The polos were sharp. It was a business trip for them.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, you say sorry to Stitch there on Minnesota. I mean, you can also be apologizing to Syracuse because right after that, Minnesota 2-0'd them in the lower finals.
True.
So it's like, it's kind of a bittersweet for both sides of the teams there. It's great for us. We love to watch it.
Yeah,
but
we're going to play that. That is, so we're going to play that until somebody tops it.
That's going to be next year's highlight reel. I mean, you're going to see that.
That's the intro.
I like that.
I hope,
that's the
right?
hype
That's got to be the intro.
It's got to be.
Right?
I mean, it's so perfect. But I do agree with you, right? I mean, you take a look at some of these jersey designs from some of these teams, and we were talking about a little bit off camera is sort of how Baylor came into this. And it brings me back to what Doc was saying is like, these games should be boring, right? It should be a clean sweep. And I kind of got that vibe from Baylor. It's like they were in here in their collared shirts, right? They were ready to win the game.
Yep.
They won it. It was calm. It was simple. GG, go next, right?
Yep.
I liked it. I thought it was really, really clean from them. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of how football and basketball players will wear suits the day of their games.
Yep.
Very similar, right? Baylor wearing that collared shirt. I thought it was a nice design. It was also very different from some of the other teams here.
I will say the jerseys have been electric, though, right? No,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Minnesota, one of my favorites, have kind of got that hockey tie, which makes sense for Minnesota, right? Again, you love to just see the team spirit, right? And how these teams can kind of take this event to the next level. Again, we're just moments away from the grand finals. Boise State taking on Utah in Overwatch. Can Boise State defend this national title? They fell just short in Rocket League, with Baylor claiming their first PEC national championship. It is going to be an absolute blast. And as we've talked about, you'll recognize a lot of these names, Ryan, because they are on the all-PEC team as we take a look at Boise State's roster.
Yeah, I mean, this Boise State team is ready to fight. They've been together for such a long time. Like I said, if not all of them, I think the majority of them are seniors. And so this is their last time playing together. And that has an element of bittersweet, but also desire and grind and passion to make sure they win. Because if it's your last time playing with your team, you want to make sure that you have that on a good memory. And I think that is going to be probably the biggest thing for Boise. And outside of them just being an incredibly good team, this is our last time together, right? We want to make this good. We want to have that hype moment. We want to make sure that this is something that we can take with us outside of collegiate as we move on in the rest of our lives, right? This was a team that I played with for 4 years. I love them. They were great people, and I want to keep that in my heart for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and as we get closer, we did just get confirmation. Li Zhang is going to be our first map, Ryan. So I apologize to the casters. We're going to take some of your job, but break it down for me. How, Ryan, do these two teams match up? Because you mentioned you felt like if Utah needed to extend the series, they needed to win map 1. Do you think Li Zhang plays into that, or do you think that's maybe Boise favorite?
I mean, Li Zhang is that staple of Overwatch, just like Kings Row.
Yeah,
they are the maps.
Yes,
so
yes, they are. It's very vanilla to start.
Exactly, right? Like, so in terms of who it's more favored towards, it's pretty even, because these maps have been in the game for many, many years, since Overwatch 1. And so it's like, at the end of the day, who is it more favored towards? It comes down to composition, right? I mean, Boise's going to walk out on that wrecking ball composition with Strider. I would not be surprised to see that, right? Then you have Utah, right? What are they going to walk out on? And if they walk out on this Juno Brig composition, I think that is going to be really, really good for them. Because if Boise walks out on the ball and you see Utah walk out on Juno Brig, that ball is going to get shut down. Brig is a direct counter to that character. And so I will say, if Utah walks out on that and Boise walks out on ball, that's why I'll give them the map 1 victory, because unless Boise is willing to make that adaptation, it's going to be so much stronger for Utah, especially if they choose to switch to Maga later down on the road.
Be very interesting to see here. Again, it is a best of 7. Boise State will start up 1, though, however. So we're really going to play 6 maps. It's going to be very interesting to see what these two teams do. And again, I talked about it right before we went to the casters for the Rocket League one, right? If you're Utah, it feels like you need a dominant win to start off this series, right? If you go back and forth, we'll have to see. But we are ready to go. We're going to throw it over to our sponsors, but we've got our Overwatch Grand Finals coming up right after this.
You are.
It is time for our Overwatch Grand Finals from the lower bracket. First year in the PEC, it is Utah, No Sam, Teddy Apaya, PDK, Ray, and Sonic. And the defending national champions from the upper bracket, the Boise State Broncos, Lyric, Hex, Strider, Clear, and Maxwell.
Hello and welcome, Overwatch fans. We are here and we are live, folks. The PEC Championship Sunday is upon us. I'm FBI Tugboat here with me, Desirex. How are we feeling, my man?
I am pumped. I am excited. It's been a fun road getting here. There's a lot of storylines that we have to break down. And of course, between these two teams, there's been a lot of struggles going back and forth. One team takes it, the other team takes it the next step. So it's going to be a great finals.
A back and forth here, a back and forth. Tell me, folks, if you sense a theme here, national champions, Boise State from last year, coming in here to take on Utah, right? The only loss that Boise State takes during this most recent semester is a 3-2 barn burner against this Utah squad, right? Utah obviously 7-0, Boise State 6-1. How exciting! How exciting!
And it doesn't just stop there. We got to look at the bracket itself, right?
Yeah.
Boise did not drop a single map to any team other than Utah. So Utah's the only one that's been able to really pressure them, be able to take them down. So I think this is a proper finals.
Absolutely. Baylor Esports has taken a victory down in Rocket League. Big shout out Michigan State taking down that victory in Super Smash Brothers. We will have a national championship for Overwatch after this best of 7 series. Number 2 seed Boise State coming on in from the top side of this bracket, taking on 7-0 throughout the regular season, Utah. Very, very excited for this. I want to give a big shout out to Chris and Fish. They did a fantastic job of breaking down a lot of what we can expect to see here, Desirex. Anything else that you really want to highlight before we hop into this one in Lijiang Tower first?
Man, I do want to take some time to talk about the teams, starting with Utah. I think their journey and their growth has been amazing to watch. Like, it's what you really do want in collegiate. Considering you go to their regular season back in fall, they only fell to Ohio State, Boise State, and Syracuse. 3 losses. To recover from that and immediately go into spring and have the perfect season with the same roster, it shows a lot of growth. It shows that these players are getting used to what their identity is and how to really take it to these top teams. Because, again, one of the things I said the last time we were on camera was the conversation was, is it going to be Ohio State? Is it going to be Boise? Utah say, put us in the conversation too.
Mountain West squad coming out on top of that one. Indeed. Have to agree with you. We're looking at a situation here where both teams have a whole lot to prove. We talked a little bit Friday. I was not here yesterday. About what's at stake. Undying honor and glory, Desirex. Undying honor and glory. Or maybe it's less dramatic than that.
No, I feel it's the proper amount of drama to really have.
Yes.
Especially considering for both of these teams, they're going to have big graduates coming in, right? We have Sonic Ray, Nosam for Utah. We have Lyric Clear, Maxwell, and Daydream for Boise. So these teams are going to look very different next year, but that is a good reason to give it your best, the last hurrah in the PEC. Get that championship.
Kind of like an equivalent of like an esports homecoming a bit, right? Obviously, Idaho, Boise State, Utah. I'll let you guess what state that's from. Not too far away, right? So, obviously homecoming's always done at home, but they don't really have to travel too far here to the beautiful Las Vegas Strip. That's not the Strip. That's Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, we're seeing the first set of bands coming through and getting ready for this matchup right here. I mean, University of Utah, we've gotten a lot of good performance out of them, but they're going against someone who is red hot right now when it comes to the LAN environment. Again, only losing 1 map. Boise State have looked phenomenal in this bracket thus far, and the very clear favorites to take this series. Utah are going to have to step up and show that they can be part of that conversation once more.
Absolutely. And it's a question that is constantly asked by these esports competitors here. The lights, the sounds, the pressures of in real life competition. All of us,
it's a different
obviously.
environment.
It really is, because obviously all of us have so much experience. Wow, that is an early pick and a bad one. Strider, done, dusted. That wrecking ball. This is what we talked a little bit here. They were talking about some of these counters on the other side. They'd mentioned Sonic. I'm really going to be looking at PDK and Teddy, especially, this is a Tracer. That ultimate is basically on cooldown, Desirex.
Is that Lyric on Jetpack Cat as well? We are getting some of the new characters getting played out.
I'm right.
Top of your screen should be swapped. Don't you worry. It's Boise State on the left side, Utah on the right side. Of course, No Sam, always very happy to hop onto that Malga, be very aggressive with that level of play. But Teddy getting the better of Clear, these early exchanges, as we look for the capture, it's going to go Utah's way.
Yeah, for right now, big shout out. Forgot this earlier here, Desterex. Big shout out coaching staff here for Boise State that is shifting. That is Doc. You saw Doc on the stage here earlier. Big shout out, No Sam here, the coaching and player. Am I getting this right?
Got it all, man.
Seriously. Got the skills to pay the bills more than one way. Tracer on your screen right now. Goes for the shot, goes for the melee afterwards. Not quite going to find it in that boxing match. Now, this is a close quarters combat type situation. This Wrecking Ball on the other side has got to know that. That's that's Strider as of right now. Did I just notice this? Do Jetpack Cat and Wrecking Ball look a little bit similar in the top left?
Yeah, they do. They're both fuzzy, cute little fellas coming in. But
True.
Ooh,
Protocol.
this is not fuzzy and this is not cute. It's the Override Protocol coming out from PDK. He's been playing a lot of the M-Ray, and it's been working wonders for Utah. It's going to continue to work right now. Boise are able to capture the point and hold it for the time being, but it gets turned right away to Utah.
Yeah, once again, this is going to be Utah. No, Sam, we have our names correct here, folks. Sorry about that earlier. It's a live competition, right?
Yeah.
But yes, I'm right, PDK right there. That flies, it dies. the Jetpack Cat trying to get in with the rest of the squad, not going to happen as easily. Let's talk a little bit about ultimates. There's going to be a couple of things available for Boise State now. Immediately used from the Jetpack Cat. Takes one on a long walk up a short pier. The Maga as well. That's a fantastic job. Marga's a hard target. Hard to kill, my man.
Yeah, you know what? You don't have to go through the HP bar if you just take him right off the map. But here comes PDK, looking to take a 3v1, biting off way more than he can chew.
Yeah.
Falls to Lyric. The grand scheme of things, Sonic's able to get the better of Clear, but this allows Boise some positioning onto the point to try and fight back. Lyric's got to be careful. Being on Jetpack Cat, you are kind of vulnerable when you're up in the air of getting picked off. But Maxwell picks up 3 kills back to back to get the Broncos back in.
Jan Sport play of the day. That's a backpack carry right there. Maxwell just whips this one out. Now, is it Maxwell? Yeah, Maxwell. Sorry about that. I thought there was an R in there.
Fun fact, his name is Mark, so that's probably why, you know?
Did you say his first name a minute ago? Am I the one going crazy here? Or am I just hearing things? 33% right here for Boise State after Utah. Now staring at a situation where they're just going to have to come back a little bit. This is not a cage animal you really want to mess with, and PDK just keeps their eyes on the prize when it comes to Hex. Main source of healing now for Boise State. Done, dusted, and deleted.
Yeah, the story is always going to be that Override Protocol. You get that ultimate back so fast on the M-Ray, and PDK, he's fantastic at this character. A lot of the big turns of momentum have come through him, and you can see it's still being found as Clear goes down to PDK, and holding the ground is going to be Utah.
Yeah, gotta assume that Lyric's going to use that one. They do. Overtime counter has been started, but Maxwell falls in the thick of things. Long walk, short pier, tank goes, Hex down as well. Clear is still here, though, and they have that one. No, it's a headshot. Fantastically done. They had to know that that tracer bomb was going to come out. Sub-map number 1 goes the way of Utah, 100-50, so a little bit of back and forth, but doubling up is Utah.
Yeah, this is why you can't count Utah out. They've been incredible throughout the majority of the PEC. Again, the bracket, the only team that took a map off of Boise State throughout this PEC playoffs. And you can very clearly see why. PDK on the M-Ray is phenomenal, is fantastic, and it definitely paid a lot of dividends here. There was some change-ups that we have not seen from the regular season from Boise State. I have not seen Lyric play Jetpack Cat before, so this is something that they definitely prepped for this grand finals to pull out. Just didn't work in this first round.
I feel like if you know No Sam's going to play on one of these characters that can't get like some crazy movement off, like to come back from and off the side type play. But Maxwell over here on the Farah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Getting inside, just kind of break up the lines of Utah. This is never a bad decision, in my opinion, right? Just kind of break up the communication lines and resources. No, left on an island by themselves, and Teddy's going to drown.
Strider right in the face. Every time he sees you, he will be rolling onto your direction. Now here comes No Sound grabbing a kill onto Clear as well as Hex. So Utah, they're still finding those priority targets. You're down to Lucio. Support that you really need for a lot of these elongated fights, and it's making a struggle for Boise State as right now Utah going to hold the point.
look at Sonic, right? Just kind of locked on. Well, as soon as you hear that ball and whip to it, just the reticle goes right on top of it. That is the easiest way to start that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 15 healing a second, but it's also area of effect, and that goes to everybody. Taking a look on the inside, nasty purple, and PDK cannot keep it alive from there. Dive inside, Lyrics gonna fall for their aggression previously, and it's a pinstripe kill feed yet again.
Ooh, Strider's doing a lot of work, but so is NoSam. This is the battle of the tanks now coming through as NoSam getting into the face, tank-on-tank combat. Now running into the fray will be NoSam. He's getting low, but still heals up each and every time. Now looking to target NoSam down. Maxwell will grab that kill and put a stop to that barrage from the Mauga.
Need the fat one there, trying to get up to the corner. They do. I think that anti actually hit onto the... Yes, it did, onto the wrecking ball here, so we're going to stare down the barrel of Mauga for a couple of seconds, move on over, and PDK, we get in time just to see them find their ultimate demise. Can't quite get out, Strider can't. Fast as all heck. Can't quite get out, though.
Yeah. Teddy on this Tracer is always going to be a threat to your back line. He knows how to maneuver well with this Tracer. Doesn't really need too much time. He's found Hex multiple times, and not having that Lucio, it definitely does hurt the chances of Boise State. And now this is where things get a little bit tricky, right? Utah's composition, it's about marching forward. That's what I think every time I see Juno and Brig. Paired along with the Mauga, it's very hard to break that frontline advance, that march that Utah brings.
Perhaps an idea, just, sectioning out, CCing Sonic away. That's as best as I got right now. Those armor packs can still get there, and Maxwell, once again, Teddy was left on an island earlier. It's going to be Maxwell's time now. Here comes a Juno ultimate, nasty purple. NoSam going to be able to get out the rest of that. Here comes Nano. Got to make something happen, and got to make it happen now. And Soundbarrier drops throughout the thick of things. A lot of players needing a lot of help. But PDK, protocol's there. Should have saved it. They do not. Utah takes this one down 2-0 fashion. Did both of those go 100 to 50? Did I count that right?
I can't count.
Oh, fair enough.
No
fair enough. Your winners here. Daventry, believe that's there for Utah in the back as well. Shout out there on the coaching staff and support. We always love that here for our collegiate esports teams.
I don't think anyone saw this game going just as a clean sweep for Boise. Again, the battles that both of these teams have been pretty tremendous so far, and this was a great display coming out of Utah. First foot out of the gate. They start off strong, bringing NoSam in. That aggressive front line, that Brig Juno combo that you get that just always wants to go forward. And it really was too much for the Broncos to take in this map number one.
Yeah, it is tough when all of your composition is kind of based on more on this dive, right?
Yeah.
Either sectioning stuff out, wrecking ball, splitting a team in half, and dealing with either half, right? A divide and conquer type situation. Obviously, we'll be going on to a different game mode next, but definitely something they're going to have to monitor coming into the next, because perhaps a more brawly type composition, something with a shield for your tank, maybe something that'll change here instead of just a pure DPS output that Mauga provides.
I mean, one of the things I did like... Oh, God, there we go with the jetpack cat. One of the things I did like is it shows that Boise have at least come in with kind of a different playbook than what we've seen from them throughout the regular season. They're trying out new things, and they're trying out, to see if this is the answer, if trying to keep a lot of stuff like jetpack cat hidden is going to catch Utah off guard. But eventually, when you find out stuff like that doesn't work out, you still got to go back to the tried and true. We haven't seen the identity of the Broncos that we've known from the PEC regular season show just yet.
And also, to an extent, the Jetpack Cat Ultimate is a fantastic answer for a lot of different tanks, especially in situations where you have any sort of when you have any boob capabilities, right? You just take them off the side of the map. Don't worry about a res. Don't worry about shields. Don't worry about heals, right? At the end of the day, this is also pretty easily read out by a Life Weaver and just using your Life Grip, right? And this is even a cooldown ability, right? It's not even necessarily like an ultimate, so it's something that can very easily be read out, and that's why Overwatch is so beautiful, right? Because there's this constant chess match back and forth, this push and pull, like you're a cat needing like a blanket or something like that, right? Trying to find that perfect spot. When you do, you're gonna come out on top. 0-2, but honestly, I would be wildly surprised if this ended in a 4-0 sweep for the side of Utah. They are goated right now. They show that they have everything, all the skills to pay the bills, but this has been back and forth. That's the theme that's been established between these two teams for semesters now, and I'd be very surprised if we didn't see both of these teams take at least one.
And technically, this was the great equalizer that Utah needed, right? Because coming into this match, you are in the upper bracket if you're Boise State, and Boise State, that means you're going to get a free win in the grand finals. So now being able to even that up, hey, now it's pretty much come down to just a best of 5 between these two squads. So Utah showing that, they are heavy hitters. They can bring their best when they need it, and especially at a critical moment like the grand finals, this is the stage to show up.
Yeah, so the standard, or perhaps just the way this has been done in the past, is the bracket reset, right? Team coming in from the upper side, obviously doing things a little bit differently here. So a little bit less wiggle room is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So Overwatch, any hero shooter, right? Any FPS at a certain extent, any strategic game, it's about realizing exactly what it is that you did in the previous match that you want to recreate, and what your opponent oppositely did that led to them going forth and taking down a victory, and then stopping that, right? And in Overwatch, it's this beautiful little dance, like, what do I think they're going to take from this geographically different map with a different game mode into the next, and on top of that, add everything that we know about them from the regular season.
Well, I can tell you right now what Utah are probably going to continuously take until it's banned. Emre.
Yep.
PDK on Emre.
This makes sense. I mean, right now, like...
Yeah, he's incredible on that character. I mean, the character itself is already pretty strong.
Yes.
But considering how often you are able to get your ultimate and just start override protocol, jump up, begin to rain death upon the enemy team, that's something that Boise State are going to have to figure out. How do we stop PDK from kind of taking out, a lot of our squad when he's allowed to just open up and fire?
It's true. I mean, frequently the answer is either something very, very simple like a shield tank, or just something a little bit more complicated and a little bit more encompassing of your entire team composition, which would be something like, Kiriko blink out. You also have a Lucio to positively influence the speed of your teammates, other stuff like that, right? Zarya bubbles, other things like this. But then it comes the other question, right? How much of your team composition do you want to change around the entire ideal of one character? Now that Emre was just absolutely wrecking. Every single protocol override, I believe, was at least 1K. And we can have conversations about how maybe this ultimate lasts a little bit long, right? I am not a game developer, folks, but
maybe we got to do a little balancing,
a couple of seconds less or something, or maybe just 2 of those fat shots, or making a situation like others have suggested, where you have to kind of make a decision between the light shots or the heavy shots, right? Heavy shots, doing like 150 per individual shot, and then more if you're in the AOE, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
I mean. For the most part, there is going to be a map where they ban the Emre. I know there's going to be a map where they ban the Malga as well. That was kind of a no-Sam special. He looks fantastic on that character, and especially when he's able to get the cage fight going on your back line, just try and pick out a few supports that he can go ahead and 1v1. You can tell that Boise, it feels like they're on their back foot when they don't have their support line together. A lot of that just comes from the natural progression of having a Wrecking Ball comp. Boise State are very... smitten by Wrecking Ball, to say the least. I remember I had interviews with Strider in the past. The dude just tells me ball is love, ball is life, and that was the entire interview.
Spin to win, baby.
But if you have no Sam on Malga jumping into your backline and you don't have a dedicated tank really helping you out there, then you are going to have some issues trying to bounce back.
Yeah, because that's the difference, right? Because Malga has sustain, has plenty of ability to get enough damage on by themselves, and especially if you hit multiple members and you start that burn early, now there's that little bit of the mental timer, right? It's like, I might have taken damage, but now I'm on fire and I'm actually taking more damage, fire alarm bells in the head, right? And it's going to be an earlier situation where other teammates of yours have to pull their attention away from whatever they're doing to come forth, peel for you, and keep you alive, especially if you're a healer here. Also, playing these super divey tanks kind of forces your hand when it comes to the healing support, right? Like Juno obviously can get heals off from quite a distance. Lucio, not so much.
Yeah. And we are now stepping into game number 2.
Yes.
See if the Broncos can bounce back or if the Utes have found their stride. Very curious to see what characters will get picked coming into this one, because you do have a lot of these long corridors that you have to play around. And already we're seeing some changes on the Utes. Jetpack Cat going to be picked up, as well as another new character, the Mizuki, that gets locked in for the Utes as well. So
not against it.
What was that?
I said not against it. Sonics showed us what they can do with this healing core specifically. Mizuki, Ray Stan on over towards their Jetpack Cat. Kind of seems like a little bit of a comfort pick, maybe. Bans, though, this is what I want to talk about. This is kind of what surprised me a little bit. Roadhog, Anna, we will not see them for their respective teams.
Yeah, interesting ban. Reading into kind of no Sam's playstyle. I can completely understand the Roadhog. The interesting one stands out for me is going to be the Ash. I'm assuming for the Wrecking Ball more than anything else. Could be an issue going forward here, but I do want to say the supports were swapped by the Utes. They're not going for the new supports. They're going to go for their kind of dive duo that they've been locking in with the Brig Juno combo. But here we go, first round now underway.
Big rotation here. Nobody really likes coming from up top there. People say whatever they want to. Nobody actually likes coming through there. Now, did they get him off the side? They did not. Spin to wins remains alive there. Strider. No! Oh. There you go, Sonic. Give them a taste of their own medicine. I don't boop you. You don't boop me. I boop you, sir.
Yeah, unfortunate for Strider right there. Kind of hitting a home run. Sonic knocking it right out of the park, quite literally to that extent. Now the Broncos looking to march forward. They have to get through the defense of the Utes, and that's where things are tricky. Hex is already taken out by NoSam. You can see NoSam chasing onto the ball, pumping in damage onto the Broncos and making it hard to capture the site.
Spin to win, thing for a reason. Strider got down to actual one. One. You always got to pay attention to the bottom left there, and we are a thumbnail away, 4.3% specifically, away from attacking team taking their first tick. Yeah, especially when, once they change Maga so that you can't CC him as he's doing his charge in. It's really just a, hey, it's time to get out of dodge type situation once you see that charge get initiated.
Man, but what a fight coming out from the Utes. The damage that you got from the Mauga, NoSam being able to just stand in there and constantly pump in damage. And again, this brawlish-like composition that the Utes like playing. It's getting the better of the Broncos so far. And now, taking a look at some of the ultimates right now, it's just a sticky bomb for both of our Tracers. And already one getting picked off right there. Clear, able to find NoSam. That's significant right there for the Broncos. Down a front line is the Utes.
Ah, man, but the other tank on the other side can't quite get out first. This is some quintessential Overwatch, man. Tanks falling first. That's what we love to see. NoSam will be back for the rest of the squad just a little bit. Teddy gonna look to attack this one from on high. Just use that sticky bomb. Won't see it for another couple of seconds. Now hitting, what, they're coming up to the second to last turn for this entire point, SRX.
This is a really quick stride found by the Utes. But now we are going to have some pretty big ultimates that are coming online. Same for the Soj. Kitsune rush as well for Lyric. Not far off will be the sound barrier. Boise, they do want to combo these ults, so they got to be careful not popping them a bit too early.
Yeah, speaking of PDK, like I said Friday, right? The best block is simply not to be there. Mr. Miyagi said it best. They just PDK pulls that, they get away from it immediately. 91% here from the Mogul to have that cage fight coming up here soon. Strider looking to get back involved. There's a minefield, there's a couple of Ks. Clear. Hex, we'll see you back in spawn room.
And that's that support power that the Utes have. They're able to put down the orbital array alongside the rally, and it's so much that the Broncos have to get through. They're just crumbling at this next fight. Lyric finally takes down Teddy, so the Tracer gonna have that Mosquito swatted out of the way. But what do the Broncos have left? Because this push, it's not slowing down.
Back and forth they went. Lyric not going to be able to take it. Teddy gives him the no. My friend, I'm a DPS, you're a healer. Learn your role, play it best. 4 minutes and 20 seconds coming up here as we're getting again to the next last turn on the last point. Sound barrier is going to be available here for Hex and the rest of Boise State. We'll have a couple of DPS ultimates available as well. No Tracer bomb for this one. Decides not to. Does get it? No. Right behind the back. Here comes. Here's one. Maxwell Sojourn took the words out of my mouth. It's weird when the character says what you're about to commentate and say, right?
I mean, Ray going down. Nice pick coming out from Maxwell. And this is pretty significant right here. Not willing to play the Wrecking Ball anymore. Strider goes on to the Malga. So going to give the Utes a taste of their own medicine.
Taking a look. Utah lost the previous team fight. Now it's time to get involved. Bunch of shots. Here it comes.
Sound barrier.
That's going to be enough to keep Boise State alive on the defensive side. Here comes a PDK overload, looking for the Roadhog, looking for more. Everybody's just getting out of dodge. They got to move payload while this is going on. Teddy's the only one to fall.
Yeah, and I like this from the Broncos. They all got into cover. Override protocol couldn't really find too much. It allows the Broncos to find some picks of their own. They're finally stopping the momentum of the Utes. PDK grabs Maxwell. Lyric trying to stay alive. Will find NoSam, and suddenly the Utes have been stopped.
Yeah, fantastic job. So PDK literally just waits out the sound barrier. I mean, damage came in pretty much immediately, so they didn't have a whole lot after that. But that sound barrier just doesn't last very long. Immediately, PDK pulls it out. Everybody, just beats feet, gets out of dodge, right?
Yeah.
Do find one tick, but that was just, or 1K, excuse me, on the other side. But that was just from the teammates picking off what was trying to get away from that ultimate as quickly as possible. Teddy opting. This is probably not the best team fight over here on this corner. Teddy actually going to beat their counterpart. Excuse me. Unfamiliar with your game.
Cage fight going to be used as well. Strider looking to pull in the members of the Utes and take them down, but No Sam is holding ground and fighting back. Will break the chains. Now Sonic gets the better of the Broncos. And it wasn't a matter of if this push would make it to the end. It's a matter of when you have that ult economy of the Utes, when you have this brawly dive comp that the Utes like to bring in. Now the Broncos at the very end of the road looking to fight back, but Maxwell gets one.
Clear. The venture out here for the stall was fantastic, but once Sojourn gets involved, can't stay alive, gets a little bit too farther away from their healers. PDK trying their own hand. Headshots and more abound here. It's going to be the Maga on the other side. Boise State trying their best. Here comes the sound barrier again. When does Hex not have the sound barrier?
It's always up. It's always available. He makes it seem that way at the very least. But Ray, they are putting on a clinic.
Okay.
Kills going across the map, and the Utes will complete the payload push.
Nicely done. Nicely done there. What is that? 2 minutes and some change. We'll be there.
Yep.
They counted down from before we switched before we could get there. 2 minutes and some change, which is a pretty solid Numbani map.
It really took some time before the Broncos were able to figure out what works and what could slow down the Utes, because for the entire first 2 to 3 minutes, it was just pure Utah push.
All Utah all the time. It really was. And the thing is, there wasn't even some massive changes hero comp wise, right? That forced this out. It was just a little bit of the cleaning up of the edges there from Boise State, and a fantastic hold in the last little bit. I mean, if they'd gotten that in there, you're talking about closer to, if they'd have just gone straight from second point all the way in, you're talking about closer to 5 minutes than 2, and that is how maps are lost, right? Allowing just a couple seconds sometimes, but obviously 3 extra minutes is completely insurmountable.
I mean, there were definitely some adjustments, very minor from Boise's side. Obviously, it's the gameplay more than anything that had to come together. But the big shocker to me was just Strider taking out the Mauga, and it paid some dividends to slow down the push. But now the Broncos need to figure out what's going to get this going as fast as possible so they can match Utah's stride.
Freya Tracer, I'm not against this one at all. The idea is being a little bit, there you go, now mid-range damage. When you look at a team comp, you frequently will look at a theme here, and Clear is just completely invalidating my point immediately. So Tracer Freya will be the move. Maxwell takes a lot of damage here early. We'll be able to get back, not have to pay for that one.
You definitely want to get this Tracer in, maybe try and find PDK. Again, he's on that Emre, and Emre is so strong in his hands, so strong in general. Strider, I'm going to bail out, but has good awareness of where those health packs are. And this is what Strider's job usually is, right? You want to get in there, you want to push people around, knock them off the map if you can, get them out of these choke points, and find a angle that the Broncos can march forward in.
Absolutely. Maxwell falls. PDK, the Emre, finds that, and another one afterwards. Utah holding strong right here. At a 3v5, you come back from this one. Lyric did not get the memo, unfortunately. Because at this point, you have to think about feeding ultimates on the other side, right? And every percentage point really matters here. Now, Strider's not going to take enough damage. Wow, okay. Once Teddy gets involved, Strider will take enough damage to not be able to get out. Now, that's 700 damage or something like that. That's some serious ultimate charge you just gave to this defending squad.
And PDK is still unstoppable. It's been so hard to match the damage output that PDK has on this Emre. You can see he's holding this choke point right here, has a little bit of a peak and angle that you can keep bringing in that damage. Strider's going to look to do what Strider does best and interfere with your backline, try and get them off of their balance for this push, but this push is coming in very slow for the Broncos.
Just love it, the Sonic right there. And hitting the donk, the denial, right? The flail whip. Here it comes. PDK looking for it. Jump off the side there. PDK kept alive by teammates. Heavy shots attempted down low. Finds it. Prey is going to be the target on the other side. Now looking for a little bit more. Got the thick of things. Teddy gonna follow as well. Hex there, so a 4v4 for a couple of seconds until the main support now for Boise State falls. They'll have Hex, the only player left to get them heals, and that will not keep it alive. Clear on a solid one, but probably wanted to have saved that one for the next team fight, Deserex.
PDK, you gotta watch out for this man. If you were looking at the health bar, it was kind of yo-yoing back and forth until it went full and the bodies hit the floor for the Broncos. PDK, again, you're just going to keep hyping up this man because he's that good. Makes Utah look tremendous, and the Broncos still yet to capture the point to get the payload going. Going to try and give their best in this next push. Kitsune Rush was used. Sound Barrier will be up in just a second.
Use it.
The Broncos got to make it work.
Yeah, Sound Barrier, so a solid decision on the other side by Hex here, but it's going to be Strider. They were waiting for the cage match. Immediately pull that out. You lay that entire area with a minefield. They can't go anywhere. Fantastically done. Fantastically done. This is going to be the solo here, and this makes sense from the Tracer to try and stagger this out and take a little bit of time off that clock. Right, every second matters.
So that 1-2 punch, that support combo, Kitsune Rush with the Sound Barrier, coming online at the right time, at one of the most crucial times for the Broncos, because this was a slow first capture for them. It means they're going to have to make up a lot of ground as they get this payload forward.
Clear. Looking for their counterpart. The Clear and Teddy 1v1 has gone back and forth so far. We'll try and keep track of the scoreline between those two. Two Tracers. Who comes out on top? PDK now on your screen, 2 points away from that override protocol if they so choose. They're inside, and this would not be ideal, though. Here it comes through. Get out, and you're not going to like the result. Fat shots, light shots, we'll take them all here as Maxwell follows a little bit of damage there. Trying to find the last, not going to. Hey, 2 is still going to be a solid K. Defense comes out on top.
Ooh, and the stick goes out. Right on to Strider. Strider, a lot of punishment. He will be able to bail out just in time, though, getting pinched by Teddy right there. Teddy's Tracer, another deadly factor for Utah. Strider's going to jump in. He's going to go deep, but his health is running on the low side. He's got to be careful. Does have the minefield available to try and cut out some of the positioning from Utah, but this is a struggle right now. Looking for the stick. Can't find it. Clear has to bail out.
Yeah, and that was the minefield laid down by Strider as well. The only issue with this is, once payload moves through this area, you have to do this at a time when you know that payload's going to be actually held steady, because they're willing to give up, 10 meters or something like that just to get out from there. It'll roll back afterwards. Here it comes. The Freya ultimate. Not finding anything quite yet. And again, Utah just realizing the best idea is just to back up, wait for a couple of seconds. We'll be right back to this and back in the lead. Post haste. Here we go. Kitsune Rush. Headshots and more are going to be their reward after pulling that one. Turning the attention on high. This Juno is not going to get out. Clear finds him. Clear finds a second. Clear looking for a third.
Clear is on fire right now. Finds the 3K. He's hunting down the Utes. Wants to pick up one more and will be able to do just that. No, can't finish now. Does get the auto. It's Lyric who will get the kill credit. But again, that was off the back of the Kitsune Rush. Every time that's up, it's a big push for Boise.
Fantastically done here. Some Tracer play for the ages, my friends. Maxwell doing some fantastic jobs on the Sojourn as well. Try to put the MA grenades out here and kind of just spam this area, make it so that it's not going to be as easy to try and get that poke damage from the outside. No flankers here. Here it comes.
Oh, man.
Clear again.
Your worst nightmare.
Can't tell me you're surprised, Deserex.
Oh, no, not surprised at all. Override protocol so deadly. Drops down from the heavens and gets the shot still. PDK is a menace. Fighting through those, Strider will find the pick on the no sound, but he's caught in a bad spot. He will fight his way out through brute force. The Broncos keep going.
You ever seen a wrecking ball used to play pinball? That's what we just watched. Tracer on the other side. She's going to want going down the gutter. Strider on point. Boise State, they will not be able to take this with more time, given that they're at 135 or so, and there's 131 on the other, even if they ran all the way through with 3. But getting to the end of this, it's looking more and more possible every second. Hex Sound Barrier coming out right here now. Looking at the Juno ultimate. Ray keeping the squad alive. Sonic is going to have their hands full with this diving tank on the other side. And Maxwell does find out another DPS counterpart. Sonic's got to get back with the rest of their squad. Barely does. That ultimate may be online here soon. No! Clear, clear, and clear.
Yeah, and he's just clearing a house as Clear stepping up on this Tracer when the Broncos need him most. As you said earlier, it's still not going to be in time to beat what Utah did, but we will have another round for that one as Maxwell cleans it out at the very end with 2 picks.
Yeah, so getting this with time is ideal. Once you hit past that 131, and especially after you hit sub 60, doesn't really matter. You're going to get a full minute, right? So a 31-second advantage will be Utah's coming into the second part of this map, number 2 of Numbani. Got the play sheet out there. I love it. I love it. Doc Haskell, shout out to the man.
Yeah, shout out to Doc Haskell. Has done his best to bring this team together and instill a culture within them to try and find success. Kind of seen that through the seasons that we've had for Boise State, this team coming together. They've definitely had their struggles. They've had their ups. They've had their downs. I know in fall, Clear was doing a lot of tryouts for a lot of professional circuit teams. So,
nice.
They had to try and make do without him every now and then, but when they are together as a cohesive unit, man, they really can come together. And they need that right now, especially after the way this game went. It's time to kind of put the pedal to the metal. And we're seeing that right now as the metal's going to be locked in for Maxwell. Going to take that Bastion on this next move, but no, swapping it out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the hover thing, right? You can never really lock it.
It makes sense, especially given that our voices can be heard within this LAN environment. Interesting DPS picks, I'll say, there from Boise State. A theme being established, perhaps, is large bursty damage up close in your face. Now we see what...
I love this combo.
Yeah, right? Well, we obviously see on the other side where, one of these healers is going to utilize their ultimate. We're having a slow look right now. It's casual. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's Championship Sunday. It's just not matching the vibe as much. That's okay.
Oh, man. Well, we got to get to the action, man. Maxwell's in the air right now. He's getting taken out. DDK will grab it clear. Takes out Teddy in the Tracer versus Tracer matchup. Now jumping in. Utah trying to do their work. Strider is going to play that backline interference once more, but it's hard to when a choke point is held by Utah.
Nicely done. Healer down here first. The fact that it's a Lucio is big for the squad, but that Lucio will be fast and back here soon. Lyric! The Jetpack Cat coming in to ruin your day.
Yeah, Lyric comes in, gets the job done, puts in the claws, and it gets enough work done for the Broncos. Sonic falling down to support. Ray's getting critically low as well. Both supports have fallen for the Utes, and suddenly this is looking good for the Broncos.
Looking fantastic. Strider not able to get out, doesn't matter. Sacrifice the body for the squad. That's third tick. Staring on the barrel, 90%, and nobody touches. Another point awarded here for Boise State. Maxwell, though, Utah might just be looking at this like, hey, we lost that one. Let's just shut them down afterwards. Flirting with ultimate is PDK. Flirting with ultimate is this Tracer. These DPS is ready to go crazy in just a second.
Ooh, 2 different angles that you got to pay attention to. Teddy's putting on the pressure. Jetpack Cat's still flying around here. Looking for the push is Boise, and they are getting it going. That Mauga is such a difficult target to have to take down and have to break through. Boise are going to have to work overtime, especially when PDK has the override protocol. He takes the skies, pushes away Boise, finds Hex, and suddenly the Broncos are falling one by one. That ultimate is so strong, and it'll stop the push of the Broncos. Up next will be the Utes.
Nicely done. Boise State will be getting 4 points for this push. Barring the absolutely apocalyptically unlikely situation that they take the exact same distance and then come off a point. It is possible. It's just incredibly unlikely. Temporary pause here for just a second. 4 total points going the way of Boise State. Utah will have their work cut out for him a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Sub 60 seconds means we're going to get some progress on the point, but probably not open it up and really definitely not get it past that first little elbow again. This is a huge... The thing about Numbani is once you actually open up this payload, there's a huge choke point right there under that little walkway, under that little bridge right there, Desert X.
Yeah, for the Broncos, they're going to have to put on the best defense that they absolutely can to try and hold what is essentially going to be 2 onslaughts coming out from the Utes. And that's going to be tricky for them. We'll see what kind of strategy they'll go for, what kind of lock-ins they'll go for, if they still want to take the Wrecking Ball and kind of play onto that backline that they've been doing, or if they want to maybe change it up, try and find something that can hunker down a little bit more, or maybe even do what Strider did in the previous game where he decided to match him Mauga versus Mauga.
Hey,
you're gonna have to have some pretty good calls here.
Now you're cooking, Desert X. Now you're cooking. We have not really seen Yeah, I mean, we've seen mobile dive characters, but basically it's been Wrecking Ball on the one side, right?
Yeah.
And then the Mauga on the other side. It would be very, very interesting, right? We've seen plenty of DPS head-to-heads, right? We've seen some Tracer on Tracer. That's been one of the more electrifying parts of this matchup thus far, but Boise State put a real solid foot forward here to go ahead and tie up this series 1-1 early, right? Or no, excuse me. It is now tied 1-1, correct? Because Boise State came in with the advantage, the 1-point advantage, given that this was they were coming in from the other side of the bracket, correct?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but for this, I don't know. It's still kind of scary for me if you are Boise State, because you know that PDK is coming in on the Emre, and you know that Emre charges ult incredibly fast. That works so well for what Utah want to do, because even if the first push doesn't work, by the time you get to the second push, ult's available. You're going to be bringing in that override protocol. That's something the Broncos have to watch out for.
It is. It is. We've talked a little bit about it before. I mean, dude, even a Sigma with his grasp, obviously the projected barrier. I mean, there are plenty of opportunities tank-wise to commit to that, but it kind of seems like, and that's what we're seeing right now again, that what this is really is this is just a faith in your healing core and in your DPS core. It's basically a statement saying, I have faith in your abilities to either communicate with us and so we can peel back for you, or just to stun, CC, damage, by any means necessary, take out that tank and just stay alive.
So Strider is going to stay on the Wrecking Ball for this one. This is a little bit of a Maxwell special. He enjoys playing the Torbjorn in critical moments like this.
Okay.
And so, you can put down the turret and try and have that be part of your defense.
Should probably be teleport first and then change.
Yeah. And that's going to be the case right
to
there.
The Tracer, almost certainly. Yep, they'll be back out here. And it makes sense. You save your team a couple of precious seconds that only can't matter more outside of this now. Quick rotation. They put a little bit of pressure on, but that's mostly just like a, hey guys, look what we're doing, right? There's an invitation. Step into my parlor for the spider to the fly.
Oh man, I'm looking at the ult cooldowns. I'm just looking at BDK. How quickly can he get that override protocol? Strider kind of hanging off on the side. PDK will find the turret for the Torbjorn, but now looking to hold control of the point is Utah. It is contested right now, so no one's gone down just yet. That's when things are gonna look to explode. Strider's too low, and he will fall to Ray.
You see, this is exactly, Jester X, what I'm talking about. But Maxwell, the Maxwell special coming out and singing Supreme. Clear finds another one as well. And no Sam. No, you got to get back. You got to get back at this one. Don't try and take this 1v4. You have 30 seconds or so.
That's
this
huge.
Utah squad does. And because they only took it to 61% Jester X, you're going to have to get that entire second tick.
Yeah, this is not working in the favor of Utah now. I'm still going to look for that override protocol to be the clutch for Utah.
Yeah.
But right now, if you take PDK down early, you can win this as the Broncos. That's going to be a big target. Broncos, one more defense if they want to win this map.
Flying in at this one. You can't lose your main support first. Clear turns our attention to the skies. Anti-aircraft cut in the form of a Tracer. Overtime now triggered. No Sam can't get out. We have an ultimate available for Torbjorn.
Teddy's down. No Sam's down.
No need.
Sonic's down. They're all going down. The defense was found by the Broncos. And Utah putting their best foot forward. Couldn't do it in OT, and the Broncos will lead.
Boise State gallops on here. Takes it the advantage here in the series. 2-1 in this best of 7. And hey, I don't want to call it... Like, you can't really call it a skin in the teeth play when you come out and do that in overtime, but getting sub 60 is never a great feeling, right? Like, finishing the map with sub 60 is never a great feeling.
And look at this, playing the game, going to Maxwell on his Torbjorn. This was a clutch swap, right? On the Torbjorn, he's very proficient at it. It does provide additional defenses to try and stop what Utah were looking to do. But again, I really did put so much emphasis on PDK getting his ultimate to be able to fight and get the push going for the payload. He never got it in time. We got the backline picks needed by Maxwell to make this a win for the Broncos.
Yeah, fantastically done. It's arguably the most important time of these matchups is right now, right? Talking to the squad, getting coached up. Again, shout out Shifty, shout out Doc for Boise State, shout out No Sam, and shout out Daventry for the side of Utah. This is the kind of support that these esports players can use to go forth and create greatness.
Yeah.
I mean, and definitely how they got here up to this point. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. This was a fantastic one. That was the first take, and it happened pretty darn early. There really wasn't a whole lot of defense early for Boise State.
And this was when we were very favored towards Utah because of how fast they were going.
Yeah.
Boise State didn't find an answer until the later stages of this first round. Some of that coming from Strider swapping onto the Malga. Once they were able to slow it down, then it was Boise State's turn to try and get the push going, and that was a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it was indeed. This was a clutch Kitsune rush as well. This has opened up a whole lot for the squad. Lyric did. And then once again, another override protocol ultimate here on the replays.
Yeah.
Tell me if you've seen this one before.
I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to see a lot more of it as this series does go on. But yeah, I really did like the fact that the Broncos. Oh, by the way, that was such a beautiful shot coming down from the heavens like that.
Pixel shot. I got him in the side of the ankle.
I really did like that the Broncos were able to kind of keep the mental.
That was a fantastic shot. Too.
Pretty much locked in for what is a pretty tough situation when kind of at the disadvantage from your push being a little bit slower.
Mm-hmm.
And it did show, man. That was a good display by Boise State. The whole team really did come together. I think Clear was running great interference on the back line, but Maxwell, of course, on this Torbjorn, being able to swap it out, kind of have that pocket pick ready when you're least expecting it. It looks great for the Broncos.
That thing on me, always ready as the Torbjorn, especially, right?
Always ready.
Yeah, and Maxwell, this is such it's so interesting when you have otherwise hardcore DPS characters or people who play DPS. I should say DPS players come forth and always have one of these picks in the back back pocket, right? And especially an old school original Overwatch character like Torbjorn, they just changed just categorically since the game came out, right? It's always just it's a good thing to see, right?
Yeah.
And some people would call it a utility play, but when you go forth and you kind of use that Torbjorn to win that previous game, I'd say it's a little bit more because there wasn't a whole lot different team compositions wise on either side outside of that Torbjorn. So seriously, hats off type play.
I mean, the Torbjorn does deceptively high damage. You never really think about it. You think mostly about the turret, but if you do land those headshots, they ring true, man. So. Yeah, I like this. We're seeing a lot of adaptations coming out from the Broncos as they try and kind of figure out Utah. I think for the most part, Utah have been pretty true to their identity. They keep going with the Juno Brig on their support line. They keep going with Emre for PDK. Malga has been a big tank pick for them. It's been the Broncos kind of adjusting to the dance that Utah's bringing and doing it successfully.
Yeah, we also saw longer range damage capabilities or longer range healing capabilities. Excuse me.
Yeah.
This is really a lot of the reason why we're seeing the Juno, right? Super far tank. My tank is literally on the horizon, over there, right? Your Zenyatta's aren't going to be able to get them if they're super far away, and obviously that healing isn't a whole lot, right? Your Juno obviously will be able to hit, Anna won't, and other characters just don't have that same kind of juice. That's also why we saw the ban from Anna for the side of Boise State earlier, because that Anna does two things, right? First, it allows healing at very far distances. Second, and then, kind of 1B there, once they get those perks involved, now you can headshot as the Anna with some serious damage over time, and now you're talking about DPS capabilities. What it also does, obviously, is it shuts down the dive on the other side. This anti-healing, unless you're specifically running a Kiriko on the other side to get rid of use the cleanse and get rid of the anti-healing, so you're really getting this 2-for-1, where the only drawback, maybe feasibly, is the fact that Anna is really slow and has no movement big capabilities, right? But moving on along here to map number 3. Again, advantage Boise State 2-1. What else did you have on the previous? Did you have anything else on the previous map? Sorry.
No, pretty much did cover it. I like the call out for the Ash ban. As you've seen from Utah, they like diving, they like brawling.
Yeah.
That is what I think when I think Utah. So I'm curious to see what bans are coming up next. I know this is going to be the area where you're going to start looking at some of those power picks that we're talking about. Malga and Emre especially are incredibly strong in Utah's hands, and taking those away, forcing No Sam to get a little bit uncomfortable, try and find a different way to dive in, could be a good answer for Boise, but it's Utah who will be looking to try and temper this aggression from the Broncos.
You have to assume this would be, and especially if one of these teams goes down, you have to, it's the definition of insanity, right? Trying the same thing over and over again, same result, blah, blah, blah. All commentators love quoting that one on the broadcast, right? But at a certain point, I do have to wonder which of these teams will switch away from this mega divey, kind of constant standard meta that, as we've seen recently, really dominate some higher level Overwatch, and go on over towards more of like this death volley kind of comp, this rolling comp that has a shield in front and a lot of damage coming through it.
I know one thing we haven't seen from the Broncos just yet, they used it a lot in the PC regular season, was the Wrecking Ball Vendetta combo.
Huge.
It is pretty deadly because already Wrecking Ball is a different type of tank who's like trying to get onto your backline. When you give Wrecking Ball a buddy who likes to do that, then you're going to have a good time if you're a Broncos fan.
Vendetta been super, super strong recently, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Well, ever since release. Yeah, so Overwatch releases 5 characters. You heard me, 5 of them. 1, 2, 3,
it's crazy, right?
4, 5. What? It was the Imre, it was the Anran, their brother and sister, right? Mizuki, Jetpack Cat, and Domina. Domina the tank. We have not seen Domina literally at all.
Yeah, I know this is something that the Broncos were practicing, but I'm not sure how much success they really got off with
There's
that.
There's the Orisa. I love this. Love this as an answer right here. Maxwell staying onto that comfort pick that they found a lot of value on earlier.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the Symmetra out of Maxwell just yet. I feel like it's not a bad answer to Mauga just being able. He's running in your face
like the car
anyway.
wash? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Open for business. Open for business all the time, and especially given now that it slows down as well. Maxwell's doing a great job of holding this angle. They're occupying both of these angles. This is going to allow this team to go forth and pinch in. Here's the call. There's only three players on the other side right there. You got to have to go forth. And they allowed this team to now get back together. This is one of those kind of like, coverage yardage matters more than anything, right? Just a simple space and occupying it.
Ooh, the fight's all over the place. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade to start it off. No Sam for Maxwell. The push still not really decided. Strider's doing a lot of work on the Orisa to kind of hold ground and make sure he's staying by the robot, so the push will be at least Boise favored, but definitely got to be careful right here because control the bridge goes over to Utah, and they are raining some death down.
Spin to win, that's with the Javelin, though. No Wrecking Ball here after Utah does ban it out. Nicely done. Damage in there. No Sam realizes this is no place for me. Boise State about to start taking meters on their other side. Why is Utah in love with this corner so much? This should really be a much closer play, and especially, this is just kind of free real estate, I have to admit. Utah, maybe better job needs to be done of realizing the space that you need to take and that you can't give up, and then realizing the space that just doesn't matter.
Yeah, we didn't get to really talk about the bans, but they did take away Ray's Juno. They've been a fantastic Juno player throughout this tournament, and it's also strongly towards the identity of Utah to have that combo that allows you to push forward. The Hyper Ring gives you a lot of speed. That Orbital Ray is great for forward positioning for a squad. And on a map like this, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it is crazy value here. Something tells me we're going to hear PDK scream those words in just a couple of minutes, takes it to the corner. The rest of the squad is all with them. Hey, why do you need it if you could just find this one? PDK, a lot of damage, but it's going to be Maxwell finding the first. Soundbarrier does land. Fantastically done. Clear taking out their counterpart as well. Well, it's time. How about a 2-for-1?
Are you kidding me, PDK? He's able to take 2 of the Broncos down off 1 shot, and when the Broncos, they had momentum on their side, PDK's the hard stop that turns it around. Still looking to pressure forward, though. Look at No Sam. Swap over to the Diva. Need to be a little bit quicker with it, as well as much more in the face of the Broncos. It allows at least No Sam a position where he can kind of contend with this Orisa on pushing the robot as much as possible, but here comes the next fight.
Here's the Kitsune Rush. This is going to help so much. You need to get this sticky out there quickly and get this thing back. Now, Orisa finding a lot of damage. Strider hits the corner and tries to find a little bit of rest for the weary. Spin it up. No Sam. That's just going to be the turret following the Maxwell, so a standard 5v6. Here comes the Kitsune Rush on the other side. Advantage Boise State right now. Looking for a head with that kunai as Strider going to be able to take it. Nice shot. The Javelin comes out. Hex finds another one here after the Baby Diva does get demeched, and Boise State going to be taking meters of their own.
These are great plays coming out from the Broncos. Find those critical members, and suddenly things are looking smooth. But speaking of critical, it's PDK who finds Maxwell. Spear comes out from Strider. has to pull back just a little bit. You still down Maxwell. That's one of your main DPSs that the Broncos like to play around, so they're waiting for him to respawn. Gets off the respawn. His ultimate will be up soon on the Swordshorn as well. Here comes Utah now positioning forward. Do have the Diva Bomb if you want to go for the self-destruct. They are kind of in that corridor right there, but No Sam's not willing to push forward, at least not without backup.
You put that right in the middle right there. You put it right in the middle, and so everybody has to go down each corridor each way and at least get split up. That's not going to be enough. Down, Maxwell! Maxwell, you got to pay attention to your corners. Death from above, Rex and Maxwell will see it back in spawn room. Ray down as well. Here it comes. Looking for it. The switch shot, nicely done. First, the first couple were able to be avoided by Clear there, but PDK keeps the rise on the prize and finds the K.
Yeah, Clear was the one who was messing up the Utes, and just like that, PDK is able to pop him. Big pick right there is going to give a lot of ground back over to Utah as they begin getting past the halfway point. Still in favor by 13 meters for the Broncos. The Broncos now looking to regroup. Try and push this right on back. Utah is in their face, and now standing Ray not too far off, playing the Kiriko sound barrier available for the Broncos. All the meanwhile, we'll probably have two Kitsune rushes going off at the same time, and yeah, they're both popped.
Called it. Hex down. No sound barrier for you, my friend. Here comes the Nemesis form. Strider, Clear, pair for a couple of them, but there's no Lucios in this team fight. No speed for you, my friend, and no Sam cannot get out with the life. Looking for it. Sojourn on the other side. The Javelin tries to find that bottom left pixel right before Wall cannot. Boise State to push him.
Just over 4 minutes left on the clock, and that lead is growing for the Broncos. PDK now taking this window to try and peek in and find an angle. You can play around this building if you are Utah. You have ways to try and manipulate the flow of battle into the Broncos. PDK standing right behind his tank in No Sam. Teddy has swapped over to the Echo and finds Clear. Big pick.
With the melee as well. Teddy coming down from the top. This Echo is so good at finishing out low health characters, Desrex. You have to assume this is going to be started by PDK, and it's going to be Teddy, the last face you see before you hit back to spawn room. Speed for the squad. Speed kills. If you're on the other side, sound barrier down. This might have been a little bit premature. Hex gets it done against Teddy as well, so a huge source of damage on the other side. Eliminated early. Here it comes. Sojourn, no sound barrier to have to deal with as well as Strider hits the corner and gets away from the source of danger. Lyric falls.
Yeah, Sonic picking up that kill. It's nice right now for the Utes as they still continue. They got to make sure No Sam doesn't fall in this. PDK's doing a lot of work. PDK takes out Strider, takes out Hex. Sonic's able to get the better of the Tracer, and now the Utes, they have finally found momentum on their side. They're getting the push over to Bronco territory, but they got a lot of ground they need to make up.
As Collegiate will point out mistakes when we do see them. Strider held on to the ultimate for about a half a second too long. Teammates should have used their CC abilities to push them back in within that circumference right there to have actually taken damage from the Orisa ultimate. That mistake is going to cost them a lot of yardage here in this push map. Utah flirting with opening up their first offensive checkpoint.
All right. Every one of these corridors is where things always get tricky. There's a lot of play that you can have around them, and you're fighting into the Broncos if you want to get this push going. Broncos happily to try and oblige this. Maxwell's finally swapped over to Symmetro, so that will be locked in as Rewind now coming out from Clear, looking for a pick off the bridge, but can't find it.
Great job. Once again, Boise State says, hey, this yardage doesn't matter. We'll give it up. Your ultimate will be over in just a couple of seconds. The healers falling everywhere. Now the tank, Strider, felled. Utah fighting this one with their tank, and most of this alive. PDK slides on down to the corner and is going to be able to get out with their lives. Utah pushing away.
And that's a rough loss for the Broncos. They lost that with Kitsune Rush active. The Utes got the better of it, so not going to have that cooldown for the next big fight. Sound barrier soon to come up. You also have the photon barrier available for Maxwell that you can play around, try and cut the map with.
Good point. You have to assume you bring this one out as the ultimates fall on the other side. No, they pulled this one out early. Maxwell doesn't put it near them, and the chess move is very simple after that,
right?
I mean, it comes out. Now I don't need to use my ultimate to take it because you have no backside pressure relief, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A couple of mistakes coming out. Gotta call them like we see them.
And this might give Utah the lead. They're so close. It is contested. 2 meters now separating Utah from potential success. Jumping in is going to be clear. Looking for the back line. Wants to find a pick. Can't get it because PDK will take his head. Now the Utes, they're on the border of victory. There's less than 40 seconds left on the clock as Teddy gets to work.
Nice copy. There you go. Ultimate available as well. Got to get inside there. And burst damage puts this Echo back to their traditional form. Couple of Ks right here as Utah does take the lead throughout the thick of things there. Wow, PDK. Did they just find a second one?
Yes.
4 for 2. They call that a buy one, get one free.
And look at the time on the clock. 13 seconds. The Broncos need to push across the map. They need to go coast to coast. First, they need to win a fight in the very first place. Utah are looking like they have this one in the bag as 2 seconds go down. PDK will snipe out Lyric and put the dreams of the Broncos taking this next game into the grave. Overtime extended, but your support has fallen as Hex hits the ground next. The death timers are staggered. Maxwell's gone, Strider's gone, and Utah see victory in their sights as overtime ticks down, evening up the series.
Best of 7 boiled to a best of 5, boiled all the way down to a best of 3. It's only a little bit more boiling down to get here, and that's going to happen in Game 7 if we get there, Desert X. A fantastic job, and Utah keeps the dream alive. We saw it clear with a 25-player kill streak at the very end of that.
Yeah.
But try as they might, Desert X. Still not going to be enough. A fantastic job there from Utah. And I have to say, capitalization upon mistakes, and in large part due to PDK finding more kills than they're putting out shots. Crazy stuff.
And again, I really want to emphasize there was that one moment where the Kitsune Rush was used by Boise, and Ray got the better of them using their own Kitsune Rush. Utah winning that fight meant that resources were down. Next fight, Photon Barrier comes up at the same time that the Broncos are going down. So the ult economy was not on the Broncos' side, especially when they're losing fights and using them at the tail end.
Gotta agree with you, Hex. Cool, calm, collected on your screen right now. I love it. I love it. Eyes of a killer. Just locked in right there. Locked in and ready to go. And also, I mean, and again, in case you're just joining us or unfamiliar, there was a 1-score advantage for Boise State coming in from the winner's side. So even though we've only played 3 maps, this series is officially tied. Strats, and deep comms. That's what's going on your screen and on your stage right now, folks.
Yeah, PDK on the Sojourn looked phenomenal. And Utah really did handle that Juno ban quite well. That was one of the worries coming into this one because Juno is so effective when it comes to this push map where you can use a lot of her ultimate for these long corridors that you get into. All that being said, though, swapping over, using the tried and true combo of the Kiriko and Lucio, and outmaneuvering Boise State on a lot of those ultimate timings did work splendid for Utah, to say the least.
Yeah, there are a couple of different, I mean, I'd hate to sound like I'm railing on mistakes, but this was a turning point within the previous match, right?
Yeah.
Strider, again, man, it's so indicative of high-level competitive Overwatch when you see tiny, I mean milliseconds difference going forth to matter so much. Strider hits that ultimate and pulls that, concludes it about a half a second sooner or something like this. They're finding damage, if not actual Ks, against at least one, if not 2. I think they're slowing this one down so we can see the double shot. Yes,
man.
2 headshots right there. Big shout out to our production staff here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, at the HyperX Arena. This is just a PDK montage, right? Absolutely.
Pretty much.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
FBI Tugboat, Desert X. We've been having an absolute blast bringing all of you this to all of you folks. Obviously, it is not done quite yet. National champion from last year, Boise State taking on Utah. Boise State coming in from the winner's side, comes in with a 1-0 advantage in this best of 7, and Utah has just tied it on up on the previous push map. I'm not sure what more you could want. Are you entertained. That's the quote that comes to mind, folks.
I am personally very entertained, to say the least. This is a good time to reiterate the history of Utah throughout the PEC, because you're seeing what Utah have shown throughout not just fall but spring season, right? Again, they fell to quite a few teams. Going Ohio State, Boise State, Syracuse back in fall. They come into spring and they get the perfect season, taking Boise State to 5 games and winning out in the regular season.
Right.
So this is something that they've had on their mind. They've shown the growth, they've shown the development. Now, even though you've lost them earlier on the upper side of the bracket, it's not over, because you've demonstrated growth. You've demonstrated the ability to adjust to such situations. And sometimes, you bathe in the blood of your enemies in the lower bracket, you come out a completely different beast. And that seems to be the case for Utah.
Baptized by fire. I think that's the phrase. I'm 100% for it. I mean, and this is the kind of grit and the kind of pressures that players need to go forth and have incredible careers, right?
Yeah.
It's a theme established, a song sung across esports 1,000 times over. Absolutely goated player who's been playing online for a long time gets picked up higher level leagues. First time there's light sounds in your face, friends, opponents, parents, teachers, coaches, lovers, everybody watching you play on a stream, on a stage, with all this going on live. These are the kinds of pressures that cannot be recreated at home.
Yep.
And that right there is why colleges, universities, all together right here, beautiful HyperX Arena. Looking at map number 5, I said it before and I will say it again, folks. The best of 7 has been boiled down to a best of 5 to a pure form of Overwatch. That's the best of 3.
It's actually incredible that we've gotten to this state already. I'm really happy with the story that Utah have had, the performance they've been able to bring, especially a champion defender such as Boise State, who have been on top of a lot of things, right? We still got to talk about Boise State and a lot of the power that they bring. But again, we talked about the dive duo, Strider and Clear work really well together when you do get something that complements this wrecking ball. Maxwell has been an excellent DPS player, which, by the way, he is sort of kind of a role swap. He primarily plays support when he's on other squads, but plays DPS for this team and does it phenomenally. Kind of shows you the versatility that the squad does have. But this all has to come together right here, right now, if Boise want to continue that winning streak, get another championship, because I do feel like Utah is hot on their tail.
I mean, the fact that Clear was able to get a 25 kill streak throughout the last 2 team fights, maybe in 3 team fights, right, and just simply didn't die as Tracer, which you're generally as long as I get a little bit added to my ultimate, again, basically a cooldown, I'm gonna get eliminated. I'll go up. I got 3 blinks. I'll be back there in just a second. You're going to see me again soon. Don't forget my face. But still staying alive throughout all of that, especially as a DPS. Now, Maxwell kind of showing, original Overwatch, right? You remember offense and defensive characters, that's correct? You remember that? No.
I played Overwatch 1.
Now we have almost like a subspecies of your individual healers, tanks, and DPS roles. Well, this Torbjorn comes out, sings supreme, really does. Got the actual play of the game, whatever, in the second map here, comes out on the third actual map, played, 4th map point, right? And provides value all day long, man. And it's somebody on Torbjorn that at one point, especially what we talk about, Overwatch League, the ancient times, in the way back when, right?
Back in my day.
Yeah, back in my day. Yeah, Torbjorn, you'd have crowds calling for it, so you'd have Torb fights in the middle as literally a meme, right? Not as an actual player to go forth and have an effect within an Overwatch game, but as a meme.
Now, I do think coming into this game, there's one thing that we have to really mention. The previous game, Wrecking Ball was banned. So no more ability to really deal with this Wrecking Ball too much. We will get those bans updated because Wrecking Ball is obviously on the map right here. But yeah, this is going to be pretty big for Strider to know that he can stay on his tried and true comfort champion in these upcoming matches.
Get that audio back up for you in just a second. Guys, Soldier 76 on a Tracer. I can tell you usually how that one ends. Well, everyone else gets involved and just jumbles up the equation, Desirx.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you have
pure one-on-ones. I hate it.
It doesn't help that you have a Brig in your face as well, helping out the situation. But Here we go, as tried and true combo once again, the Juno Brig drafted on Utah side. Now looking to run over and control this on Flashpoint, swinging around Strider, looking for the backline supports. Will be able to take a couple swings at Ray, but nothing too effective just yet. Trying to buy some time for clear, but not for the rest of the squad as Maxwell and Hex go down to Utah.
Yeah, so 2 big sources of one source of healing / speed, one source of damage. Teddy trying to find a way in edgewise, get a little bit of that. They know Lyric got rather slow. Now their passive healing will be back, and Hex is with the squad. Utah about 60%. This is Flashpoint. This goes rather faster than your standard control maps, folks.
And it's a great start coming out of Utah. It's very hard to kind of break through their defenses at the current time. But still going to give an attempt as PDK almost goes down. Stays up. Here comes Strider on the opposite end. Gets red out. Sticky Bomb not going to find anything. Clear has to bail out before he goes down. Teddy will chase down Clear. Find that kill. Teddy back to back finds Lyric on top of it. But it is a trade. Maxwell and Strider will get kills of their own. No Sam looking to fight this one out. Overtime now for the point taken away. Strider needs to get on there. He needs to get on there quick. Finds his way through, but now getting chased away by the rest of Utah, who should be able to secure this point if they can deal with this Wrecking Ball.
It keeps triggering the overtime timer and does. That fuse gets lit. Now back with it. Dexter-X, that is a perfect way to kite back and forth.
Wow.
You don't have a whole lot of damage. And Teddy finding their counterpart. Clear, now 25 kill streak for you, my friend. Looking for damage through a pixel right there, through an open doorway. Not going to be enough. Utah takes this one after Lyric doth fall. Now, this Flashpoint won't open up for another 30 seconds or so, we will see that healer. We will see Lyric back with the rest of their squad. We'll also see Maxwell, back with the rest of their squad fighting over the next Flashpoint.
Yeah, that was a great hold from Utah. They captured the point early and they held it down. A lot of it, you know, we've been hyping up PDK, but we have to hype up Teddy as well, who's playing phenomenally on this Tracer and finding pick after pick on the back. I mean, there's so many different angles you can take as a Tracer, especially on Flashpoint, and Teddy's making the most of it.
Hex falling first.
Oh,
no,
no
Sam. Absolutely tearing up this Flashpoint map as the Orisa. These are generally first pick options that go towards your DPS.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're goated, a healer or something like that, but this is frontline responsibilities for No Sam. They're out here taking picks early, Dexter-X.
Yeah. And this was the choice to ban out No Sam in this map. You can see the Mauga was the takeaway from by the Broncos. Well, Torbjorn was the answer over on Utah, as we do get a quick moment to talk about those bans that are now up and available. But here comes the next exchange, now coming through. Kitsune Rush being thrown down by Lyric.
Here it comes, the Kitsune Rush online for Boise State. They do have that nicely done. So Sonic actually rips their shield right back on over to completely block away any damage that was coming onto that. I mean, that timer is not very long. Here it goes. There's the Juno. Ray lurking for a healer on the other side, doesn't find it. Gonna be able to get out. Strider, tank done. Boise State has not found a lot of way in edgewise here, but
Clear.
The sound barrier finding a bunch of wiggle room. You gotta take care of Clear.
3 kills for Clear, man. He showed up. They did not realize he was on the back line, ripping them asunder, and he's gonna finish it off. A 4K takes out No Sam. And now the Broncos finally capture the point, but not with Clear. He's out yonder, just taking out Teddy.
Gotta treat this like TSA, Dexter-X. The clear check, right? 20% or so to 99. Doesn't get closer than that for Utah. We'll see one long sustained fight, I'll call it, or maybe 2 quick ones, especially if they're able to get a Strider type situation in there and continuously reset this overtime fuse. Looking for something. That is a completely no PDK. This ultimate is over. How do they find this elimination?
I have no idea, but Maxwell falling. Still the return from Lyric. Gets onto Teddy, but this is where things are going to get tight. Overtime now being called as Utah close to securing this point, close to securing and moving on to match point for this map in specific. Clear gets the stick onto Sonic, so the Brig now going to go down. Still looking to fight this one through. You have to watch out for PDK, because PDK finds Hex. Clear gets No Sam, and PDK, DPS versus DPS. PDK is going to get the better of it.
Oh my God, setting them up and knock them down. PDK is at an absolute shooting gallery right now. Wise decision, Strider. So where that overtime fuse was at, there was not enough time to get out, utilize that hook, and then get back in to start this overtime timer again. So a wise decision for Strider, because on the other side is just giving up. I mean, it's a wrecking ball, right? Like 700 damage or something like that. That is a lot of ultimate value that Utah can use coming into this one. They got to be ult tracking right now. You guys can see it as well where they're at.
I'm just going to say, PDK's aim is immaculate. There was a headshot he got on Clear. Clear didn't know what was coming to him. And this is the danger of PDK on Sojourn. You know, we talk so much about his Emre, but his Sojourn is fantastic on top of it. Maxwell going to use the Deadeye this time to try and get them off the point. There's a lot of pressure that's going on to Maxwell, so he's not going to get much value out of it whatsoever. Kitsuna Rush on the table. Same thing with Sound Barrier that gets popped over on the side of Boise State as they look to fight for this point. It gets captured by Utah.
They got this one. Strider falls first yet again. This is more so a situation that these Utes are just coming forth and realizing, hey, if we just pay attention to this tank, and this is just cleanup, there's no reason Boise State should even be here. Yeah, that is 2 eliminations right now that should never have happened. Boise State just gave over, we're going to call it about, half of No Sam's back, right? They're at 40% right now.
Yeah.
This would be like 15, maybe 20% once the team actually gets there. Bad decisions, bad tactile decisions.
This is going to put the Broncos on their backs. If they don't take this next round, they got to pretty much reverse sweep this map, and it's not looking easy whatsoever. Teddy getting chased away. Will use the rewind clear, looking to find the back line all in the meantime. Tries to get the higher angle, but has to back out, and Teddy will just chase him down.
It's just individual 1v1s or the tank falling first for Boise State. The 1v1s they lose are Strider just biting off a little bit more than they could chew. It's been the situation thus far, but a little restyle on Orisa action. No Sam likes the look of it. Trying to butt in a little bit. Is going to get this overtime trigger started. There's the stick. Doesn't get out. Sonic dies though. Kunai to the face. Lyric's gonna have to ask him how that tastes.
Okay, the point captured by Boise, but any mistake you make whatsoever, and this game will go the way of the Utes. You have to do 3 points back to back to back. If the Broncos want to take this for the Utes, just one more team fight win means the end of this game. High Noon going to be used to trying to sway the rest of the Utes from going forward. And it will push them away. A zoning ultimate popped by Maxwell. But there are the shots that are found by PDK. He's disgusting on the Sojourn.
That's a huge spin. Gets it there, but damage not enough. Tries to chase down that Lucio afterwards. Not going to happen. Orisa on Orisa. Some robot on robot crying. You hate to see it, Deserex.
Oh, it is completely over. Overtime ticking away. Down 3 are the Broncos, and Utah will be the first team to make match point.
Fantastically done. 1 game away, Deserex. 1 game away from joining the ranks of Baylor and Michigan State University. Baylor within the great esport of Rocket League. Michigan State within the great sport of Super Smash Brothers. Are you surprised? Your eyes are bugging out and rolling in the back of your head like a cartoon. Oh, it's PDK on the play of the game. Who'd have guessed it?
Who would have guessed? PDK is so accurate on the Sojourn. Emre, great character. That character is kind of overpowered, though. We're going to be a little bit honest there, especially that ult cooldown. You're able to get the generation.
Oh, I have a problem with grenades as well. Don't get me wrong.
When he's on the Sojourn, you see that it's just not the hero. It is the player who shows up here today. PDK, phenomenal to get those headshots in. Especially picking off Clear, who was the most impactful in that game, in just one tap, changes the whole trajectory of that.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer obviously having a lower health pool, but it's one of those situations where you don't want to use your callback just because, 26, right? Because it's 150 at most, obviously influenced by headshots and whatnot there. Let's take a look at some of the replays from the previous Flashpoint map. Clear kind of turning into that anti-aircraft gun for a second. I have to say, I feel like we need better Orisa ultimates, and I'm not singling out either of these sides, right? No Sam found a good one on the end, but this is almost like our High Noons, right? It's almost like for zoning at the very last little bit, and I'd like it to find a little bit more eliminations, a little more damage, right? You pair this there's not an Arisa ultimate that should go off without a boop from the Lucio like immediately afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they murdered the cooldown. Look how they did my boy. 4 seconds to 5 seconds may not seem like a lot. That is eternity, and I hate it. Regardless, you got to communicate with your Lucio to be able to get them in there, because obviously it's one of the CC abilities that can influence an entire other team.
And I think really the story of this, as we get to match point, a lot of it is what the lower bracket can do for a team. If you look at the lower bracket run that Utah had, they swept through Kansas, they swept through Ohio State, they swept through Syracuse. Sometimes getting those extra reps in is what you need in order to be able to show up for a grand finals, because this is looking like a completely different team than the one we saw in the upper bracket that lost to Boise 3-1. Now it's Boise who are struggling to find their own beat, to find their own drum, to find their own way to kind of take this back. They're not out just yet, but they need to win 2 back-to-back, and with the pressure of match point, Utah are putting on a phenomenal performance.
And given that they've only actually won one, not taking anything away from them, of course, they came in from winner's bracket here, so that's why they awarded the point coming in to avoid the bracket reset capability. For a game like Overwatch, let's just be honest, that like doubles our Sundays, right? If it does result in a bracket reset and an overall close series. We want both teams to have opportunity. We also need competitively, right, logistically and logically, to have the winning team from the upper side of a bracket in a double elimination tournament to have some sort of advantage. So I feel like that's a fantastic middle ground here. Shout out to the 9 universities and colleges that have showed up here to the PEC Championships, the Power Esport Conference Championships here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll be heading on along here to another map. Will this be the last map, Desterex, or are we going the distance?
Man, it's hard to tell with these two teams. It feels like they're so equally matched. But the moment an edge is given over to Utah, we saw this the very first time we saw them, right? We casted the game they had against Baylor. If they find a pick, they will run through. They all know how to march forward. A lot of that comes from their composition. We've emphasized it so many times. The Juno Brig comp wants to go forward. But a lot of that just comes from the communication, the comms, the fact that, hey, we know what we want to do. We know when we have openings, and we will capitalize on those time and time again. Utah, they've showed it all bracket, starting with that Baylor game, now coming down to the Boise one.
All comes down to this. Some pure payload, folks. You're familiar with the map. This has been in since day one. Yeah, since day one right here. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I'm sorry?
Back in my day.
Back in my day, yes. Oh, we haven't done our soapbox yet. Doc Haskell said we had 15 seconds. Let's do this quickly, okay? Back in my day, these sorts of competitions didn't exist. It's awesome the young people get to get and be involved in this. Back in my day, there were forces down in the basements of churches and other community centers to play on Xbox, connected by Cat 5 wires. Destrex, go.
I'm old. I'm bald. I'm losing all my hair. It's soon to turn gray. And you know what? I remember League of Legends Worlds from Freak's Basement. So I got that.
Absolutely. Let's get on into this one. An opportunity to come back from the brink.
Oh, geez.
For Boise State. They're going for the shore forward play, right? The Great Bamboozle of 2019. Obviously, that was on Kings Row, not here, but the same kind of idea. Pretend like you're going to be playing the Widowmaker, take him on top, try and find a head. Not going to happen. You switch.
Still looking to hold ground. The Broncos getting a lot of pressure put onto them, especially Strider, who's probably going to go down pretty soon unless he can find an angle out. Pressure now coming out of clear, finding the flank onto the back line. Needs to get some kills to follow through with it, though. As we do take a look at the bounds, there's going to be no Swordshorn. Taking that away, Boise State feeling the dangers of that. Hex gets the first kill, however, onto No Sound.
So taking a look at compositions here, right? Utah just trying to kind of honestly stay away from this tank, as one of these is going to have to get back with the rest. Doing a great job of taking different angles. I got to say that Utah is. Boise State will really try and take it any kind of way in edgewise here. Look at the first come in, but you'd think this choke point would be where defense wants to drop down upon Boise State. Going to dedicate the wrecking ball, and they are going to find a couple of these. No javelin for you, and the rest of Boise State's offense is alive and thriving.
Yeah, Strider running a lot of interference, is being able to kind of cut apart Utah and separating their front line from their back line. PDK is still a menace, though, that you have to watch out for. Lyric and Strider will get the work done on the back end, but PDK is not done. Override Protocol takes it to the skies, looking to find another one onto Lyric. Gets exactly that, going up higher and raining death upon the Broncos.
Can we get much higher? The answer is yes. If you're PDK, Utah on the attack and pushing this one. First checkpoint, I'm going to call that about 15 meters away at this point. Here comes the minefield, though. This should be easily deleted away. Most of those mines are going to go non-consequential. Sonic does fall throughout this one. Both Maxwell and Clear are getting things done on the DPS score here for Boise State. Let's look for some more. The Echo getting involved. That is a rather fast Echo. Once you put the Kitsune Rush in there, doesn't matter when Clear has your number.
Yeah, and PDK goes down. That's back-to-back kills now coming out for Boise. They push Utah right on back. Strider does the work to take down the enemy tank. And now they hold it before the next major choke point. And they do got some ultimates available on the table. Briggle, you're going to have that rally, as well as the Molten Core for Maxwell. Not too much available for the Utes. We'll have the Echo ultimate coming up soon. But for the most part, this is the Broncos. They should be able to hold for a little bit longer.
Now, if you're Echo, do you copy the Wrecking Ball just for the massive healing pool, the self-sustain, and the minefield on the backside? Do you copy Torb for the ultimate and a second turret? A second turret, my friend? Are you serious? Here comes the Torb ultimate. That's going to be answered. Brig on the other side. Nice stick as Brig gets with her tank. Got to help out the rest of the squad. Both Brig ultimates pulled as Teddy. Take a long walk off a short pier. Strider going to be the progenitor of that elimination. Hex, the rest of Boise State completely covering this one. White on rice, paper plate, snowstorm situation.
Ooh, a lot of pressure onto PDK, and Clear will grab that kill. Still, the Utes are pushing forward. Now looking for the angle in. The minefield going to be met. And now jumping in, Strider starts to swing around and around and around to get the Utes right off the payload and stop this push.
Here comes the copy. That's going to be the Wrecking Ball. Fantastic hit and a great read from Sonic. That just eliminated pretty much everything that copy was actually going to have. No duplicate for you. PDK
man.
Forced to bring this one out to continue on the pressure here. Finds Hack Maxwell looking for some more. It's going to be Hex finding not one but two down low. And nothing on the backside. Ray dropped, dusted, Teddy done. PDK going the way of the dodo.
They defended. That's overtime. The timer ticks down, and just like that, the Broncos come back alive when they need it most. The push attempted by the Utes. They kept finding openings here and there, but the Broncos over that bridge, over that choke point, right at the entrance, were able to finally put a stop to Utah.
If this was a control map, or no, excuse me, if this is a different game mode, we look at a situation where there's like maybe a tie, right?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen here, barring like a crazy 1 in a million type situation where they get it just far enough, but no points. No points on the defensive, right?
Yeah.
Does not get to first choke point. Now, on this map, it can be rather difficult once you actually get under this drawbridge right here. Big shout out to our production staff giving us a fantastic pan through here. Well, we didn't really talk about the band so much, but I mean, PDK on the IMRA, on PDK on the Sojourn, it just doesn't really seem like it matters that much. The rest of Utah, on the other hand, has got to get this together. If they're able to, bro, if Utah comes out with a full hold before, what is that, 82 meters on the very first, this will be an electrifying end. Boise State knows what's at stake, though.
Now, in that last game, Strider was a big part of that win condition for Boise State. Time and time again, you talked about that bridge. It was Strider who was cutting off the rest of the Utah front line from back line through utilizing that bridge and utilizing a lot of those choke points. And even if he wasn't getting kills, which for the most part, it wasn't the most highest kill game, he's slowing down Utah. And that's the best you could ask for when it was Utah's push. Now it's the Broncos' turn to make a push happen, and they're getting to work.
Down low, shots coming in. Maxwell making the switch after the Widowmaker is unable to find a couple of those crucial red headshots. BDK, pressure from on high, now opting to take a different angle here and force damage and force positioning of offenders down low on the opposite side. Kind of the fire coming in from multiple angles, right? Now dropping down here, Utah. Well, there's nobody at this party. Here you go. There's the Wrecking Ball. So that's kind of where this started at, but where's the rest of Boise State?
Oh, they're getting the payload going, though, so they're at least doing something right, even if it's through small pushes here and there. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Clear did find one pick onto Ray. They will not be there to support the team. Having to come off the respawn, Maxwell did fall on the opposite side of things. The Utes looking for their own defense leading up to this checkpoint, but jumping into the fray will be Strider, trying to run interference on PDK.
Strider picks this one up, never one to fall first.
Stick.
Nice.
Stick goes through, doesn't find a kill. But here we go, Teddy now looking to maneuver around. Big open point that he can play. Teddy takes out the turret for the time being. Strider going into the air. PDK gonna look to aim up and take down Strider, but Strider still gonna be able to stand tall in the grand scheme of things. Clear's running low, and here's that override protocol.
There you go. There's the first. Mowed the turret, then the player, now looking for more. Turns their attention to the tank. Not gonna be able to keep it alive through there. Ray is headhunting like he's got a stake in his hand.
Yeah. Ray showing up beautifully. They are a phenomenal performer, to say the least, and being able to clear up those kills. Teddy as well, who finds Clear. And now this is going to slow down Boise State from getting much else done.
They have their ultimate up, 90% to 91. The other support is available. That Brig ultimate is up right now. No DPS really. Again, Teddy's going to have that there soon, but yeah, this might just look like kind of like a dry push, but you have to anticipate stuff on the other side here. Kitsune Rush is up. There comes the Brig, or the Orisa ultimate. Only going to find a turret. Here comes the Kitsune Rush on both sides.
Yeah, ultimate for ultimate being met, but it's Hex who's stepping forward on the Brig. Hex grabs the kills, and so does Strider. The support tank combo marching forward onto the Utes. Will be able to find the kills they need to continue this push, and it's so close to that checkpoint as hunting for anyone who's looking to run out. Strider gets the job done, now going after his own tried and true Wrecking Ball. Has to fight that out from Teddy, who's there to prolong this, to try and get the rest of the Utes to get up and get into the fray. But the problem is death timers keep getting triggered, and Boise State will find us at match point in a final Game 7.
Love it. We're going the distance, Deserex. Where else would it happen? In the beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada Strip. World famous Las Vegas, Nevada Strip. Now, what I like to see is finally a player not named Clear PDK getting play of the game. My goodness. Holy crap. How many games do we need before we finally got somebody not named PDK, not named Clear, into that one?
That man right there.
There you go. Hex. Love it. Love it.
Put out the Hex signal, and he has shown up. The Brig was fantastic, and I did like the swap to the Brig. I mean, normally it's been like kind of tried and true to just go a Carrico Lucio all day. But when you're in such close quarters in that choke point, as you were talking about, that bridge that tends to be fought over so heavily, why not just go Brig? And why not just brawl it out?
I mean, especially right there when you really don't have like a whole lot of geographical space to work with, right?
Yeah.
Like the map might seem large, but it really ain't. There's once you get under that chokehold, there's the area above you. There's like a long flank to your right that pretty much only tracers, or maybe tracers are going to go through. Torbs are actually going to live in, like based on the based on the composition they had, and that'll be an exit strategy, right, for the Wrecking Ball, like that we saw there maybe. But we've really seen, I feel like, a change from mobile tanks seizing the day and just reigning supreme across the first, what was that, 3 different maps, I guess technically 4 different points, right? To more of the stalwart, like I was talking about, brawly type composition that is headed by that Orisa right up front. And if you try and get in front of that one, you're going to get a javelin through the chest.
That being said, though, you still have some presence with the mobile tanks, especially when you went onto the attack side for Boise State, right? I think one of the good things that Strider was able to do on the Wrecking Ball is, like, normally you're just like, okay, let me mess with the back line, see what happens. That time around, it was like, where's PDK? Where is PDK? Looks for him, kept tagging him on the map over and over, just trying to make sure that, hey, stop wrecking my team. I'm going to make sure you're as uncomfortable as possible, and it worked.
Yeah, it's like, if I'm going to have a bad time playing this game, you are too, PDK, all right, damn it. Fantastic job. And really, this is the kind of like threat identification, right? The champions are made out of knowing that PDK, on the Emre, on the Sojourn, doesn't really matter. When you have these middle range damage characters that are able to get massive burst damage all at the same time, PDK is just there and is going to be taking eliminations. I'm not sure if we saw. Did you ever see any like? A kill streak like 25, like we saw from Clear?
No. At least not from the camera perspectives that we got, because it only shows up as a notification.
Certainly went on a 10, maybe 15 streak, something else like that. But Clear going on the 25. Obviously, it's a tracer, and sometimes this will get the credit for getting the elimination will go over, even if a couple of those tiny little 40 round shots or whatever does land and actually do damage. I love it. The cover into the face. Yeah. I've seen that on the sideline of a college football field before, I believe.
Yeah, you can't let them lip read.
Exactly.
That's the whole thing.
It's a thing. It's 100% a thing.
And
excuse me?
I come from like a baseball background. It's the same thing. You put your glove in front of your mouth.
100%.
So, I know you got the football field there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's important. Communication is key, and it is also more important here on the grand stage on Sunday in the grand finals, and definitely within game number 7 coming up here. If all is right and true here in this competition, then this will be a control map, right? A King of the Hill. Yeah.
And
start where we finished.
This is where tension's the highest, man.
Like, it's true.
I can't imagine being in these player seats right now, because it's like only one game and they've kind of taken it to us. Like at that point, this is my hands. I'm just shaking all day, man.
100%. They cut back to us for that one. There you go. Thanks, guys. FBI Tugboat, Desert Rex. Gotta agree with you, man. Gotta agree with you. All jokes aside about our playing esports back in the past, that doesn't change, right? The aspect of live competition and friends, and you wanting to succeed, you want to help out friends, teammates, and stuff like that, and go on to the next level. That's the kind of stuff that I am familiar with. Obviously, different, categorically different esport in a much different way. We got to be connected to the internet to play anything these days now, right? But I just want to kind of hit the same nail on the head, right? We have undying honor and glory at stake here. Getting to second within the grand finals is not bad for either of these squads, number 2 seed, number 3 seed. So the on-paper team that should be here, number 1 seed, which I believe was the Ohio State University, right?
Yeah.
Squad, they got the bye after we did get down to 7 teams here. Finishing where we started, King of the Hill, and who will come out on top as royalty, Desert Rex.
And again, this is the last hurrah for both of these squads. 3 players will be graduating on the side of Utah, Sonic Ray and Nosam. 4 players on the side of Boise State, Daydream, Lyric, Maxwell, Clear. They both want a trophy on the way out. They want this to be something they look back on, tell their grandkids, say, hey, remember that one time we went against Utah, we went against Boise State. We stood on that stage as champions at the end of my college career. Both teams aching for that, but only one can get that moment in this game number 7.
Very true. Very true. This and more at stake right now. These seniors have got to know it. And more than that, Desert X, you have to play like it. See how this one goes. We'll take a look at team compositions in just a second. Categorical changes.
Oh, man.
Coming out here for both of these squads. Yes, we're looking... Okay, well, no surprise. These 2 teams will see it in just a second. But yes, the May coming out here. Juno will be back, that's familiar, but the Reaper on the other side. What this says to me is that I want to answer your diving tank immediately and bring you back to the level that we were just playing at, which is toe-to-toe, face-to-face, Orisa on Orisa.
I mean, Reaper is so good at just dealing damage from close range, but already Clear is gone. Sonic grabs that kill. Advantage going over to Utah, but PDK running low at the same time does get healed right back up. Strider looking to hold ground, has to back away to a health back. But with Teddy getting the pick onto Maxwell, it's looking good for the Utes.
Strider did get away right there, now came out, wasn't able to get with the rest of their squad. Nicely done. This is what you get for ignoring PDK, right?
Yeah.
Like, my goodness. Standing, a couple of steps away from you, just a stair step or 2 away.
Yeah, that man is dangerous. Through and through. PDK now looking to push forward. Now, I will say this is a rather kind of close quarters style of map, so this Reaper can be pretty effective, but not if PDK is picking off your team like that, gets the headshot onto Maxwell and deletes him from the map.
So this is something I wanted to talk about, right? We don't necessarily need an Omre here. Now a switch for one of the DPS of Boise State. What they do have is that Alari. And what that Alari ultimate is pretty darn close. About as close as you get to a protocol override here, right? We're going to be flirting with that one here soon as we see a couple of players glowing on your top left and right.
Yeah.
Taking a look. Go times. The lady called for it. No, the Genji gets out. You got to finish this one up.
Oh, wow. I can't believe we actually have a Genji on here. Clear is going into the wheelhouse to pull out the best he can. But there it is. May ultimate going to go down. But Clear is going to take everyone he can find and make heads roll. Hex gets a kill onto NoSam. Meanwhile, and suddenly the Broncos are in position to try and capture the point. They got to find PDK first. And that's what Lyric does.
Nicely done. Yeah, I love Clear, how they've just kind of said, like, oh, there's new characters added to Overwatch.
Yeah.
No, I'm playing Tracer and I'm playing Genji, and I'm having a friggin' blast, y'all.
Man, the Genji, it's always so dangerous to take this character because it feels real feast or famine.
Yes.
Either you're going to obliterate them or you're going to get obliterated.
Yeah, and no nano, right?
Yeah. We got to see the best Clear possible if the Broncos are going to put up a fight, but they do have control of the point for the time being as next fight going to break through. NoSam looking to step up.
Nicely done, Spin. You put him in the corner. No, you let the Maka get away from this. It's not like NoSam was super low or nothing like that, but you had to pull this better. Strider again.
Yeah.
A miscue on the ultimate.
So close he was to getting NoSam, but he got out of the corner, and it's very unfortunate for Strider. Again, big Wrecking Ball player, so maybe sometimes it gets a little bit uncomfortable. And speaking of discomfort, it's feeling that way for the Broncos. Maxwell goes down, but he brings back one kill thanks to that Molten Core. Teddy still head hunting at the time. Will find a couple of those towers, so it's not complete disaster for the Broncos just yet, but they do lose Strider.
Okay, so this window comes up to try to save Strider. This isn't really close to point either, so nobody is able to get back with the rest of them. PDK, 99. Tell me if you've seen this TV show before. Moving on along here, the next, we got a Tracer ban and a Life Weaver ban. So Life Weaver, this is kind of what I was talking about before, right? How that's just kind of that get out of jail free card.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take it. It's an all right ban to have. I think the Tracer is definitely a significant one for both teams. Teddy and Clear, very prominent Tracer players. One of the things that's been a little bit off to me is I haven't seen the Broncos really go to some of their other tried and true combos. Oh my God, I thought he was
so
about to make it there.
So close. Try it again. Try it again, Strider.
No, such as that Wrecking Ball Vendetta, but I can see why. It's a very dangerous duo to have. Vendetta can be pretty vulnerable. Clear this time instead is gonna hop on the Symmetra.
Boise State gets there first with the assistance of the Hex Lucio, right? This just makes sense. Positively influence speed of multiple other characters. One of the only few that's capable to do that outside of Juno and that Junker Queen, of course. This is both teams kind of pensive a little bit to really get involved with each other, right? Trying to feel each other out a little bit and try and get this medium range damage going, whereas both squads were perfectly capable and willing to get this done first. That Lucio gets out Hex, a man after my own heart. I love it. I'm a Lucio main.
Okay, Maxwell did fall off the map, but we're still getting some revenge now coming out. Ray, they will take to the skies. Look to hover on through. Hex taking out Teddy in the process. No one yet to capture this point, but Utah having more members on it. The contest now found by the Broncos of Strider, getting into the face of NoSam. NoSam looking to fight this one through. Says 1v1 me, bro, but Tank's getting lower and lower. They'll get up right into their face, and immediately having to dive down is Strider, but no one controlling this point just yet.
Both sides, I tell you, I'd rather have a DPS down than a tank down. NoSam and Utah fighting without the Maga for a couple of seconds here. And up close in your face, Strider sets one up for Hex. Hex gets to the back lines. Ends a Brig, with that one. Nice slide out. Sojourn, you're going to have to be faster than that one, my friend. Finally, and I mean finally, this point goes over towards somebody.
Yeah, the Broncos able to capture it, but they lost their tank. PDK still being an absolute menace into this one. Lyric will take down Ray, but Utah bite back immediately, finding kills onto Clear, onto Hex. No Sam holding this choke point without effort whatsoever. It pushes the Broncos back. Now the Utes have control.
Maxwell, done dusted. A couple of players glowing here for Boise State. They'll have to wait to scream their old lines for this next team fight. About as even as we get. One team takes it for about 16. Now we have Utah taking the lead at 17. Maxwell opting on the perfect corner. This is a perfect utilization of the Symmetra ultimate as well. Oh, Sonic with a cheeky attempt to try and get the environmental kill there, Desert X.
Ooh, fighting in. It's the cage fight that is found by No Sam, and it sets up kills for Teddy and Sonic. Look at the Utes go, though. Remember, this is match point. This is big right now, and they're pushing the Broncos all the way back to the respawn. They need to wait for Maxwell to get back up before they go for their next attempt, but it needs to be fast because right now, Utah see gold.
Clear. Taking a solid bit of damage, forced to come back with the squad. Teleporter's still up. They'll be able to use this one to get in and out quickly. Boise State will. Nope, that got deleted, and they allowed it to happen. PDK falling. Wow, so finding a huge source of damage here, and earlier comes the Juno ultimate, and Strider as well. Lyric super low to fall. Healer for the other side, but it's Utah coming out on top.
Utah hold their ground, 30% remains on this point, and the Broncos on death's door as they regroup, taking a look at ultimates. Kitsune Rush is available. It's gonna be a nice one, maybe mid-fight for the next push. You will get that sound barrier. Same thing, Orisa ult, gonna be up a little bit after that as well, but here we go. Final attempt now coming out from the Broncos.
PDK though. Gotta pay attention to this one. PDK is finding a whole boatload of pressure, and Ray tries to get with it. That's a huge source of healing. Boise State's not gonna have in the and it doesn't matter. Utah, a trio, the Orisa ultimate and the Andy, you don't even need it. The national champions now a second away. Get the gameplay back on. Thank you, Maxwell. Falling team killed down, and Utah has done it. The Utes coming to Las Vegas and in a jackpot.
And what a journey it has been for Utah. This coming down all the way from the fall season where they weren't even in the question of being champions. We didn't see them making playoffs. Spring, it's a completely different beast. Same roster. They're able to find their identity, to shape up, and take down Ohio State, take down Boise State in the regular season. They go into the bracket, they fall to Boise State, seeming like all hope might be lost, but in the lower bracket, bathed in the flames of the lower bracket and the bodies of their enemies, they get into prime point, they get into prime position, and as a full unit, they come together, beat the defending champions, and take the trophy for the Power Esports Conference in Overwatch.
Daps, pounds, handshakes, sportsmanship, and more. That's what you're seeing on your screen right now. Once again, PDK at the start of a play of the game, of a highlight clip, of a replay here.
Yeah.
Can't be surprised whatsoever. Man, it all went down. So it wasn't actually like this team fight is where we got to that 96, but it was this one right here. PDK finds damage on the, or PDK finds the headshot, finds damage on the next one. Teammates clean it up. And it's just that slow burn, right? Death by 1,000 cuts, and you're there before you even know it, right? You're like you're falling asleep on a train or something.
Man, and how good does it have to feel? Again, this is one of the stakes that we did set up is like we have a lot of graduating players. Again, I want to reemphasize them. It's Sonic, Ray, and No Sam. No Sam, who has done some coaching for the squad as well. I believe they're retiring his jersey at the end of this on top of it.
That's cool. That's
so
cool.
To be able to end on such a fantastic peak of winning the PEC as a whole, like it's got to feel tremendous for Utah, and it's well deserved. I think for a lot of collegiate, you know, there are some who have the mindset, hey, we want to build a roster that's going to win championships for us. But what about the squads that want to develop their roster I think Utah really stayed true to that. They brought these players together, and now, hey, championship winners.
Yes, this is your just deserves for putting together a fantastic squad right here. We're going to kick it on over to the desk in just a minute. That'll be enough from us, but this was an absolutely fantastic time. That'll be about it for me. Now, Desterex, the greater esports are done. It'll be lesser esports now, but you're doing Valorant coming up here next, right?
I'll be doing Valorant in just a second. But yeah, this has been a fantastic event. And
Really
it's
has
great
been.
to see the storylines that have been unfolding, right? I mean, we had Rocket League a little bit earlier, the story of Baylor and how tremendous their talent is.
That was Boise State, yeah.
Against Boise State.
Man, coming really close in two different esports, right? Really
Yeah.
coming all the way to the grand finals, to Championship Sunday, right? Again, Idaho, here to Las Vegas, not a super long trip, but still getting right there, getting right to the precipice. All that means to me, Desterex, is they will have clear-cut sights on that numero uno position, at least within Rocket League and the great esport of Overwatch. I think, like we said, though, Desterex, you're going to be up here for Valorant coming up in just a little bit. I think I got some interviews that will be running on the other side, not on the stage or whatnot, but we'll be doing this and kicking it on over in just a minute. I'm FBI Tugboat. Be sure if you're here within the HyperX Arena, make sure, folks, especially if you're going out to do adult stuff tonight, stay hydrated and be responsible. That's all I'm saying. I feel like I have a responsibility as a resident here to tell people, because really being
Keeping
dehydrated.
us in check, man.
I'm sorry?
You're keeping us in check.
Yeah, exactly. And heat doesn't care. That's what I'm saying. It's not so much the heat as the dryness. I'm not going to keep going on and on about it. But again, getting dehydrated is the quickest way to ruin your Las Vegas trip here to the desert. I'm FBI Tugboat. This is Dexter-X. You're going to have some more of him. Let's kick it on down to the stage, get this trophy presentation going post-haste. Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you guys. Congratulations to both teams. What a great series. But now, your 2026 PEC Overwatch National Champions, Utah.
Two national championships in the books on PEC Championship Sunday. Fish and Ryan here. And what an amazing outcome, Ryan. Utah, first year of the PEC, they joined Baylor as a first-time champion. A 7-game epic series as they knock off Boise State.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Boise was going to win that 4-2, and I'm okay being wrong there. I mean, a 7-game series, Utah coming out on top of that one. I mean, I just, watching that game, the intelligence behind what was being done, right? The bands, the compositions, the switches, right? You saw the maze, you saw Ramatra, you saw some really good sort of protect bands rather than targeted bands. I mean, Utah at large, such an incredibly good job. Intelligence behind that team. This was an underdog win, but it was such a well-deserved win. Utah, good game.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, really, you talk about it, right? I think you thought Utah was going to get the first map, and then Boise State would start to steamroll. New Bonnie is where I got concerned for Utah, right? They start out so strong. They go into overtime with, I think, about a 35-second advantage, and Boise State shuts the door on them. They don't even get, I think, 2 ticks in overtime. And I'm starting to think, okay, this is the steamroll that we were expecting, and Utah was not going to go down for it. We have to give a special shout out, not only to the entire team of Utah, but PDK. That man was everywhere. The double headshots. Anytime Utah needed a pick, he pulled it off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Utah, the way that they were playing around PDK was just phenomenal. You had No Sam creating that space like we were mentioning, right? Teddy having those off angles, keeping their supports alive, which gave players like Sonic the ability to absolutely be a menace on the brig. And it was such a good job from that team. And I did not realize this, right? The casters brought it up that it's No Sam as well as Ray and Sonic that are going to be graduating as well.
Yep.
And I think that plays an element, right? You know it's your last time as a team together, and that is one amazing way to go out swinging.
Yeah, and they didn't get the honors in the All-PEC for the support line, but replacing your full support line is always going to be a tough task. So being able to, as you said, end as champions, a massive congratulations to Utah. But again, this wasn't a one-sided series, right? Boise State never folded, right? Every single time it felt like Utah had the advantage, right? We went to match point with Utah needing a win. Boise State immediately shut them down. They don't even get a cap on that 6th map. Boise State felt like they had the answer at every time, but control, I don't think Utah dropped a single point in 2 control maps, and that's where they, and on Flashpoint either.
Yeah.
Capture the flag map, capture the King of the Hill maps, Utah made this championship.
Yeah, Utah went basically, I mean, not basically, they went 9-0 in terms of control points.
Yeah.
They won the 3 on Flash, they won the 2 on the first control, and the 2 on the last control, and that's not 9.
It's 7. It's 7.
I just realized that. But that was just incredible from them. They knew how to play that, and that's what I was talking about, right? You took a look at those bans for the Flashpoint, right? It was the Boise, and Utah, they went ahead and they banned that Ana, right? And it made life so much more easy for them because now you don't have to worry about that ante, and it protects their support line as well. Notice how Utah, I don't think there was a single game where there was not a Brig in the game, and I am shocked.
Speechless. You're speechless.
I'm speechless. I'm shocked that the Brig was never banned from Boise because it was so incredibly powerful. Sonic was an absolute menace on this character, and Utah played it so incredibly well, and the angles were always there. No Sam had great flexibility to mirror into Boise when needed and play their game, and I am speechless in how Utah played, but I mean, it was such a well-deserved win. They're such intelligent players, such intelligent teams.
Yeah, a perfect use of the Wrecking Ball ban as well. We were wondering that was going to come out. They had split the first 2 games. Boise State, of course, has that 1-map lead. They ban it to even the series at 2-2. And just, we said this on Friday. When these teams played in winter semis, we said this feels like a national championship matchup. It was a 3-1 win for Boise State that day and went, okay, maybe that's a preview. Utah locked in, and I think the casters mentioned it, right? You go in that lower bracket, you and I talked about it. You 3-0 Ohio State, you 3-0 Syracuse, and that almost seemed to kick Utah into another gear, and that's the reason they're national champions today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you move in from Ohio State, right? You get a nice 3-0 against the 1 seed, right? And then you move into Syracuse and you find a nice 3-0 against them as well. And that sort of just kicks you off to a great start. You move directly into that Boise game and you're like, we just 6-0'd the 1 seed and the 4 seed. We're ready to beat you now. And that was just, I think it worked, right? That momentum carried on with you. You knew what you wanted to do. You had some time to scout. And also Utah played that Juno Brig composition, which you saw from no other team. And it proves that they are way ahead of this meta and they're ready to play it, not just at a collegiate scale, but probably at a higher scale than that.
Well, big congratulations to our 2nd national champion of the day, Utah. We're going to take a quick break, get a word from our sponsors, and then we'll be right back.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Championship Sunday, joined here by Amber, a Space Force Guardian. Thank you so much for joining us, and tell us a little bit about your role at Space Force.
So right now I'm a cyber detect operator. I work out of Buckley Space Force Base, and I'm a part of the Space Force esports program that we've started recently.
Tell us a little bit about that esports program. What does that look like?
So it's new, and we're slowly growing, but it encompasses esports. So we have a Rocket League team right now that we are trying to get a little bit more momentum on, but we're trying to get COD, League, and then we're not only just doing gaming, we're also trying to do robotics and drones and just all the extra stuff that you can think of.
And how has your role as a Space Force Guardian kind of influenced your passion for gaming?
The fact that I can play Rocket League, which is my go-to game, for the Space Force is just actually incredible. I've been sent to Germany for a trip to play against other nations, and it's been an amazing time.
And just what sort of advantages and opportunities does pursuing a career in the Space Force do for someone who's interested?
It opens so many doors. I joined when I was 25. I have a degree now, thanks to the Space Force. I have certifications in cyber, And it's honestly just it's a great career, or even just a stepping stone to open that career.
Well, Amber, we appreciate you. Of course, we appreciate you guys making this event possible. And it sounds like for gamers, the Space Force is a great choice.
It's amazing.
Once again, big shout out to the Space Force helping make the PEC Championships a reality. We've got 2 national championships done. We've got 1 more left, and that is the Valorant National Championship here. We can take a look at that bracket and see exactly what, excuse me, never mind. We're actually going to go after this bracket. I forgot, I've gotten ahead of myself here. We do have that. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got more sponsors to thank. After we do that, we'll talk more about the Valorant National Championship.
GG Circuit is proud to support the Power Esports Conference, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That's where we come in. From player management and secure labs to tournament operations and remote support, we simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let coaches coach, let players compete. If you are building or scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are.
In today's digital age, esports is more than just gaming. It's a gateway to a future filled with diverse career opportunities. At Esports Integration and Edge, we've developed a curriculum that does more than just teach. It prepares learners for real-world careers in the ever-expanding esports industry. Our curriculum is aligned with career and technical education, ensuring that students not only gain knowledge, but also practical skills that align with industry demands. From budgeting and financial planning to project management and marketing, we cover it all. Students explore various fields such as business, economics, broadcast, film, software development, and even cybersecurity. Whether you're looking for more information about our curriculum or want to explore the possibilities with Platform One, visit us at esportsintegration.com.
PEC Championship Sunday rolls on. We started with 4 of these in front of us, Ryan. We only have this one single one left. A big congratulations to Michigan State Smash, Baylor Rocket League, and now Utah Overwatch claiming a PEC National Championship. We have 1 left to go, and that is Valorant. Of course, this was the one, Ryan, that we have a update on, right? Because there was still a lower final we played. We pull up the bracket here. Ohio State, a 2-0 over Michigan State. The defending champ is gone. We will crown a 3rd brand new champion here in the PEC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got the chance to watch some of that. I took a break when that Overwatch game was playing. I went down to watch that second game. Ohio State was up. It was like 12-2 or something of the sort. Michigan State, they went on like a 7-round run. And I was like, hang on. Ohio State, though, they closed it out on Haven of all maps. And they ended up winning that 2-0, and I am curious to see, right, now that you've won that Haven against Michigan State, you know you'll probably be running into that when you go into Boise State. So it's going to be Ohio State. It's going to be Boise State in that grand finals. Like you said, right, the defending champ. This is the only title the defending champ was not able to make their way back into that game.
Yep.
And now it's going to be a matter of who will be that new champion, right? Is it going to be Boise State? Is it going to be Ohio State? If you're a Boise State fan, you probably wanted to be Boise, considering that you were in 3 national champion titles and unfortunately just fell short of 2 of them.
Yeah.
This is your last chance if you're Boise, and that's a tough one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, they came in. They only have 1 loss all season. It is to Ohio State. So I guess if you're going for the revenge angle, it is kind of nice that we do get these 2 teams playing against each other. And the format will be a little bit different than all of our other titles. Yes, Boise State will still have that 1-game advantage. But unlike in Overwatch or in Rocket League or Smash, with just 1-0, Ohio State was able to pick which map they basically took the loss on. As you see, they have given Breeze over to Boise State.
Yeah, giving Breeze over to Boise State, that's one of those maps that's just really long angles, really easy for your gunfights, and so you give that over to Boise, you don't have to worry about it. I thought you would have gone with Haven, to be honest, right? Haven is a map that is very, very strong for this Boise State team, so avoiding that is not, it was something that I expected, but picking Haven, I mean, I guess after you played Michigan State on it and you played really well, you look at how Michigan State performed against Boise on Haven as well. This may not be a bad shout, right? Especially if you can get that win early on and stop that momentum. It's going to be a really good spot for you. Moving into Bind, then Fracture, and Lotus. Final 2 maps, if we get to those, are newer maps.
Yep.
I personally have not seen Fracture at all yet in PEC play. I've seen Lotus a few times, but I have not seen Fracture at all.
Yeah, this one should be exciting, and I think Utah established the blueprint. You hit on it. If you are that team coming from the lower bracket, and you want to win, you have to win that first game. If you go down 2-0, especially this one is just going to be a best of 5. So if Boise State wins, they're already on match point. You're looking for Ohio State to get that early jump. Now, when these two teams played the other day, the second map, which Ohio State won, they got that early jump. Same thing kind of happened in the Michigan State game you're talking about. I think it was 10-2 at one point. Boise State rallied to 11-9 before Ohio State did eventually finish it off. So it seems like for the Buckeyes, they have the opportunity to get these big leads. It's going to be finishing them, right? The last thing you want, if you get Boise State 7 in a row, they'll make it 8-9 or more. You can't do what you did against Michigan State, as we see some of the highlights from when these teams have met.
Yeah, and I think another thing to consider as well is it is easy to snowball on some of these maps, right? Haven, definitely a map where if you give a team a couple rounds, they could go the distance. Now, obviously, there is the 9-3 curse, which we are not going to talk too much about, but it's very easy for a team to run down the rounds and just keep racking them up into the scoreboard and give themselves the advantage going into the half. Then there are other maps where that's not as easy to do, right? Bind is one of those maps where it's a little bit harder to rack up rounds multiple times in a row. Lotus especially one of those maps. If we get to that point, that would be map 5 if we do.
Yeah.
Lotus is one of those maps where you can start to feel like you're getting momentum and you're like, hey, I'm 3 rounds in, let's get 4, let's get 5. It's like, nope, you can get stopped immediately on a dime compared to some of these other maps, like I said, like Haven, where they are very easily running down and able to sort of rack up those points of rounds. And so going into these matchups, if you're Ohio State, you need to not only win the first game to sort of make this, in a sense, a best of 3, but also you need to know when to chill out. You need to know when to take these timeouts. That's something that's really important, is instead of taking a timeout when you're losing, also take a timeout when you're on a 4, 5, 6 game run, because then you could say, all right, take a breath, let the adrenaline cool off.
Yeah, I think the one title that we really have here where you can take those in-game timeouts, right? Smash, of course, you kind of when your players are swapping, but for Rocket League, for Overwatch, it's full go unless there's a tech issue, right? I think you nailed it. We saw it the other day. I think it was Boise State and Michigan State. The Broncos opened up with back-to-back flawless rounds. Michigan State calls a quick timeout, rattles off 4 in a row. So it's going to be very, very important using your timeout wisely. And again, we just saw Overwatch go 7 games. There's a real chance this one could go 4 or 5 games. Sometimes the timeouts are just really to manage yourself, because we joke about it back here. A 5-game Valorant series is 3 hours.
Yeah, it's a long time, because, I mean, you're there and you are playing at such a high level for such a long period of time. And if you are not ready mentally to play that, you could put yourself in a very precarious position. And so using those timeouts effectively, right, you can use them not only for your own sort of relaxation methods, right, to say, okay, take a second, reset, 20, right, look at what you're going to look at, right, take it 20 seconds, reset, but also it is an element of using your timeouts to throw your opponent off, right, throw their momentum off. You see it in football all the time, right, you use your last timeouts on that last field goal to try to win the game, right, use a timeout right before the kicker goes for it, you throw them off. Timeouts can easily be used like that in Valorant too. You have one of these teams go on a couple rounds in a row. They're feeling good about themselves. Their economy is up. You take a timeout, and now for some reason, they can't play the game anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see here. I do want to bring the bracket up one more time, because we've been talking a lot about Ohio State and Boise State, but I want to shout out these other teams. Everybody made the journey, right? I want to shout out the Minnesotas of the world. A great run there, taking Michigan State. I think that series was very close from what I've heard. Syracuse, a team that you and I have talked about a bunch, came in as the 5 seed. They gave teams a run for their money, right? We talk about it all the time. Just because the 1 and the 2 seed met up in this title, it doesn't mean that this was just a breeze for either Boise State or Ohio State. The PEC truly is a 9-team deep conference when it comes to Valorant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are so many teams this season, specifically in Valorant, where it's like, sure, yes, you have the 1 and 2 seed end up meeting, and it's like, it feels a little boring. I guarantee you it won't be when you get into the game.
No.
But it feels, on paper, it doesn't look fun, right? It's like, last year's March Madness. You had all 4 1 seeds make it to the end. It's like, oh, that's boring. And then you have a really close game between 2 of them. That's what we're going to have here. But you also need to look at where some of these other teams are, right? You take a look at Minnesota, you take a look at Baylor, or Utah, you take a look at Syracuse, you take a look at some of these rosters that, once again, comes down to they're building something that they can then use those building blocks for future years and future competition to come that you can take really good care of and nurture that program and nurture that team.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time, right? You find those 1 or 2 players. I believe Minnesota has a player on the second team, all PEC. You find that player that you can bring people in around, build a roster specifically around that player, and all of a sudden, you're shooting up to the top. I mean, again, Utah, a team nobody was talking about, right? I've talked to some people who are like, I don't know how you guys slept on Utah, but they took Michigan State to 3 games. They could have easily been playing Ohio State today. That is a very talented roster in their first year in the PEC that made some absolute noise. So again, we're going to crown a new national champion. The first time in all 4 of our titles that the defending champ did not even get a chance. Michigan State falling in that lower finals. I think it's going to be an absolute blast, Ryan. And if you're Ohio State, right, because I think we're both again on the same page, it's Boise State as the favorite. If you're Ohio State, what are you looking for on those first maps? Is there anything you saw maybe from their map picks that you go, because you came for Utah, right? It's pick long maps, put PDK in a position to succeed, and that worked. How does Ohio State do that same thing?
I think when it comes down to Ohio State, it's you got to play the game that you know how to play, right? I mean, you played it really well against this Michigan State squad, which I think a lot of people honestly expected them to end up winning against that game in Ohio State and move into Boise because of how well they played against Boise earlier on this weekend. And so I think a lot of people expected that. It didn't happen. It was a 2-0 victory for Ohio State against Michigan State. And I think, you know, you need to bring that power. You need to bring that competition that you played against Michigan State. You got to bring that into Boise. You can't let up. You've got to find even more of what you can play, because if not, then you will start falling short. You already brought this team to 3 games once. You could probably do it again, right? You just can't get too ahead of yourself. You can't be scared that, like, you know, Boise is here. They've been sitting in the finals. They've been chilling basically since last night, right? They haven't had to do anything. You cannot let that get ahead of yourself, because you also got to keep in mind there's a lot of pressure. Ohio State, right? This is their only title they could win. Boise is currently 0 for 2 in terms of their championship titles. This is something that they're going to want more than anything, because this could be the only thing that they could get this year.
Take a look at these lineups. Again, star-studded on both sides here for Ohio State. Coming up from the lower bracket, the number 2 overall seed in the PEC regular season. Of course, their test is that number 1 seed, Boise State. Only 1 loss all season. They have not lost a PEC competition game in Valorant since the calendar flipped to 2026. Incredibly talented. I believe 4 all PEC members on the first and second team combined. You have to be on your A game if you're Ohio State. But if for Boise State, right, what does that formula look like? We heard from Doc yesterday, right? They want these games to be boring, right? As much as it sucks for us, they want these 13-4s, these 13-5s. What does Boise State need to do to basically maintain their dominance they've shown all season?
I think to maintain the dominance, you need to maintain your composure, right? Like I said, there's going to be a lot of noise in your head. There's a lot of voices there because, right, Boise wasn't able to win in Rocket League. They weren't able to win in Overwatch. It's all the pressure is on you now. Boise went from 2 titles last year to now they could be looking at almost 0, and they were in 3, right? That is a lot of pressure on these students, right? You got to remember, these are 20-year-old kids. This is a lot of pressure to put on them to get this victory in a potentially 5-game series against Ohio State, a team that was very much the favorite in the fall and are still very much a competitor this spring against Boise State. And I think you have to keep calm, right? You have to play your game. You have to play what has made you so good this entire semester, this entire year, and you can't let up of that.
It should be very exciting. Again, moments away from our 4th and final PEC National Championship, our 3rd on the day. Baylor took Rocket League this morning. Utah with a crazy 7-game series over Boise State just moments ago in Overwatch. And now Boise State and Ohio State getting ready to go here. You've given the blueprints for both teams. What do you think the final series of the PEC championships look like? Our final national championship, Ryan, what are you thinking?
All right, so I was not fully correct on Smash yesterday, right? I said 3-1, it ended up being a 3-0. This morning I got Rocket League dead on, right? And then Overwatch kind of threw me for a loop, which I don't know. I think I should have gotten that one right considering I coached the game for 6 years of my life, but we're not going to get into that. And then you get into this next game, right, this Valorant game where Ohio State, you can make the argument that they're on this momentum, they're on this hot streak, but they've had to wait, right? Because that Overwatch game went to a Game 7, they can't continue forward with that momentum. So now Ohio State has to basically reset that momentum. And then you have Boise State, who's been sitting here, right, warming up, scrimming, readying themselves for this matchup. And so they're going to get themselves into this. I think it's going to be a very close series. This is the game that I predicted to go the distance the entire time. I think it still will. I think it's going to be a 5-game series, and I'm going to give it to Boise. This one may be a little bit more biased just because I would feel terrible if Boise was in 3 titles and didn't win one. I'm going to give it to them 3-2 for this victory.
There you go again. They start the series up 1-0. We do have the maps in case you're just joining us here. We can show you exactly where we're going. Again, because Boise State was on the upper side of the bracket, we're not going to do a bracket reset. the Ohio State voted they're going to give Breeze over to Boise State. So we'll start on Haven. We'll go Bind, Fracture, and Lotus potentially if we need to get there. Boise State on defense on the first 2 maps we're going to play. And again, I think this series, it's, as you mentioned, right, for Ohio State, they had to get here early, right? 11 a.m. was when they kicked off against Michigan State. Boise State, they could kind of filter in as needed. They didn't need to get here this early. If this goes 5, as you're predicting, Ryan, that's a long day, especially if you're Ohio State, of just staying locked in.
Yeah, it's a very long day, and I think if it does go to a Game 5 here, I'm going to give Boise Lotus, obviously, because that's how they would win.
That's how it would work. Yeah, that's how it would work. Yeah.
I think Boise will also, I'm going to give it to them on Bind specifically, right? And I think it's going to be that ping pong back and forth, because if you're Ohio State, the only way this doesn't turn into a 3-0 is you have to win Haven. If you do not win Haven, we mentioned it, that's the blueprint. You've got to win that first one, make it even again. I think Ohio State has to win Haven, and therefore I'm also going to give them Fracture just because it's that new map, and I think, frankly, if you have the experience of the map and your opponent does not, then that may give you the upper hand. I don't know who has the upper hand on that map, but I think Ohio State may.
There you go. That is our championships, how they've gone so far here today. Baylor taking a 4-1 win over Boise State in Rocket League. Utah 4-3 over Boise State in Overwatch. And then, of course, our prediction from Ryan, who until the Overwatch game, we were joking back here, was a prophet because you had basically nailed every single thing we threw at you. It is 3-2 in favor of Boise State for Valorant, potentially, right? That one we still have to play. Going to be very, very curious to see. And again, can Boise State go on those runs? We've talked about it. Ohio State yesterday against the Broncos. Today against Michigan State, susceptible to letting teams go on runs. They were able to finish out both those maps, but when the lights are on, the pressure is bright, you start losing 7-8 rounds in a row, it's that doubt that starts to creep in. And you talk about using those timeouts. If you have them, sometimes maybe better just to save them if you're Ohio State, because we've seen you could be up 10-2, and then all of a sudden you blink, and it's 11-9. You're like, wait a minute, how did this happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, there's sort of the 9-3, there's the 7-11, right? There are these different combinations of scores where teams can really start to snowball forward in terms of their economy. And if you aren't careful, if you don't stop these teams, those thrifty rounds are going to be the ones to look out for, because those are the rounds that can stop the momentum of a run and then give it to the other teams if you can win on those thrifties. And so that's something to be looking out for both these teams today. And I think when it comes to these runs specifically, it's as well as what comps you're going to run, right? Can you run something a little bit more unique, a little bit more different? Because though both these teams are very, very good and very skilled together, if you see that mirror composition, right, where both teams are on the exact same characters, it comes down to which team, frankly, is just the better team, right? Which team can play their gunfights better? Which team has the better team fundamentals? And that is never really the place you want to be in unless you're overly confident in your composition and in your roster. So you always want to throw something a little different out there, right? Whether it be a double duelist versus a double controller on Bind, for instance, is something really, really important. Like when Master is on Clove on Bind, that is a really important choice to make because you're on the Clove instead of like when Lemur is on Chamber for the side of Michigan State.
And speaking of the players, right, we just talked about it. We saw it with the Utah series, right? It was PDK. Yes, it was a team effort, but it was PDK who you and I both agreed kind of at times put the team on his back and said, we're going to a national championship, hop in. What are those players? I mean, you mentioned Master for Boise State, but what are those players for both sides? The names that you need to know if you haven't been able to catch PEC regular season. I'm going to put you on the spot here. The names that you just need to be watching out for in the kill feed, on the score screen, that maybe make the difference in this one.
I think, well, like I said, you're going to have to watch out for Master for the side of Boise. I mean, that's one of those players that you always have to watch out for. And then, I mean, you kind of get the answer already when you look at the all-PEC teams. Yep. Those are the players you want to watch out for in terms of Ohio State, because those are the ones that are going to be making those waves. And we talk about that first team and that second team and sort of those players that are not always on the kill feed. This is where they're going to show up, though, right? And that's the ones that you're going to be really need to be aware of, right? So Waldy is one of those players for Ohio State that is really, really good at how they play the game, right? It's a matter of they don't over engage when they don't need to. They know when they need to pull back, when they need to, and they play very well just as a team player. They know what they want to do almost at all given points in time for that Ohio State roster.
Yeah, Waldy, the lone member of the Ohio State team on the first team. Boise State, you see there have a pair of members. The Broncos, just how deep their roster is and why they're the number one seed. They also have a pair of members on that second team, and you and I talked about it, especially with Smash, but it applies to every game. These are the players we know. It's sometimes going to be your fourth man down, your fifth man down the lineup, who maybe gets that clutch 1v1 that makes the difference, right? When you win a national championship at this level, it is at the end of the day a team effort. You can't just rely on someone like Waldy or someone like Master to just basically say, I'm going to put up 40, everyone else just try and get one. You're going to need those other guys, those fourth and fifth men to make plays. Again, the Valorant bracket has been phenomenal. The teams we expected, but I don't even know if it's the results we expected, right?
Yeah.
We thought Boise State might 2-0 Michigan State. The Spartans didn't let that happen. Lemur nearly changed the entire bracket, nearly carried them to a win in Game 3. Boise State and Ohio State, that one went to a Game 3. The Broncos kind of locked in, and that's where we got that "we want this to be boring" quote from Doc that we've been referencing all day. Michigan State taking care of Utah. That was a 2-1 that ended very, very late last night. I think this is going to be a fantastic way to end PEC. If it goes 5, maybe we'll regret it because it'll be 3 hours. But I think, again, of all the titles, this has been the one that has basically had the upstart. The defending champ potentially, I think, did fall down to the 4th seed when it was all said and done for Michigan State. This has been the most roller coaster of all the titles.
Yeah, and if it does go to 5 games, I just want to give major love to Deserix, who's going to have to cast not only a best of 7 over Overwatch, but then a best of 5 in Valorant. You and I, we get to sit in this nice room, and then we don't have to,
we're good.
We just get to watch it after the games go live.
Yeah.
But so major love to Deserix if it does go to a game 5. It will be exciting if it does, and I think it. Unfortunately, I do think it will go to a game 5, so stay hydrated, casters. We love you. But that's to show the scale of these teams, right? Because, like you mentioned, sure, there are these first team and second team players that are sitting there that are really, really good that will always be your playmakers, but it is all 5 members, right? Sometimes it's not going to be Waldy or Master sitting there in a 1v3 and they're going to win it. Sometimes it's going to be one of those players that maybe you don't see all the time or maybe you don't always have the best KDA. It's going to be those players that are looking to really make a name for themselves, and this is where you're going to do it. You're going to make your name for yourself on the stage, under the lights, under the pressure. This is the last title everyone is going to be watching. Both these teams have the ability to give themselves their program victory, and there's a lot of pressure on that.
And I think for the final time, I also have to ask you, will we get our hype moment, our hashtag hype moment of the event, right? Overwatch, Utah did kind of pop off at the end there, but it wasn't that individual player like we saw from Millshark, right? I'm going to keep bringing it up, right? Because that is what makes these events. Again, apologies, Minnesota. You ended up going farther than Syracuse. I can say that. But this is what, right there, that is what makes LAN events special, right?
Yeah.
We could have done this for everybody in their dorm room. We would, of course, be a little bit more bored because we'd be at home. But that is, the pop-offs are what makes it. That's what we're going to remember for a long, long time. Do you think we can finally see somebody top Millshark, or will he go home the national champion of Aura Moments?
We need to find an award for that.
Yes.
I mean, here's the thing. When you look at that clip, and when we analyzed it a little bit yesterday, when you look at that clip...
We've analyzed it several times. I'm surprised we haven't gone backwards yet to really make sure we fit it all.
It isn't even a matter of how he stood up and cheered, right? Like Utah, that was an incredible victory, right? That was a Game 7. Frankly, wasn't expected to win it, right? Your 16 seed against the 11 seed in terms of the OWCRA. That will definitely change now, right? That was a moment where... exploding in excitement was going to happen, right? And it did, right? It was the players jumping up, giving each other hugs, having great high fives, right? That is what LAN is about, right? And that's what you love to see. But it's the way that specific clip happened from Millsharks. It was not the jump up and scream. It was the jump up, stand, then scream. So as I've thought about this through multiple times because we keep going over it, I don't think it's going to be topped. I think there's going to be a lot of screaming and a lot of cheering and a lot of happiness. But to do what he did in that clip, to stand almost perfectly still and just like, I am him. And then to scream, that is like, stand, stop, takes the headset off, screams after he gets done. Like that. And he was so calm to put down the controller too.
Yeah,
it was
very smart, by the way.
Like you see the headsets thrown down, right? It's like, yeah, and people start losing it. It was the calm, then bang. I think that is gonna be. I don't think anything's gonna top it. I don't think it will. I think it's just too perfect.
No, and I will say, and I will shout this out, right? We talk about all the time when you and I were joking, right? Sometimes esports can get toxic, right? I appreciate he stares him down. And then he looks up, right? He's not screaming at him. He's screaming in excitement, right? And that's maybe the best part that we're looking for, right? You stand up, you maybe give your opponent a side eye, but then you just scream out into the crowd. You let the crowd know, because that'll get everybody hyped up. So again, we're maybe challenging the players if they're listening. We hope they're not. We hope they're locked in and ready to go very soon. But find that moment, find your moment, because again, and we were talking about this last night with some of the other casters here. Mentally, you have to sometimes be locked in, and it might seem like you're just standing up and you're going crazy just to do it. It helps people lock in sometimes.
It does, yeah. And I mean, also after that, I feel like, well, I have to mention this, right? After that scream, after that sort of happiness and that aura moment, it did go to a tiebreaker, but we're ignoring that for now. It's also a matter of you're here, and you like you said, right? Sometimes it's toxic, but sometimes it's not, because that happened, and then I think immediately afterwards they started trading names with each other, right? Because they want to practice, they want to learn more, they want to get to know each other, and we talk about it a couple times, but I just want to bring it up again. That's what makes LAN so special. A lot of the sponsors have brought it up as well, is having 9 schools, 9 students, or 9 schools of students, excuse me, come to this event.
That's all we brought.
9 students, that is it.
You had to be very talented. You played multiple games, hop around.
Exactly. Having these schools come together, compete in the HyperX Arena, compete here in Vegas, travel out. I think it was only Utah who drove, right?
Only Utah who drove. Shout out to them as well.
Shout out to Utah for that, yeah. And they get to drive back with a trophy now. They don't got to worry about throwing that in a carry-on. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you don't have to worry about like packaging it up, and no, that's good for them. But they come to this event, they have a good time, they get to meet people they've only ever seen the IGNs of, the gamer tags of, and now they get to put a face to that gamer tag. They get to have such a connected time, and you think of esports, it's all digital, it's across the country, it's across the world. It doesn't feel connected, but then you bring them in a location, you bring them for a championship, and it doesn't matter if you're the 9th seed going out in day 1 or you win the championship. Everyone loves to be around everyone. You make friends with one another. I know Syracuse, right, they didn't make it to the championships today in any title, but they were still there cheering on other teams because they've made friends with one another, and that right there is what LAN is about.
And, of course, we have to give a big shout-out to our sponsors, right? GG Circuit, Space Force, Esports Interactive, right?
Yep, Esports Integration. Love those guys.
My bad. Apologize. You did the interview on that one. So, but again,
I love Josh.
they make these events happen, right? They are the ones who help make this happen. So, again, a big shout-out to all of them. I know we'll hear from them more. They've been handing out the national champions. They're going to claim our last one here in just a few hours. It'll go away from you and I. And, again, Valorant national champion, moments away here. Boise State, the #1 seed, 1 loss on the season, taking on Ohio State. The Buckeyes, undefeated in the fall, faltered a little bit in the spring, but are now maybe peaking at the right time. And again, that 2-0 today, you have to wonder. We talked about it with Utah and Overwatch, right? They 3-0, 3-0 in the lower bracket against some very strong teams. You wonder how much that 2-0 builds them up. And again, here's the map we're looking at. Again, Boise State, since they're from the upper bracket, they get a win. For Valorant in particular, it wasn't just, hey, you'll start 1-0. It was pick a map. Ohio State, that's the map you want to lose on. They pick Breeze. And again, we're starting on Haven here in just a matter of moments, and it should be a lot of fun between these 2 squads, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do enjoy seeing like the split and the Pearl bans almost immediately. There's that running joke in a lot of collegiate Valorant that like never play split on game 3. And I just think it's funny that it was the first ban immediately. It's just like, no, we don't even want to deal with that map. Just ban it. And then you see Pearl ban second as we take another look at these rosters here from Boise and Ohio State. Remember, these are your 2 potential champions here. Neither one of them have gone home with a trophy today in any title yet, nor are either of them the defending champions for Valorant.
No, it'll be a spectacular event to hand out a brand new national title, as you said. And something we talked about with Utah, right? Coaching, you and I were talking about this off screen, right? Coaching is going to be very important. Making those mid-game adjustments, making those round-to-round adjustments. You shouted out Utah, right? The coach deserves nearly as much credit, right, for putting that team in a position. That's what the coaches for both these teams are going to have to do as well. If you're Boise State, you go up 2-0, how do you make sure you lock up the series? If you're Ohio State and you tie it 1-1, what did you see to get an advantage in this series? Sometimes it's, what do those coaches do adjustment to adjustment that almost matters more than what the players do, because the coaches put the team, I should say, in the spot to be successful.
Yeah, we talk about these coaches and how much they mean, right? We talk all about like the first PEC, the second PEC teams, which are these phenomenal players, and we see them in the kill feeds and they're great, but the unsung heroes are those coaches, right? The ones that are making those compositions, are giving those words of advice, to players when those timeouts occur, or that 60 seconds between Rocket League matches. And those are the people that are really doing a lot that you don't ever hear from. And I just want to give a shout out to all of them, right? Because they make incredibly good plays. Because when you're in a game like Rocket League or Val, sometimes it's not even about changing the mechanics or the fundamentals of how you're playing. It's changing the mentals, right? It's saying, hey guys, we're 7 rounds in a row right now. Let's take a breath, right? Let's take a second. Let's stand up. Let's do a push-up or two, right? Let's stay, healthy, but also let's calm down a little bit. And then there's other games like Overwatch where that Utah coach, right? I mean, the ways of those bans, right? And helping the team have those correctly, and then making those adjustments of playing like Ramatra instead of like the Orisa or the Mei instead of the Symmetra are very, very crucial decisions. And your team trusts the coach's decision, right? Making those decisions on the fly. And you're saying, I'm putting my not rank in this case, but I'm putting the trophy in your hand as the coach. And that's the level of trust that you want from coaches to team players.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it. I think it's very important. And if we have the ability, I'm going to take our one timeout we get here on the desk, right? We've been talking about our amazing sponsors. Let's give them one more big shout out, and we'll be right back. Again, the Valorant National Championship is just moments away.
GG Circuit is proud to support the Power Esports Conference, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That's where we come in. From player management and secure labs to tournament operations and remote support, we simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let coaches coach. Let players compete. If you are building or scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are.
It is time for our final national championship of the day here in the PEC in Valorant. From the lower seeding, Ohio State, the Buckeyes. We have Ranny, Hamburger, Bot, Waldy, and Patience. From the upper bracket, the #1 seed, Boise State Broncos, Prestige, Gelicis, Master, Skies, Damio, and Koss.
It all comes down to the final matchup on Grand Final Sunday. And it's 2 of the top 2 teams to accomplish that task, to climb that monument that is the mountain of challengers that are now left below them in their wake. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Desirux, and it has been a pleasure to be a part of the journey for these programs. But only 2 remain, and now they have to prove they're the best and deserve this chance to face off against each other.
And you know what? When the PEC regular season started up, these are the 2 names that we all kind of anticipated to be in the finals, minus some shenanigans going around. I mean, Utah definitely put a very strong contendership for their own name, but overall, it's always been Ohio State, Boise State, Ohio State, Boise State. They're the only 2 teams that pretty much took games off of each other in the regular season, especially if you go back to fall. I know it's easy to look at spring and just have the recency bias of that, but hey, we have so much tape between these squads, and now it all comes down to just one more game.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here as well is this could be the moment for Ohio State to not just upset this team once, but to do it again, because they did it, 2 semesters ago. We talked a lot about how Boise State is this flawless team once the year rounded around to 26. Not the case, though, at the end of 25. They actually went in a 2-1 bout. Ohio State took it, and it required them to do so on Bind and Sunset. guess what? Sunset is no longer in the map pool, and neither is the map pool map win that Boise State pulled out of Corrode. So they're going to have to experience this on different maps, and they're going to have to accomplish this on a stage with 4 potential games still ahead of them. And yes, Boise State has a lead thanks to running through that upper bracket. It doesn't mean it's an impossible task for this Ohio State roster to pull it out at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've gotten a little bit of a preview of what this is going to look like because of their upper bracket battle that they had before. That went 2-1 in favor of Boise State. But if you watch that one loss that Boise State had to Ohio State, that was on Haven. That was absolute domination for the longest time for Ohio State. So it definitely puts a very interesting matchup to me, because I know we talked a little bit before the broadcast that we're split on the regard of who we think might be taking this one. I know you favor Ohio State for that matter.
Yeah, I think Ohio State has managed to pull off something I thought was going to be a sure win. It was to, usurp Utah out of their initial role, and then obviously then take down the team that took down Utah. Utah had been this major historic rise, but so had Boise State been. So had now this Ohio State roster. So every one of these teams has improved leaps and bounds, but the question was who had improved the most and who's going to take that improvement to the next level up on a grand stage. And Boise State have the capability, but for so long, Boise State had been really reliant on how effective their attacking composition was and how effective they were just on the attack in general. That's not really been the issue for Ohio State. The issue for Ohio State came down to ultimately relying on a single player and not being able to flesh out the responsibilities and roles of everybody else in that system. It's called a system for a reason. Now you've shifted over. You no longer have to be reliant on this solo player. You can shift into this new play style where everybody steps into the plate, and Bot, more specifically the player I've been keeping an eye on alongside Waldy, who plays kind of a pseudo-sentinel role, or pseudo-duelist role, I should say, many a time. These are players you should put an emphasis on, not to backpack you like you've had worries on before and has been my worry for this team, but instead to help elevate the rest of this roster to that next level and take down the prospective champions of Boise State who want to finish this thing out strong.
And what I've seen from Boise State that makes me lean towards their side is I've seen a lot of growth as the time has gone on. They put a lot of hours into the game. They get a lot of reps in. There's a tournament they play called Fun Haver where they've gone from just being like top 32, top 16 to even making it to top 8. They always see day 2 of that. And sometimes, you are going to have problems and growing pains, especially when you do have, new members who are part of your roster. Koss did start his rookie year for this PEC, but being able to show up time and time again, especially Koss, we kind of call him the clutch king over at Boise State because he has the most defuses, most clutches out of anyone that you can really have there. Having this team start to come together and communicate as a squad, I know Coach K, that's something she's been pushing, is being able to have your comms on at all time and not just crash out and go straight silent. I think they've had a lot of growth and a lot of display of that as time has gone on.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned kind of the mental mindset part, not to just crash out and kind of go silent and break down in the moment. I was paying attention quite heavily throughout the series through this weekend, and that was a big issue for a lot of these rosters. It was kind of also a question that was broached to the directors of these programs, and Ohio State's director straight up said, we have to keep a good mindset, and on top of that, we've been working with psychologists at our department, at our university, to handle that and work with the team. So they've been getting some extracurricular help alongside that to try to focus up, and they've been really noticing that as an aspect. Even in a tough series against Michigan State, they were able to stay calm, cool, and collected, and that was obviously more said to be done on Haven, as at one point they were 10-2 up, but a lot of that was in big part thanks to that leadership role of Bot, who was taking direct control over that team, directing their force, and taking them on a composition that we see here once again is dangerous for this map, and it leaves that second half up to questioning, yet they closed it out strong.
It's really nice for Ohio State because they kind of took vengeance out on what had happened last year. It was Michigan State versus Ohio State for the finals. So Ohio State, the only one who's revisiting this finals, it's now Boise State who are stepping into that role as we get ready for this essentially game number 2, because you always have to remember if you win through the upper bracket, you do get that auto win. We're not doing bracket resets, so it still is a bit of favor going over to Boise State into this game. But here we go, hitting the map.
Well, again, I mentioned the agent selection out of the Ohio State University, and it is going to still be reliant on that Neon as that front forward player, but you've highlighted Koss. They've come through in round 1 quite spectacularly. 2 right off the rip. One is now making a third, and it's a full house between Koss and Skies to secure and solidify the very first pistol round win.
We didn't even get like 15 seconds of that map. It was just straight to business for both teams. But Boise State having the better aim to start this one off and going it flawless. That's a great start of momentum onto their side.
Now, how do they carry that over into the second? Again, you're playing kind of at the whims of what an attacking team can do, but now that you've won that pistol, you can bring out these stronger weapons, bring out something like a judge around these corners, which is really good for really hyper-aggressive teams or compositions. You have that neon, so there's a little value for that slide and quick combo for kill, but you also can play very passive, play that bulldog, pick up a guardian, even specters for these kind of rounds to play a little bit longer range and force that Ohio State University side to have to close into you with these meager sheriffs and bandits as every one of these players now etches into short, gets spotted by that KJ turrets, but now need to decide, do we commit to this or do we rotate out? And I think Bots made the call. They don't want to give it up, but they do want to set up for that tertiary pressure.
I mean, it's at least drawing the attention of Ohio State University over towards that A site. They do have the ability to flex around. Again, they kept one member back, so it's not a complete commit just yet, but trying to outread each other. We're waiting for the utility to go down, and that's going to tell us a lot.
Ohio State ready to go around the corner. It's Bot, though. The question on the mind right now, can they survive this judge that's wrecking around the corner? They can't. It's Skies to get their twin. A second hunt effort, but Waldy's good for it, but can't sustain against the next. And Ohio State, unfortunately, find themselves the loser the majority of that fight. And you'd hope for maybe one more kill here. Drop the economy, drop the weapons that Boise State had purchased for this round to try to disparage any sort of positive result to come in round 3. But it's so reliant now on the shoulders of a player who has to get around this corner so tightly that just doesn't seem the best possible option, especially with the way that Boise State are currently stacking up on this objective. One player down inside Hell has a bulldog, like I mentioned before, that can play that range and take advantage of these players, and Master makes sure to do exactly that to win the second.
I mean, Brigand Troy are trying to get on by and find an angle through, but with so many members of Boise State University still up and available, there was no chance right there, especially with economy on BSU's side. So Boise State University off to a phenomenal start, to say the least. Again, this was the map that gave a lot of trouble to Boise State University when they faced Ohio State the last time that we had in the upper bracket. So it's nice for them to at least have momentum going on their side.
So now the question is, do we see that standard stereotypical mold, that 2-1 split to start out this Valorant map, our first one of the series? And it's going to require Ohio State to come away with a victory. It does seem to be they'll tease towards this B side to try to find that first opportunity to strike. And a very easy read for the majority of teams, right? You want to take advantage of the guns you have. You come in a little bit hot and heavy with these rifles, try to find a longer range. And there's nothing really longer than that archway leading into either side's links where you're trying to find that first point of advantage. And if you can't, so close to your left is just garage doors. Take it, and it's a free dash and sprint onto the C site where Bot's got some congestion, but has at least created some leverage towards that site.
I mean, that's always so tricky about Haven. Like, so many different angles you can take if you're Ohio State University that Boise State are going to have to watch out for. It does appear that they are leaning towards the A site right now. You can see a heavy commitment from Boise State coming out on C site, completely opposite of it. But here comes the push forward for Ohio State University. They're looking to take.
No. Everyone's stuck behind a quick use of the smoke, and Boise State are falling victim to the guns at hand that Ohio State have brought to the table. Master able to equalize a little bit, make it a full equalization. We've reached equilibrium. And even 3-on-3, Boise State still need to contest and control back into sight. No player down in Graffiti, 2 in Hell, and looking at Sin players there. It's the hallway flank and a drop down from Heaven. Skelesis goes 1-for-1, and now it's a 1-for-1 as Hamburger's the last one remaining. Flick of the wrist, can't connect. Goes for the second effort, and no way, comes away the victor and breaks this map open already, just in round 3 to go up 3-0.
He's been called the clutch king for a reason. When he's the last one up and he needs to make a play, he's going to do just that. Unfortunate for Hamburger, he did take some damage leading into that final fight, so didn't have much working on his side there. And just like that, Koss capitalizes, finds the kill, gets the defuse. Most defuses again in the league. Phenomenal player to say the least, and showing this all on his rookie year puts Boise State University 3-0.
Now the bigger question is, after a devastating round 3 result for Ohio State, they can't come into this next one with proper weapons. They can pick up the Bucky in the hands of Bot, which again, it's a lot of power and value to put that in your Neon's hands, but everyone else has only Sheriffs, and you need to drop weapons into Boise State's hands. They exit that last run only carrying over a single, and it was a rifle that was obviously collected from your team in the process, but you need to burn away these players, and unfortunately, Bot gets caught in a nano swarm. It leads to the first blood based on utility for Boise State, and Ohio State State, they have to just commit to this B side. There's no other chance but now.
Yeah, they got to do their best, but their best is not enough when Koss gets back-to-back kills. Master finishes it all up to polish off another round for Boise State University, 4-0. It only cost them Daimyo, and they're sitting pretty right now in the early stages.
I touched on the results for Ohio State against Michigan State. They started 8-0 before a single round got given away. They were 10-2 at halftime, right? So this is a team that took a huge lead in that first half and was hoping to carry it over to the second. Now they're 4-0 down on that attacking side that they just were so accomplished on in that Michigan State game. But I'll tell you, the Boise State players were sitting there watching the Michigan State players saying, I see what's not working. I see what we can do to fix that. And they were asking the coach, checking around, what can we do to try to make this Haven map that much more of a possibility? And seemingly it's been working through the start of these first 4, but they do give up first blood in 5.
I've had some talks with Zach. He's one of the casters that mostly covers Valorant for Boise State University. He's talked about a bit about the way that Boise State play defense, and it's not usually the prettiest when it comes to Haven, but it seems like, at least for the adaptations they're making right now, it's starting to work out as the one-for-one trade is going to fall through. Looking to push forward. Daimyo's not letting loose, though. Here comes Ohio State on the bounce back.
This is exactly what you play that Phoenix and that Clove for, right? It's essentially that 6th man, almost that 7th man with that not dead yet out of the Clove. So a lot of value for Ohio State to keep that numbers to their side. And, well, if your Boise State rounds like that, not only do you gain the extra player to fight back as Phoenix, but you also give away information. It's a full person running around. It's not just like a drone that they have to control from a distance. They're in full control and they can fight back at just as much power. And that gives the information into short that leads in for bot to swing direct on from main ramp into site. It executes 2 more players, and then the lonesome flanking Viper that has to execute all the way away from C site and rotate in from attacker side spawn is taken advantage of, and Ohio State will net their first round win so far. It took them 5 rounds, but they've done it here.
That's to be said. Boise State not in the worst spot. Economy not exactly terrible for them after all those back-to-back round wins, and still getting the better of some of these exchanges very early on. Bot's going to fall to Skies. Brig having a good shot, but not on the target he's going to be looking for. Just taking out Bird on the back end as he approaches carefully towards the next trip.
It's a fallback plan, and this is something that Ohio State are really keen on doing. They will be given the comm by Bot to just walk away.
Yeah.
They get a little bit of pressure. Maybe they get a kill lead, and they kind of sustain, and then they say, we don't want to be there anymore. And so they'll take that step back and just walk away, as they say. But when they're down 2 players, eventually you have to make that call to commit. And this is the kind of round where it's a judgment decision that's going to be on the shoulders of these 3 that are still alive. And they're going to make the calm decision to go over towards this A site. They don't have any intel down through long. They're lacking the real utility to do so. You still have a couple seconds left on getting a dart out here for Hamburger, and Boise State with all 5, and you're heading towards the most retakeable objective in all of Valorant. Guess what? You can just give up control over the A site. If you want to sit inside Graffiti, go ahead and do so. I'd say it's ill-advised. There it is. Recon Bolt confirms the location. Get the heck out of Dodge and now play the full 5 retake, where numbers ultimately are going to be your biggest contributor. And on top of that, you're set up a flank, and there's nobody watching this for Ohio State.
We're taking long-range shots. The Skies will find Waldy. And now with only 1 left on the table, no, they're all down. It's an easy defuse on this retake coming out for Boise State University. And they play this pretty damn well, not losing a single member. They'll have a flawless round.
Now that you've gotten so far ahead, you're 1 round away from just guaranteeing breaking even at halftime.
Yeah.
The ultimates are going to start to come into play, and the timeouts are going to be called here for Ohio State. Discussion.
Oh, yeah.
There was a whole timeout period in that Michigan State game, and the crowd is getting excited about this one. There's a whole timeout period in that Michigan State game where Michigan State called the timeout, and nobody spoke for Ohio State. Not a soul opened their mouth. They all just sat there focused up, and I was worried about the possibility of the mental battle. It's something I love to go ahead and peek around these players throughout the entire weekend and watch their game plan. I'm more worried about Boise State's mental in this one than I am Ohio State University's, because I saw the way that they coordinated themselves. I saw the way they composed. Some player got upset. They said, it's okay. They type in their team chat, say what just happened, and then that would be the end of it, and they laugh it off. That was the style of this team. But can you laugh it off in the face of a grand final stage here, all the way in Vegas, which you've been working towards? Can you do that now?
I've had talks with Coach K, and one of the things she talked about when it comes to bringing up this Boise State squad, since we're on the topic of having a good positive mental, is she's told her players time and time again, compliment each other. Just hype each other up as much as possible. If you saw the Ohio State game, if you're in front of the Boise players when they were losing that second round on Haven, one of the things they kept doing was, after a loss, fist bumps. Fist bumps every time. They would make sure that they're all still locked in, that they're not blaming anyone. So, yeah, the mental game is huge. And I do think Boise State at least are coming in with a very strong mental to try and keep this all together to make sure that that's not going to be the biggest factor, like you have said in the past for Boise State.
Yeah, they've got some seniority on this team to take advantage of and leverage back on, and players that have coaching experience and more and have been in all these kinds of positions before. Like you said, some outside of the PEC experience that can really help and elevate a team. Yeah. But right now, Ohio State, who also has that outside the PEC experience and has even faced Boise State in some of those areas, is struggling. 2 players down almost right off the rip, one towards C long, one inside garage. These are angles that you cannot give up. This now puts you back into another 3 versus 5. We saw the last one win. It ended flawlessly for Boise State. The Broncos had no problem bucking you off that site. So what are you going to do this time when not only do you have to get onto site safely, you don't have to wait for that spike to get back over there because you left it in at spawn to default, and now the team's got to come back over while somehow putting bot in a spot to get a kill without sacrificing line of sight to Skies.
That was absolutely disgusting by Skies. The quick distraction sets up the kill, and now it's a situation set by Ohio State University. They are able to plant the spike at the very least, but when you're standing 5 members strong, retake is very potent for Boise State University. They'll lose one in the process because they've already gotten to work. And all that remains is one more member of Ohio State in that smoke. Defuse comes through. It's another round for BSU.
They just wanted to confirm that extra round. They want to make sure they're going good into that second half, so they use the lockdown. If you're Ohio State, you're saving that Hunter's Fury specifically for that. So now that they've done that, you have to make the decision. Can I charge my Hunter's Fury if I use it now, back up by the time that lockdown would be available? Is that even an option in the next 6 rounds that remain in this half? I think it's a really big question mark that's going to then stress out the overall player economy of that Ohio State side. So you don't want to use it in that round, and you didn't want to use the not dead yet unless you found 2 kills on the players pressuring you into sight from Boise State. But it was an option and something that they could always keep in that back pocket, as it will be a much faster take, it seems like, for Ohio State to head on in towards this A site. 3 will go through short, 2 through long. 1 player, Daimyo, stalk off here towards Cubby. Turret will alarm. The 3 players down below. The Owl Drone will confirm 1, but Daimyo strikes for 2! Breaks open this round again on an eco for Ohio State, and Hamburger's the only one to strike for this team in the round, and that's not going to be enough. Skies heads to heaven and looks to send one down the other way. It's a player down on ramp. The moment just around the corner could be there, as there's the swing. You noted him for a moment. The dive and dash goes the other way to gain space. Wally will at least use the rifle they grabbed before to get 1. The not dead yet comes out from both sides, but Bot and Hamburger aren't done. Can't keep them silent in the kill feed. It's more to their name in Skies. The overdrive finds no contact, and Waldy gets 3 to claim.
It was looking like doom and gloom when you saw those first 2 kills picked up by Daimyo. Yeah, he was caught out. He got them back to back. Ohio State down a man. They don't let it phase them. They still continue forward. And they found everything they need. I was going to ask you right before this round, what do you think Ohio State need to do in order to start shaping up? Well, they actually just showed us on the display right there.
A big aspect of that one, again, is going to come off the impact of that not dead yet, essentially having that 6th player on the field. You give up 2 almost important frags down through short, but you gained 1 back in a Daimyo, and that gives you a gun. And that gun then became the winning condition of that round without needing to really worry about ultimates after the fact. But there's another worry point if you're Ohio State. It's the boomstick in the hand of Skies, and it's made contact, and it is not a pretty one. Ohio State are down a player early. Again, this is a problem point for this team.
Skies is very much a smooth operator, finding those long-range picks down deep corridors. It makes it so dangerous, especially on this peak right here. It's another pick for Skies. You can't stop this man when he's sniping.
Sprays come from Daimyo on that seaside link and hopes to maybe make contact for a player sneaking through the smoke, but you can't sneak past Daimyo. It's the first to their name. They'll fall to the hands of Hamburger, but it may not matter. A 1 versus 3 is all that remains, and Hamburger's been spotted. Shock Dart will finish the job, and Skelesis will be accredited with that round win. Result thanks to it. Boise State 7-2. We saw a moment, a glimpse for Ohio State to buy back into this one, but it's not been enough just yet to light that fire under them. And even though they have ultimates, they've been waiting to use them, not creating the chase to use them, not finding the opportunity themselves. They've been at the beck and whim of really the operator at the start of each of these rounds.
Yeah, and you can see how rough the economy is in the current state for Ohio State. Only 3 light shields going to be picked up there. It's going to be a little bit of struggle coming up for at least the defense and utility that you want for this next push. So can't imagine it's going to be the best state for Ohio State University, but they got to work with what they got. And fortunately for Boise State, they got Skies on an operator, and he's still picking heads.
Oh, they got tagged, though. Shorty's out for Skies, makes contact, doesn't matter. Waldy's back the other way, but Koss is on Platt and just can't fall. This player proving that they belong here. And Daimyo's flank nets one more. Pat is alone, low HP, rushed upon by Skelesis' Odin, and the Thunder roars in for another round win for Boise State.
I know right now that Boise State University, they're playing with a chip on their shoulder. They came up just short in the Mountain West Finals to San Jose State University, realizing that they could have taken that. They don't want to leave this semester empty-handed. They want trophies, so they're in peak form right now against Ohio State University in this PEC matchup.
What more can you possibly do? And to make matters worse, if you struggle in the second half, and really the remainder, it feels like in this first half, you're Ohio State, you're heading over to bind. And Boise State has played bind like 7 times here in the PEC and has only lost a single time. This is a really good map for them, and it's a map where attacks thrive, and that is the statistical anomaly that is this Boise State team. So Ohio State have to kick it into high gear, and they have to do that by not giving up that first blood. Poke for information, find where Skies is, get the heck away from him afterwards, and then find yourself onto an opposing site. And sometimes that means you can't always default, and that's kind of been the forte of Ohio State. And if they're not able to do that, what's left for them? Well, I'll tell you, dry peeking with just the tiniest bit of util to recon, and as of the moment, that's failing them, because guess who's in front? The direct angle that they're peeking into. Who else but Skies that now has to head the right direction? Operator in hand, misses by a narrow moment to go against it. Does have a chance to fall back. Ohio State can get onto the site. The question is, will this plant be allowed? There's not much utility to deny it for the side of Boise State, and it will go down.
Yeah, so spike planted. Boise State are going to be looking for a retake. See, they have a lot coming from A side. You also have Koss, who's peeking in from C-side in the meanwhile, but a little bit of a peel back coming out from Ohio State as they take a multiple angle approach here, making it hard for Boise State to approach, but not hard enough as Koss and Skelesis will be able to find kills. Patience returns it, but Daimyo will be on fire, and just like that, Ohio State, so quick it was, they get wiped off the map.
Oh, Daimyo is trying to shut down that final use and will accomplish it. The defuse will come through with plenty of time as well, might I add. And Boise State are 1 round away from making this a 10-2 at halftime. A scoreline that would be very familiar for Ohio State. Bear in mind, they just did that to Michigan State and almost allowed them to buy themselves back into that second half. How is that going to work on the other side of the pitch when it flips over and you're the team in that major deficit? Yes, Haven is arguably defender-sided, but my goodness, it should never be as wide of a margin as 10-2 is right now. That's barreling on the shoulders of this team.
This is a lot of pressure going on to Ohio State University, and we've seen moments of brilliance coming from them, but I can't help but to feel like things are definitely falling out of their hands. They'll have time to kind of readjust once we do hit the swap and see if they can make their own statement there once they play defense, but right now it's doom and gloom. Head into last round before swap, now setting up Ohio State, looking towards A side. They got one peeking on C.
We'll have first contact. It's a freebie as Skies rips apart the second with that operator, and it's again something that Ohio State have never had an answer for. You put the lockdown down, and yeah, there's 70 seconds still in the round, and you can kind of take a couple steps back if you're OSU and not worry about it. You have to worry about the flank coming out now for Master. Is it gun up and ready? It seemingly isn't. Master will knock down Hamburger, a second head coming towards them. That's good for it, but the question still remains. Daimyo's on the hunt. They're sniffing prey. There's blood in the water. They made their way all the way outside of A lobby into attack respawn. 2 teammates behind them, Boise State. Wow, oh wow. They're going to completely ignore what would be a well set up Viper's Pit back through to stop the defending rotate in, and instead, every player is going to come from C-Long, which makes that ult completely useless.
Yeah, they're coming in from the spawn of Ohio State University. At this point, you got to be the wiser to a disguise. We'll hop in. Does have utility to set up a lot of cover, but gets shot right through it in the process. Brig gets killed.
Any more can come through this smoke. It's a spray through to the body of Pat, finished by an Odin. They'll pop a Viper's Pit the other way just to play with their food some more. Good connection out of your Viper, but that shorty around the bend makes contact to the head. How, oh how, they'll be screaming, but it doesn't matter. The scoreline screams enough. It's 10-2 at halftime for Boise State.
The Broncos are firing off on all cylinders right now. I know for Skies, we've had some talks with him. He sees this as his last collegiate game ever. So this means a lot. You know, we talked about it. Ohio State, they don't really have anyone who's graduating, so we're going to see these players again. But Master and Skies will be off the team. They'll be finishing up their semester and moving on to the next chapter of their lives. Taking away a trophy would be huge, not just for this program, for these players personally.
Yeah, and it's not like Boise State is forward to the idea of beating this OSU squad, right? They've done it many a time before, not just in the PC, but elsewhere. So it's not a crazy scenario for them to continue to close this out, but it means more. Right on the stage, a trip to Vegas, here at the HyperX Arena, coming away with a victory here would be astronomical, especially considering as, well, maybe it's rubbed salt in the wounds a little early for the rest of it. Boise State has been in 3 grand finals today and have come away with none of them. So there is more on the shoulders of these players, and obviously you would expect the seniority of those teams and those players to bear the weight a little bit more, and I think it's working. Obviously 10-2 is a scoreline that's hard to argue against.
Yeah. So what do you think about the sides being swapped right here? And now seeing Ohio State University on defense going into Boise.
Their composition is much more fluid when it comes to attack, which does not bode well. I had even mentioned this to their director as we were both watching in that MSU game. I said, unfortunately, they don't have a win condition ultimate on this defensive side. That KJ lockdown is a win condition, especially for the retake. It's not there, which now leads OSU to essentially have to play what is not a standard game of Valorant. They can't just buy time, goad at you a little bit, poke and prod, get a kill or two, and then fall back. No, they can't let you get on site, and that's why you're seeing these players step so far forward into no man's land and even into attacker territory. And, well, Boise State are at least managing to deny those early kills and those rotate kills by getting them a positive scoreline and getting that spike down on B site.
Things troubling for Ohio State University.
Flanks coming, though. Waldy just merrily doesn't get tagged, but their teammate doesn't have the same luxury.
Ooh, nice pick coming out from Daimyo. Let's put some pressure onto Ohio State University again. 2 up in the player count. The bomb is ticking away. And the Otis of Operation comes on to bot. Look at that, finds 2 back-to-back kills. We'll find a 2K into his favor. Waldy steps up as well. Suddenly, Ohio State are able to clutch right back into the fight and get the defuse.
Yeah, just stand in front of the teammate. Daimyo can't shoot through all of you with the pistols they have in hand. And Ohio State, well, they avoid the worst case scenario, an 11-2 scoreline going into the second half, and that obviously would very quickly become a 12th because that standard mold of Valorant, the 2-1 start, it's very hard to go against that. It feels like fate many times, and it would force Ohio State to buy out, which then if you lose, well, yeah, that pretty much confirms the result. And like the desk was mentioning, it feels like this is a must-win map for them, and now it requires a huge comeback, which they did before in the prior time they faced off in the upper bracket. Can they accomplish it here again? This is such a difficult task when Haven shouldn't be this lopsided at halftime.
No, not at all, especially with the history that we've had. Again, we've seen a preview of this matchup with Ohio State taking a very dominant win in Haven, but now their backs against the walls. They push forward. Bot's already getting to work.
Judge comes out, a second player's towards long. You'll eat a shock dart, which stinks, but it's not too bad. You pull the bandit, play a little bit of a longer range endeavor. Take out with a combo from your teammate Hamburger. Cost down through ramp, and with Hamburger also having a shotgun, why not bring it to the party? Everyone gets a piece of the proverbial pie, and the shock dart will be the finisher. Hook, line, and sinker, OSU come away with their 4th round win in Boise State. Well, this is their chance. They have to buy. They'll come away with weapons, and you didn't drop nearly enough, in my opinion, out of Ohio State's hands for that round, which means they're just as dangerous a threat coming into this one.
Yeah, the struggles are now being found by Boise State University as they're swapped over to the attack side, not finding the angles that they're really looking for. Economy won't be on their side coming into this, so Ohio State, they're looking to ride this momentum straight forward, straight through, and start to try and turn this game around. You were asking about being on the flip side of early domination, and Ohio are handling it pretty well.
Well, it'll be a poised approach for Boise State to come through C-Long. A good impact with that dart. As now your Viper will have to contemplate falling back towards Plaid if they have the free time to do so. The Cloudburst can give you some leeway that way, but most of this is the Spectre impact down that lane. You just ripped a whole heck of a lot of HP off of Master, who's going for a diver. Sorry, Skies, and they will fall, but Daimyo's quick to tag it back now towards Hamburger. You still have 2 players ready to defend this, and I think the call will be made, at least for a moment, for Boise State to rotate out, but contact is clearly still favoring this attacking side, as everyone that tries to move into a new angle on this rotate to help this side out of Ohio State has now fallen victim to that Boise State side, who has just been so happy to meet you halfway there.
Yeah, this was a very split fight coming on across the map from both squads. While most of the attention was put onto C Long, there was a bit of a flank that came out of Daimyo focusing on B, and it's kind of caught OSU completely off guard here. Now OSU will be looking for a retake, but this is a challenging one to really get here. You're already down a lot of health on that Clove. The Viper nearby, going to have to utilize as much of that utility as possible if it's going to be a success for OSU.
Hey, there it is for Daimyo. Their 3rd of this round, and they can hunt for the 4th, but I was at the point here. What's the point of moving into it? Try to peek it for a down ramp angle, the last known position of Daimyo, and Daimyo, well, they wanted the 4K, and they will be given it. It feels like on a silver platter, and Boise State will maintain that stereotypical Valorant mold. The 2-1, they gave over the 2 to OSU, but guess what? When you enter the second half 10-2, who cares? You're so far in the lead, 7 rounds. It's going to require so much out of Ohio State. They're capable of it, but how monumental of a task is that going to feel like? This can't be a GG go next for this roster, because this next map of bind is also a really darn good one for this Boise State team.
Yeah. Boise State take this. They're looking to pretty much sweep their way through, has already caused finding a very early pick into this fight, and that's making it much worse for Ohio State University. Daimyo's been on fire all game and continues to blaze.
Ohio State don't have anyone they can rely on right now to backpack them into this one. Again, their main contributor, the player that I said was almost their problem for a long time because they were so reliant on them, hasn't been playing since the start of this last split. They were the main contributor to the reason why we saw this Ohio State roster actually take down Boise in the prior fall split. So what's going to happen and how do they recover past that? They had found, obviously, an answer in the upper bracket for this because they took him to 3 maps. It was a close overall game, and it required a major comeback out of him. But that is still to say it's obviously not working right now in Haven, and Boise State has had the luxury of being able to watch, see every match Ohio State has done, see their competitors, see how their competitors play. Bring that to their mind and say, what would we do if they were if it was us in these shoes? And then when they watch Ohio State go, that wouldn't have worked, right? Let's go back to this strategy. So they've essentially had so much free time, the luxury of obviously winning out the upper bracket, but had so much of a luxury to break down and be methodical about tearing through this team, and it's obviously working. They're 1 round away from entering into 2-0 in this series because they got that first game from winning out that upper bracket.
I think this is where we got to bring up something that could be a little bit of an indicator of the way things are going to go. We talked about that 2-1 win that Boise were able to get against Ohio State. That win that Ohio did find was on Haven. We've already mentioned that a lot. But if you look at those other 2 wins that Boise State got, they were very dominant wins. Boise State have a lot of maps that they can play very comfortably on. I know Coach K has tried to make this point to say, hey, we want to be able to play on any map at any given time so we can be ready for any team. Of course, there's only so much truth you can have to that because there are teams that are very specialized in certain maps at the end of the day, right? But this is a good display from Boise State, I gotta say. I mean, just winning this map is a very good indicator for the way this tournament's going to go.
Well, it's not over just yet. It's a long play for Boise State here towards C Long. They'll be able to pierce through what is the majority of this defense. A close player over on Stack does not go spotted, but managed to climb onto one kill. Master will use the not dead yet to stay up, and Daimyo now finding the head of Bot. Just buries OSU's chances even further. It's a hero now required out of Hamburger. And Boise State will read that player, that gamer tag, and say, yeah, you're about to be a meal to close this one out for a 13-4 final score. This player can most definitely accomplish it. The question is, can the Spectre do that job? They'll squeak through this inner hall towards Garage. They'll get some damage off towards the KJ at Daimyo, but that rifle does not miss. This player, it's just a day in the life for him right now, all right? He is looking confident, and this team is playing confidence. And yeah, this is a tough one, especially when you talk about how much they widened that map pool. They used to be an Abyss one-trick team. First off, it's not in the pool anymore. Thank goodness, that map is terrible. But they were forced to change up their style, and they've been able to play a lot of more of the default maps and have been looking so darn good on them.
And I don't know if you can hear it out from the crowd, but you know it's a Boise State University game when you hear those cowbells ringing all throughout the HyperX Arena. I mean, splendid stuff to see. There's a lot of support for this team. Again, a lot of players will be graduating out, so showing that they can bring their best foot forward coming into this game and learn from even that single map loss that they had against Ohio State University. This is a team that's very hungry right now. Every single player is playing at their maximum level.
Yeah, it's very hard to say really anything negative about this team right now. They looked so darn good on defense, and that was kind of the woes of Ohio State. They needed that first half because they built their agent composition to be very attack forward. Obviously, Waldy over on that Clove, the not dead yet, the sustainability or pseudo duelist. I was kind of like training you on the idea, pseudo sentinel, pseudo duelist. It makes one full controller, quick caster maths, but it doesn't matter if you don't find the value for the kills and you're really getting torn apart. The biggest problem that first half, and one of the things I think is the strengths of Haven, the operator play. How are you going to avoid line of sight if you're not correctly reconning it? That was a major weak point for Ohio State. That's the kind of thing where you play a map like that, now you got to forever change your composition. It's so obvious that you struggle to face off against that operator, and that just, I'm going to hate to break it to you, really strong on bind as well. You're probably going to start bringing out something like Tejo to get a little bit more information alongside flushing out that operator. So you don't have to worry about it, and you can play a little bit more active to it. But that's over in map 1. Technically, map 2 in the series, you now are looking down the wrong end of the barrel back at series point for a grand finals. This is Boise State very happy right now, I'm sure, especially after the 2 losses they've already taken today. They want this. They're hungry for it. The crowd is hungry for it, and they're going to come into this map just feral, I feel like, to come away with the win.
I mean, I like the choice of words right there, especially with what we've been seeing that first game. I want to ask you, if we want to make this a series, Ohio State University, you're talking about the one-dimensionality of their agent composition from the last game. What do you want to see to change that up and make it a more competitive outing?
So they still need to play double duelist. It is a dive meta, right? And I feel like that's still a very solid option for them, but I think they need to do that on the Neon and the Waylay as their main 2 for this. They could use the Rays alongside that Waylay to be a strong option, but you need that hinder. I feel like that's the big thing. The double dash, which can really distract that line of sight for that operator, for your sniper off in the distance, force guys to have to peek the other way, force guys to hand over the operator to somebody else if they're not finding the connection they need, or just be forced to not buy it because they're not finding the value out of the 4,900 credits they're essentially wasting. So combo that in with the value you gain off of a little bit of destructive utility that you could have raised for paint shells alongside that hinder and contact. There's so many ways to use Waylay to break and destruct utility, avoid utility, and also find kills. I think that's something that is very much so in the repertoire of both Pat and Bot. The question is, are they going to bring it, and can they recover mentally now going into this second map, the third map of the series, to find that to be even a point of contention?
And recovery is going to be a big thing in the mental. When you're playing on a ground stage such as this, it's a different environment. You have a live crowd that's currently shouting and ringing cowbells, and those cowbells, they might go through the headphones a little bit and kind of give you a little bit of nerves, to say the least. For Ohio State University, they got to stay solid with it at the end of the day, though. They got to make sure that they lock in, talk with each other, communicate, and of course, just figure out what's going wrong with some of these games. And there are teams that can definitely make adjustments on the fly. I mean, Ohio State are someone to not look down on. Again, they were able to take down Boise State in the fall, so they're a very capable team. I think even with some roster changes that they've had going into spring, they've gotten better and better with time. But now you can't get better anymore. You have to just be the good, be the best.
Yeah, and I touched on, the response we got at Ohio State's director about, working on that team mindset, working with psychologists at the university to try to help out. It was also broaching the question of, how do you feel about this team entering into this event, right? How are you feeling going into the weekend? What's the overall scope and idea for the team?
Yeah.
And the response was really positive. They said they felt really good about their Val and Overwatch team, and they were working on everything else. It's kind of rebuild period for them, and thankfully don't have to worry about rebuilding this Valorant team because every one of these players can return for the next semesters, and none of them are seniors, so it's good for them to stay on to that one. But if they don't get even a positive result in some capacity for this one, they're going to have to say, well, we felt positive, but now we're not really feeling so positive exiting. And that's going to be something these players want to avoid, and something that I don't even think Doc needed to respond with when it came to the questions. This is every day for them, it feels like. They want to step up into big events, onto big stages, come away with victories. Yeah, they didn't get the results as a program they wanted so far through today, but they want to close out strong, get that job done. And now as we head on over to Bind, that's really the map to accomplish that task where you can lean back on Skies a little bit. Daimyo can play super valuable controller, but if they would like to do that again, I think they'll probably not, but see how it goes down inevitably. This is where when you can start on that defense, you can play with that operator all over again, play with your food, because that's really what it's felt like, is this Ohio State team has struggled against that out for so long. I can't imagine a better start for Boise State to just try to finish this job.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but this is the representation that's left for Boise State University. It definitely does hurt making Rocket League Finals, not being able to get the win there, making Overwatch Finals, not being able to get the win there, and still being favorited in some of those matchups that you had before. But to be able to walk out at least with one title through Valorant, knowing your finals for all the other, puts a lot of weight on the shoulders of these players, but hey, they're used to that type of workout, as now we're getting ready for our agent selection here. Now, I'm going to be primarily looking over at Ohio State's side to see if, with any of the calls that you were making earlier, if you're seeing those changes you want to see.
Well, we do see that Waylay out of Pat. I was kind of anticipating that one. Bot will go for seemingly the Neon. Hasn't locked it in just yet, but I'm assuming that will be the choice. Yeah. And then, of course, you want that Wombo combo, the Viper and that Sky together. They can play B-side almost by their lonesome, and you have kind of that rotating force of that controller that buys time with the utility, kind of directs things, even though Bot's really that leader, but kind of directs things from behind the scenes and keeps that team kind of tethered while buying a little bit of time. The issue here is that Teo that I mentioned that's really valuable that I thought would have been good for Ohio State, it's now over on the other side for Boise State. So it's a really powerful agent. It's the one Riot considers to be the only flushing initiator in the game currently, and I'm sure they'll bring one out eventually again to meet up and match alongside Teo. Poor Teo all alone in that role, but they can find information. They can, make players vulnerable. They can step in with value for Teo salvos, and not nearly as potent as they used to be with the kill potential. They're still exceptionally powerful. They get players out of really annoying cornerstones, like in Octagon, like in Showers, like through Cubby on U-Haul and Lamp. All of those angles that you would like to see these players sit in, especially when it comes to having that Neon. A Judge, a Bucky, value point here in Hookah, as you can see we're panning over right now. That is where that Teo essentially makes it a moot point, and there's just no point of having that Neon instead. Maybe you should have got something like a Raze. So did you get counterplayed in the agent department? We'll have to see if that ultimately comes through.
Match point now. Boise State University 1 win away from walking away with a PC title in Valorant. For Ohio State University, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. 3 games back to back to back. It is a best of 5 again, upper bracket. You get a free win for arriving to grand finals through upper bracket. So the pressure really is on for Ohio State University.
Yes, and if you're Ohio State, again, this will be them starting off on attack, I believe, and it will be a pretty strong way to set the right foot forward. You can get this pistol round and try to act off of that afterwards. We're going to love to see a Tracer in this matchup, to be fair, but unfortunately not yet been brought into it. Love to see that crossover at some point. Instead, it's going to be the interesting purchase at Waldy, the Frenzy, something that's not typically brought out in a lot of compositions, especially for pistol rounds. They did extend its magazine a little bit back and did bring it up to be a little bit more of a meta choice, but it does require it to be a lot closer, and Waldy, as that kind of not a pseudo-duelist, will need to fulfill that role quite nicely as your team, your Viper, gets control of pressure through Shower, builds up a contending point here towards A, and can get that spike down closer to its deep on the ready net as your team pressures to deny Boise State from entering into the zone. But they've left Daimyo and Lamp, and that's caused problems. Kills to go through successively for Skelesis. A deep dive as Bot's all alone. Spike's not even gone down. You wouldn't even get the credits for that one, as you're just left with a Bandit and 3 ammo that's now run dry, and Kaz flanks from the rear and drives a dagger to the heart of Ohio State early.
You can't help but to feel for that last play right in your face. It's free, but it's not at the same time because you run dry when you need it the most. Boise State University taking the first round is going to start to set the pace of this final, what could be this final game for BSU if they can continue taking down Ohio State University. Now Ohio State University going to be on the back foot coming into this one. And at this point, you're just pretty much looking for round 3 to be where you can find that bite back.
Yeah, the 2-1 start I've mentioned many a time, and something Ohio State will try to break. They've got to do so on hopes that you see a little bit of an overextension by Boise State. It's guys kind of in that spot, but obviously with the cloak smoke down, you can kind of disrespect that utility, prowl close to it, and play off of it as much as you can, and see if anyone does choose to extend. You're buying time. That's the idea right now, and Ohio State are all but too happy to sit there and default and wait things out.
A slow push right now. A few exchanges coming through, but can use that Viper wall as well for some extra utility around the corners, guys. It's just open season for Boise State University. Finally some fight back for Ohio State, but it's 3-on-1, and Boise love those odds.
Yeah, Bot's going to have a dangerous position to come back from, a gun to be collected, surely, but the Bucky is still powerful, especially as the Neon. You still have your dash, you still have your slide, so there is the possibility to close the distance, but it's a long-range fight from Skelesis, who's just poking right outside the edged lip on sight, away from Shower Execute, and it'll buy that second round win for Boise State. Only 2 guns drop, which really is just 1 gun drop. You typically only don't buy a single weapon for that round for your team. Not enough to say, well, we did find enough for Ohio State. You gotta blow out this round without making sacrifices, because without getting that spike down, credits are weak. You're not gonna have full armor for 3-year players.
I mean, I'm just looking at the credits right there. There's a lot of zeros that I'm already seeing, and not behind numbers, which is not going to be too kindly to Ohio State University. Ohio State University now playing attack, still going for B side on this next push forward. Do have a little bit of scouting that's going to be coming out from Boise State University, but they're holding both points, watching those chokes very carefully and waiting for those first steps to come out of the Buckeyes.
Tasmanian Tiger for information. That'll force Daimyo to join in alongside their team at Agost inside of Garden. aka Octagon, because this is usually where the majority of that brawling tends to take place. But it does not seem to be a choice made by Ohio State just yet. You'll leave your Viper off towards Fountain and have hopefully Pat come on over, or Wally come on over and assist them as best as they can and see if that 2-pronged approach can isolate a single player. They spotted the knee of Koss as they went for a hop and skip for information. That'll send the execute on to side. Pat gets taken down alongside Hamburger. No one's left. You get 2 blind firing through the toxic screen, but you also lose Waldy in that engagement as Skelesis claps back with the Bulldog inside Cubby. 1 through Octagon, 1 still inside of Hookah, waiting to see if that top-down approach is going to find effect, but Skelis has not been forced to move away and has the ability to concuss to buy time. It's damage aplenty for Koss. His bot was already low, and it is just your lonesome Viper left alone to their devices as the rest of Boise State crawl on over, knowing Spike is fully under their control just outside the Hookah window. And any kill past this point, it just doesn't feel like it's gonna matter. 3-0 for Boise State.
There's just too many different angles you gotta look, and you only got 1 set of eyes. So Ohio State University gonna fall victim to that. I mean, they tried to get it going off of the 2-prong push, but the moment their first initiation started, it all went haywire. And from there out, it was all Boise State University. Now Ohio State University trying to find their way to maybe get some vengeance back into their favor. They're looking at A site this time, not gonna really hover too much around B. Thing is, Boise State have been quicker to the punch each and every time, and now it's a sharp attack coming out from the Buckeyes.
It's speed, name of the game. They don't have great weapons, so they like to move in quickly. They do sacrifice Hamburger through that toxic screen, and Waldy will join them now in the afterlife. Pat finds a good connection, but it may not matter. The rest of the team is falling shortly, and though this Bucky is in hand, you're gonna have to pray you can get a second execute, and you do. Inside showers, one off the board. You almost hero rifle this round alongside this Bucky, and that's bought you a Phantom out of bot. They can take TP on over towards this B site. It's going to be a very slow rotate to be made by your Viper, has to come all the way back from attacker side spawn, and you can see the hesitation of Boise State. They like to sit towards caves if anyone does come their way. Spike will not commit to this site just yet as bot is prowling down through long. There goes the toxic cloud. Bot will step through. They'll just miss each other.
Ships in the night.
A moment as they pass through. They could have whispered in each other's ears, but now all that's left is the remnants on this A site for them to maybe miss each other. Vandal's been swapped. Viper will just miss. Foul timing every moment of this round as you biting your nails, but Daimyo makes sure to end that suspense. The Spike will have to choose now with 20 seconds left where to go, and it's heading off now towards this B side. Bot sitting inside hookah. Koss back in defender spawn, just waiting. No need to extend out a metal. That snake bite will keep them off of what would and could be default. They'll take a little bit of damage as they get ticked on by that. You have to stick this, and Koss knows it. Why not spray it through tube and put yourself 4-0 up?
Yeah, no choice. Playing that Neon, you already took damage a little bit earlier, so you're only a shot or two away from death, and with the timer not being on your side, you had to plant. It's rough for Ohio State University because every attack plan that they've gone with so far, they lose out very early on in these exchanges. And even for Brig, unfortunate to look into the wrong direction, trying to peek in, get shot right behind in the 2v2. One of Ohio State University's best chances goes awry.
The other interesting fact of this map so far is that we don't actually have that brim. Both sides have opted to go for clove, so you don't have to worry about the sky smoke. It's a little bit harder to execute onto the A site because of it, and post plant's a little bit more annoying. No orbital strike to lock in, no molly set up down through lobby on A, and instead you're going to have to play a little bit more proactive, and that's going to hinder this OSU side. Though they have the hinder out of the waylay to kind of help out if they should, but these slides aren't saving the lives of bot. You have to rely on refract from your teammates. They connect. But your win condition is this Viper pit, and hopes that you could keep in some level of sustainability on site. And that Spike is, I don't even know if that's in it. I think it's just at the edge of it.
It's just enough, though. So right now, Skelesis stepping up, finds patience. It's a good push coming in from Boise State. They're going in from two different angles. This Viper is doing a lot of work, providing utility for Ohio State. Waldy will take out Koss, and two remain for Boise State. Seems like the Buckeyes are finally able to get on the board as Skelesis tries to take on three.
Yeah, Spike is planted outside of it so they can sit within it and just spray the moment they get the audio cue, but Skelesis is able to take down Hamburger, and if you're Waldy, you don't want to let that player get away, right? You've been able to at least drop 3 to 4 guns out of the hands of Boise State for the majority of these rounds. That's really unfortunate to lose that Viper. Now that means that you don't have a weapon for them, and that's very costly. You have to waste credits essentially to do that. But you've been burning good economy points against this Boise State side. You can note, even though you've had 4 round wins in a row, if they lose this one, they'll probably be forced to eco, right? You need about 1,300 to 1,400 credits to buy a full round without having the utility, if you used all the utility the round before. So this is a good moment to maybe start that snowball effect for Ohio State if they can just come away with this victory. But there are 4 ultimates in the back pocket of Boise State. They have so much for win conditions.
I mean, it's great to see that there's signs of life now coming out from Ohio State. And it's not going to be as much of a choke fest as we kind of saw from very early on in that game number 1. But already, Boise State are getting to work with 3 falling and 2 critically low. Ohio State, they don't really stand a chance.
The big thing in that round was, one, the convergent pass that was levied down there through short. Again, Ohio State really want to hit this objective, and so they're playing very well against that, counter-reading that productively. The second part of that was using that Annihilation or the Armageddon to come in from the flank, not coming front to back where you give them space to kind of rotate out. No, forcing them to step towards you on sight, and they can't because they're already slowed in slow-mo like Matrix, a new movie, hopefully a better one than the last few we've had, but it's this weird moment where you're just stuck. Fish in a barrel in the... Unfortunately, it's not water in that barrel, it is oil, and you're stuck with it as slow as possible. And you can see the Boise State fans in the crowd cheering after a result like that. They are happy as can be.
Yeah, you got to wonder what's being said between the coach of Ohio State University and his squad. so far it just seems to be like, hey, we need to lock in. We need to get back together and try and figure out how to take down Boise State University. For the most part, what have you been seeing working for Ohio State University? I mean, they were able to take a round. They looked pretty good. A lot of that came off of the Viper utility, forcing Boise State to walk into it. What do you want to see more of?
A lot of this, again, is going to come down to not giving up that first blood. I think they need to take better use of their smokes to read. And, of course, if they have recon utility, that should be getting used to stop these crossfires. That is such a strong point of this Boise State team. That kind of play, it's not going to work against some of the best teams in collegiate, like the best of the best, right? The ones that are pretty much T2. But it works against their opponent, which to me proves that they're counter-stratting for the opponent at hand. They're not just counter-stratting in general. They are specifically locked onto this team. And everything has led to this moment. So that is such a pride point, I feel like, for Boise State to take exiting out of this one, no matter the result. But as they're in the lead right now, could be over at the end of this map if they're not careful for Ohio State. But Ohio State just has to make sure that they're not allowing these crossfires to be levied against them. And even though they're coming into this one pretty much on an eco, they do have some value to be gained because that overdrive comes out down through long. You have costs inside of Hookah. You'll sacrifice the first in hopes that the second could kill, but not going to happen. That's 2 for cost through there. A flank out of elbow from Daimyo executes yet another, and though you are finding something for OSU, you're stuck in the Skelesis Teo util, and that frag, well, it takes you off the board.
They did not give any time for this Neon to act. Instead, pounce right on Ohio State and take them off the map so quickly. Again, it was an eco round for Ohio State University. So it's not the worst case situation, but now things, well, you got to start making it matter to get these next purchases in to try and bounce back against the Broncos.
The Broncos have been out of their minds so far. And we're seeing a very similar scoreline that we did on Haven. They were in the lead by a wide margin, and like they could close things out strong. They do have yet another Viper's Pit to work with if they use that defensively. And though they do have Daimyo, who's been very confident so far throughout this series, not just this map, maybe a little too confident. They'll sacrifice themselves out through Hookah. Pat will have to dash past. This has not been working, Ohio State. And they'll pay the price because of it, as a Master TP also gives you sightline for the refrag if it was there. And now it's just 3 players left on site. Able to equalize, the Master crawls their way through Hookah and claps back just as nicely. Hamburger will knock their head off, but the not dead yet puts them back in line for this fight, and Master has to extend, and Waldy knows that, but Waldy still comes through with the kill, giving OSU their second round win, and despite how bad that round started to look for them, comes away to finish the job.
A lot of that was both Hamburger and Waldy coming together, holding that point. Waldy on the low position, kind of able to shoot right through that frame to pick up that kill, and hey, he clutched it out when it mattered so heavily for Ohio State University. It's great to see some fight is still left within this squad, and they're just not going to lie down and die. They're going to take on the Broncos.
Now the question for a second round win in a row, maybe, for Ohio State. They've got to get on the objective nicely. Getting the spike down has been a problem point, and also getting into Hookah has been a problem point. Pat, you have a double dash. You can hinder the player and then refract to get out of there. That's not been utilized in any capacity whatsoever, and they'll have to try to find something else alongside it to make use of it. Koss will lay alongside Daimyo, but no one really laying now is Pat in their grave. That's going to be OSU, giving up first blood all over again, now needing to claim it back, as Skies will toss out some util, though they'll fall. That's a hindered Waldy, who has to use the not dead yet to give the team a chance, and it just isn't happening. 1v3 now is all that she wrote. Spike has not been planted, and that Viper, well, that's your floating rib on Bind. They've been over on the A side this entire time. Now you know that. It's a Sentinel. That's what they're going to do, or Pseudo-Sentinel, I should say. It's what they're going to do, and you just need to watch every approachable angle with 3 players. That's long, that's short, that's Hookah, that's now defender spawn, and that's that final kill to give Skelesis their third.
Oh, it feels so bad when you turn that corner and are already in the crosshairs of Boise State University. 7-2 now, a very strong start continues forward as the Stampede is now found by the Broncos. And now taking a look, I mean, at least looking at the economy for Ohio State University, it feels like they're still holding back a little bit, waiting for the next round to kind of come through before they try and find something that's at least a little bit more heavy for their strikes.
They may try to hero rifle again alongside that Bucky, the 1-2, and they just need the punch. Boise State will move off towards Showers. They'll probably be looking to collect this orb. They want to see if they can get that Glow Volt back online by the end of this one. But Skelesis able to isolate again another player on the side of Ohio State as they climb and clamber their way up through that box on short. And while the Sentry doesn't find anything, not finding anything is almost as good as finding something at the end of the day.
At least you're getting information at the end of the day. That is all that matters, and kind of losing players at the end of the day at the same time. Patience falls. Master grabs that kill. Master holding down this corridor immediately chooses to back out. We'll place the smoke right there, daring Ohio State University to walk up into his domain. Jumping forward, first pick comes out from Master. Flash found, takes down Master in the process, but all that's left is a wounded player on Ohio State University, and the Broncos will close out.
It's a wounded buck in the corner, and might as well send a nuke in their direction. The salvo comes down. There's nowhere to go, and it turns into a round win for Boise State. Could very well see a 10-2 split as a timeout will be called for Ohio State again. They've been forced, it feels like, with their hand. And this Boise State side, they're going to revel in it. Not just the audience out there that's cheering for them, because they clearly are. The players themselves, they don't look that stressed. They seem... Daimyo's smiling up there on the stage, and I don't think we've ever seen Doc smile, but I'm sure he would be too. He's hiding it behind the finger as they're coordinating what comes next to make sure Ohio State can't buy themselves back into it.
I always love these live events because of the fandom that does appear here, especially in a collegiate aspect. I can see right there, that's the Boise State Smash team at the bottom of your screen right there, cheering on the rest of the Boise State squad. But this is a tremendous team. It's been a great effort coming out from them, but not just from the team. It's, the staff. You do see three coaches up there. Doc Haskell, of course, the director of the Boise State program, but Kelsey Moser, she comes from League of Legends, has coached for 100 Thieves, Evil Geniuses, has some very big experience there, transferring that experience over to Valorant and creating a culture where these players can grow and learn. Assistant coach Nam, who was also flown in to help out with this squad live and in person. It's great to see such commitment to your staff being there to support these players in what is one of the most pivotal times to take this trophy.
Yeah, there's a lot of growing pains for many a team, but if you have staff behind you, it greatly helps out.
Yeah.
For Ohio State right now, the timeouts have not exactly worked before. They're hoping to see that this time. Convergent pass goes out. Daimyo has been properly contacted by it, has to change line of sight to clear the Seeker, and that gives Bot the kill, but Koss was able to still trike for one and has to go in. Can't find proper target acquisition, can't choose, and because of that, now you have OSU down. And another player, 2 versus 1. One incoming, Koss in back of sight. This has been the problem person from the beginning. Koss still hasn't been dealt with. The Armageddon comes out, will force Wally away from Hookah. Doesn't check Koss in the back of sight. And it's a shot to the back of the head, it feels like, as Waldy's looking the wrong way. 9 rounds. Boise State. 1 more to go in this first half. This could be double digits, checkpoint or chokehold already. In the final possible map, and Boise State take it.
Now, as we get ready for the swap that will come right after this round, I remember your criticism for Ohio State University's composition coming into this. Do you feel better if Ohio State were to be put on defense side here?
No. The issue right now is that they are so strong for retakes, but they haven't been able to find the kill department. That's the bigger issue, right?
Yeah.
Even if your agents are well prepped for it, and they do have the 2 combo, Viper and Sky off inside of Hookah, or Octagon, I should say, and the double duelist composition that should really help you fluid back onto a site. None of that matters if you can't get the kills, and that's been the problem point. They had Master knock down Waldy. Master still up, because guess what? They have the not dead yet. You've got to use a second chance effort out of your Viper, who's been so pivotal. It feels like the only player right now, and you're still giving up these lines of sight. Koss and Skelesis execute another. Now it's just your Viper, and that's it. Daimyo nets out the 10th round win for Boise State. It's checkpoint, and I don't know if it'll reach chokehold, but it's got to start again in the second half for OSU. They have to win this pistol.
Ohio State University, they got to get momentum going. It all starts with the pistol round. Otherwise, Boise State, if they're able to take this, that should be another round that follows immediately after, and that puts all the pressure in the world onto that final round. It's just 3 more for the Broncos to find glory, to find that trophy. They're on the right track.
And bear in mind that Bind has been kind of hit or miss for many a team, whether it be attack or defense, but it's something that Ohio State should be plenty fine on. This first half scoreline, though, not looking too pretty. It's going to be something they'll have to reevaluate as, again, none of these players are seniors. They'll be returning, so they have still even more room for growth. And you have players in the Boise State side who can't. It'll be the end of their journey, and they'd like to end that with a trophy here at the PEC Championship. Shots to go out. Bot gets 2 of them for their trouble, and though you did have Hamburger find 1, they'll fall on that refrag back from Daimyo. Still that player advantage favoring OSU, and they'll plenty happy to take it as they'll stagger back towards side. And no, I'm wrong. Look, 2 players crawling through Spice. Maybe Daimyo gets caught up by this, but the timing will be very tight. They'll sit over here on Stag. It's a high-low, and they took a shot and reloaded. They judged too early. You got to win your ones, but Master can't take the seconds. Ohio State take the pistol as it feels like is required at this point.
They desperately needed that, man, and they did find it, so it's going to help out with their odds. I feel like, especially when things are this tight and this deep for Boise State University, you couldn't allow that pistol round to go awry. So Ohio State University now starting to feel themselves as they attempt to defend again against Boise State University, checking where they are positioned. They're going towards that A site, taking 2 different angles to approach onto the Buckeyes territory.
They'll use the toxic screen as a way to get a little bit of information, poking and prodding with that Tasmanian Tiger, but the Bucky and the Refract afterwards from Skies takes down Pat, and that's a Guardian. Now you've got to claim it back. Bot has the judge. Oh! The head just keeps falling to the hands of Master. And with Skelsis taking 1 more in their life on sight, it leaves just your Viper all over again. Hey, I've seen this one before. What do you mean? It's brand new.
It's a rerun.
It never really is. This is the lonesome player who's always been the sustaining factor of Ohio State so far in this series, and yet they've not been able to sustain them to the win. Shots don't connect nearly enough from Skelsis, but that's why you've got Master waiting for their chance to pounce. It is a win for Boise State. They break the mold and now are 1 away from match in series point in this one.
I felt the pressure right there for Brig and Joyer. You're focused up, you see 1, you're aiming, you're firing. Boise State make the call, they say, hey, go flank them. And it's as easy as that for Boise State University. Brig and Joyer falls. And now another tough spot for Ohio State University. You can see how low the economy is for them, even on their shields, only getting 3 light shields throughout the rest of the squad. This is definitely a lot of suffering, and it's Boise State favored heading into this, what could be a match point.
Just can't think about what's happened in the past. You have to look towards the future. The future does not seem super bright so far for them. Guiding light comes out for Boise State. That one's bright, but it doesn't find contact with anybody. Nobody looking that way for Ohio State. Skies will control the area of Octagon to make sure no one's in there as their teammate collects the ult orb. They may not think they'll be in this half for much longer, but they'd still like to get these ultimates online as a win condition to ensure if something does go wrong, Ohio State will fall. Double dash out. Oh! You just can't stop this player. They don't have the refract. There it is, falling up and done. Hamburger's able to clap back for 1. Bot's got a different shotgun, able to take down Master, and Ohio State have a player advantage. Yes, they'll have to rotate a player over to this A side, but guess what? TP's right there. They can just take it and get back towards A, and now your rotate out of A side has been almost a misgiving as you wait to see if Daimyo can find an exit.
Oh, and Daimyo still stays there, takes someone down. The rotation over to A side is not working in Boise State University's favor. The Buckeyes off of Waldy. Get another pick. Daimyo's by himself. He needs to take out 3, but it's so many different angles. You got to look. And so many shots now being fired right through that wall. Daimyo playing this carefully, though. As he looks for another approach forward. Bot will take him out. Defenders winning, OSU still in this.
A must-win round for Ohio State, and one that they managed to accomplish and carry over 3 weapons. That's even bigger, it feels like, than the results, because you can still play a flawless half. You could come back, 8 rounds or whatever it is, 9 rounds to return back into it, but getting on the right foot with a win like that is something you'd like to see. And now it'll be the side of Boise State struggling in the credit department. They had enough actually to buy here, to be fair, but I think they're waiting to have full enough for everybody and have those ultimates. So they're going to still hunt for the last few ult pips here, even if that's a death that gives you a pip at the end of the day. So they'll play macro economy for a little bit, default to see what really gets overextended by Ohio State and see if they can maybe punish a player or 2 in the process, because then that opens up the possibility of this round and turns what seems like a fruitless endeavor into a really big cornucopia of fruit that you'd really like to feast upon.
About holding ground, really utilizing these smokes over here while Boise State begin to march forward. They have their eyes set onto the safe site. Rotation now being called, and Bot's already found the first pick. First blood, and now going the way of Ohio State University. This is what we want to see more of, and the kills follow suit 3 falling for BSU. Now Ohio State marching forward.
Boise State will be in a bit of a tough spot. Skies is stimming for a little bit there inside a lamp, and I'm very amazed that did not kill, but is now completely snuffed out as they'll be tagged by a relay bolt, and though you will have Bot get that contact and be taken off the board, Hamburger comes in and clean it up with a Guardian, and Ohio State will come away the decisive victor of that round, as again, feels like a requirement for them, but the Ultimates, you're giving them pips. They got to get killed. They got to get kills. You've now got that not dead yet. That's a 6th player on the field. Numbers have already been a problem for Ohio State. Now they have an extra one.
I will say Ohio State are definitely looking much better on this side of the map playing defense than they have on the attack side. So things kind of working out now. Do you see one ultimate available for Ohio State University? Same thing with the Clove for Boise State University. A little bit of recon going forward from Daimyo. Looking to use whatever utility he can. Daimyo will push through the Viper smoke. Get in onto this angle. And now Boise State, they're looking for a way in. Hamburger's already down. So there is some life for the Broncos to continue this assault as Master will not stop popping them.
You still have the ultimates. Even if you lose that next fight, you're just right back into the action. Waldy and Bodies find one. I mentioned it. There it is. But Waldy's got a second. They've got their not dead yet. They're probably looking to use it. Waldy has their third. Uses the not dead yet. They'll swing out. They've lost their teammate. You know where they are. You have to win your once. You're down!
You're kidding
it's an
me!
ace out of Waldy! Keeping Ohio State alive and in this grand finals.
He rises from the grave and takes it right back to the Broncos. Outplays it beautifully on those peaks, and Waldy is putting on a star performance to make sure Ohio State University aren't going to go down just yet.
So much now adrenaline-wise in these players, but at the same moment where it gives you adrenaline, you also have to take that cold bath almost to saying, we let it just get that close. We let one player, it feels like, be the decider. Master comes out of nowhere and breaks that round open. That cannot be allowed to happen again. You have to keep this Boise State side honest as the conversion path goes out. Boise State popping, you're stuck in Octagon. Hamburger can't sustain. Bot's able to at least take down one, but you're now down. But it's a 2 versus 4. You have to get these players towards site, and they were all off towards A. They have to retake from an insanely difficult angle to accomplish that task, but Waldy is up to it. Rips the head off Skies. Now waiting to see if they'll step through the toxic cloud. They'll double dash and refract. They got the intel. Master was in cubby. They'll send one off towards 90 in hopes to see if a crossfire could be brought. No, they'll bring them back. Timing will be tight. The toxic cloud will decay down that armor and HP pool as you start to cross through that threshold. The Master's now been hindered on towards default. Players rushing in. Can't make intent off of it afterwards. Master would have been flashed, but it doesn't matter. Daimyo takes out the final player and Pat and Boise State are in match in series point in this grand final.
And I feel like anytime Waldy's still up, Ohio State are still so dangerous. So playing that very slow, Ohio State trying to find their way in. But as you said, it's a hard point to really contest from. And ultimately, they do catch them. Broncos on match point now. One more round. And if they win that, that trophy's in their hands.
And it's something that they have been, unfortunately, unable to get in their hands all day. 3 finals appearances, and yet now the Valorant team has all of that responsibility to make sure they don't go dry in the trophy department of the entire championship Sunday here at the PEC. As now you see Boise State prepping to launch onto this A site. They've not committed because Spike has been rotated away from Showers, but they will put Master deep into the position, and with a dive out the other way and Seekers being sent by Ohio State, they're looking to contend, but there's TP taken. They're going to have a single player to deal with on this B side, and it's just a matter of surviving, really, if you're Ohio State, to make sure they don't take advantage of that fast.
Ooh, you're trying to scout out where they might be moving. At this point, Ohio State got to be the wiser to it, but Daimyo beats Bot to the peak. And just like that, the Broncos having the advantage strongly in their favor. They can feel it coming as they stack up towards that B site. You don't want to turn the wrong corner right now if your Brig Haas is waiting.
And you can't sit still if you're Ohio State. You've got to move this Viper down long. You will execute KOS. The issue here is if you stay inside Octagon, you know what's going to happen. They're going to dash out. They're going to hinder you. It's going to be the same thing we saw last round. So you have to move. Now, if you're Ohio State, you know they have to come to you. So up with the head of Master, and though you'll have finally Daimyo flanking back after that late play over on A, you got another TP available to you. Why not circumnavigate the entire map, Boise State? And they'll come through with an execute onto A, but not everybody stepped away. Waldy and Pat still alive and knocked down 2. It's 1 left. Spike nowhere near the round result will stay up for Ohio State, and they'll stay alive on Bind and in this series. But you have a chance to still send a dagger if you'd like, but I think Daimyo will choose to wait things out and say, yeah, we'll wait a little bit longer, folks. That trophy, we still want it to be ours, though.
Oh, hands are shaky right now. At least mine are, seeing what's going on. Ohio State University are still staying alive in this, and just look at the performance Waldy's been doing. 22 kills throughout the entirety of this game. And Waldy, Brig and Troyer, both of them working together. I know Brig was big in that last bit with the Viper, beating a lot of Boise to the punch on these exchanges. That's what gave Ohio State a lot of life. They're not out just yet. They will continue fighting.
You can hear all the utility going off. It's just an attempt to kind of play that kind of dynamic battle between the two. How much can you burn alongside how much I burn? They get the ult orb and showers, which now gives them that ult for the Armageddon. Now a second level effort out of the 2 in showers puts Pats up for a third. And now it's only a single man remaining. Daimyo, who played so damn well last round, but now required to come through with a 3K all in quick succession. And Hamburger makes sure you can't even start it. Down with Daimyo. 8 rounds now, Ohio State. They're not done. But these ultimates are such an ever-present threat. It didn't work with Skelesis in this round, but the Viper's pit win condition is 1 pip away. You've got 2 left for the Seekers to gain the intel, and then if you're allowing Skies to get 3 for the Convergent Pass, that Convergent Path feels like an instantaneous win with how quickly Boise State act off of it.
You feel the tide starting to turn right now for Ohio State University as they fight back. It was a huge deficit that they're now starting to overcome. They're 4 rounds away from getting us into overtime. Now here come the Broncos marching forward.
Step through a toxic cloud, not too worried about it. Again, eco round for them. Sheriff's really all that's left in their hands. They won't default here, and they'll make sure Skelesis is somewhat close by. They'll go through showers. Overall, though, they just like to get on a site, get Spike down, get some credits, fight that ult orb, make sure nobody can peek it. Ohio State have bought to the back of side. Skelesis has spotted at least 1. They'll salvo to try to contest this as Double Dash goes off towards 90. Skelesis does get that kill, but is refragged back by Hamburger. 90 bin, Skies is there. Wow, this player is still lights out when required, and OSU, a player down in a very soon-to-be post-plant scenario. As Master crawls through tube, worried about Hamburger, often hookah.
Are you kidding?
What's the second level effort? Can't find it. Waldy alone, 1 versus 4. Shots to the body. It's over. Boise State are your champions here for the PEC. They do it when required, and they didn't even need to lose a single map in the process.
And what a journey for this squad. Coming together, they brought in Koss at the start of the year. Koss standing up as a rookie, clutching out so many times, being happy to play that Viper. They've had their qualms, they've had their quarrels, but ultimately, with this support staff that they have behind them, being able to lock in, Kelsey Moser doing her best to create an outstanding culture, Nam even being flown out here. They've all talked, they've all worked together, they've VOD reviewed together. They've been watching other teams as they perform, trying to figure out any advantage that they can grab. And after a long season, a dominant season in the PEC, they can finally call themselves champions.
And for Boise State, this isn't just a victory for the Val team. This feels like a moral victory for your program, right? To cap it off again. Remember, last year you took home 2. You had 2 championships to your name. You don't have that this year, right? You stepped up into 3 finals, and yet You were only able to take out that last one, but you do so darn well that you blow out the competition.
Yeah.
And this is, in many parts, I can think this is in big thanks to, one, you just faced Ohio State earlier yesterday in that upper bracket, or 2 days ago actually in that upper bracket, sending them down to the lower. They had to then battle out against Utah, battle out against Michigan State, that then also took that loss to Utah. So you had seen a lot of them, and you were able to watch them throughout all of that. So now you have the weight of your program on your shoulders to come away with a victory, which I feel like is a big boost to the right players. Obviously, I think that fit here for Boise State. Then you also had having so much review time to go over this when you talked about the coaching staff behind them, the pedigree and experience. I think that was so substantial for this victory because I was testing back and forth between every other match and series in that lower bracket side, and every time I'd go and peek over, there's a Boise State player or coach standing right there going, yeah, I think we banned Lotus here. Maybe not actually. I think they were a little bit scarier at Pearl. Are we more scared of Ohio State or Michigan State or Utah? Like, they were, every moment they had a chance, a discussion. That is the pride, I feel like, of this Boise State squad, and they're happy enough to say they get the championship and now they be handed the trophy.
And, that goes a little bit further as well. You got to keep in mind Mountain West, something that Boise State University play in. The Overwatch team, they were able to win Mountain West, but when it came to the Valorant team, they came up just short. They made it to the finals. San Jose State University took them down, and they're feeling kind of low after that one, so it really means a lot to them to be able to close out with some type of championship, with some type of title. And, of course, in PEC, where making so many finals, as you had said, through other titles, being able to be the one that takes it home for the Broncos, they got to feel proud. Again, 2 players graduating, Master and Skies being those players. The last hurrah for this roster in its current form, and you're able to do it, as Skies said, his last collegiate game. On your last collegiate game, taking home a trophy.
Yeah, so this is just the ultimate moment, really, to close things out for a legacy as a player, and now for a program to come away with the finish here in Valorant against teams that have given you trouble before. Talked about it in fall. This is the only team that managed to take them down, so they didn't get through PEC completely flawless this year, but they got through the championship completely flawless. Nobody was able to take them down, barely even a map really taken off their record. They did struggle a little bit against Ohio State initially, and obviously Michigan State, but nothing really matters at the end of the day. You took the championship, they didn't get a single map. You're really happy with that result, and now you get to have that trophy be lifted. I'm Infernos, joined by you, Desser X. It's been an absolute pleasure. Sergio, let's get those players that trophy.
Before we start, let's give a round of applause to Ohio. They played honorably, so let's give it up to them. All right, PEC, this is your time to get pumped, and this is your time to get loud. So let me hear it. How are we doing today? That's what I'm talking about. I got goosebumps. All right, so I am Technical Sergeant Leon. I am a Guardian Talent Scout with the United States Space Force, one of the sponsors of this event. It is truly an honor to be up here on stage with Boise State. You guys are an extraordinary group of gentlemen, so thank you for the opportunity. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you all to the 2026 PEC Valorant Champions.
PEC Championship Sunday fully wrapped up here, Ryan. A massive congratulations to Boise State. Coming out in dominant fashion, did not even give Ohio State really a chance to breathe, and they take home their first PEC Valorant National Championship.
Yeah, first, and a very good job for them. I'm a little sad now. I mean, our trophy is gone. We do have the cards still that we opened yesterday. I think I have Prestige in there somewhere. So
you got to get some of them to sign it.
Yeah, I think I got to get some of those signed. I mean, especially since Boise won that. But such an incredible job from them. I mean, they came out swinging. And they had a plan of attack, right? I mean, they were absolutely dominant in these 2 games, and they sent Ohio State home. And that's the Boise State squad that you sort of expected to see in this Valorant challenge. It was going to be them taking home the trophy, right? And I think it helps that they had a little bit more of that pressure of like, well, Rocket League and Overwatch weren't able to get it, unfortunately, so now it's on us. And that pride, that Boise State Bronco pride was sort of there, and I think that definitely helped them to get that victory today.
Yeah, and they really didn't leave much room for doubt, right?
No.
Flawless in the very first round on Haven, and from there it just sort of snowballed. I mean, 7-2. They went 10-2 on the second one before it got a little bit closer there at the end. But Boise State, unlike really any of our other titles, right, they locked in. It was like, we knew from about go, all right, you and I looked at each other like, this is Boise State's.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a good game from them. Ohio State, they had a great way to get here, right? A nice 2-0 victory over Michigan State, but it just wasn't quite enough. This Boise State squad, there's a reason they came in as the 1 seed and they came in as the favorite. And I mean, I predicted this would be a little bit closer, but at the end of the day, it was a Boise State victory as expected. And like I said, I mean, they just played it so well. They knew where they wanted to play for their trades. They knew what they wanted to do for their engages. They knew how to play around their smokes. They knew how to play around their angles. They knew how to play around each other. And it was just all in all, this Boise State squad, Ohio State looked good, but Boise State looked phenomenal.
And really, until those last few rounds, we talked to Doc Haskell the other day, right? He was getting his wish. This series was boring because Boise State was dominant, right? The first map, Boise State 13-4. Again, they jump out to a 10-2 lead in game 3, and you're just like, they are locked in, they're ready to go. Again, they're the complete package. As you said, Ohio State, no disrespect to them, they played phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
They had to wake up early. They 2-0 the defending champs Michigan State to get themselves in this position. We talked about it. We were handing out a first-time title in this series, and then Boise State just said, all right, we're locking in. We get that you guys beat Michigan State, but we want that trophy, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, out of our 4 titles, the only one to defend their title was Michigan State in Smash. But overall, right, 3 new teams, 2 of them being new to the PEC. An incredible job from all the teams here. And I mean, like I said, Boise State, they just looked so good. Waldy was definitely a thorn in their back for a little bit of time for Ohio State. But I mean, this Boise squad, such a well-deserved win. They came in ready to take this victory, and that's exactly what they did. And major congratulations to them, but not to count out Ohio State, right? They are definitely going to be looking to get this one back. They performed well, like I said, probably one of the most improved programs in terms of the PEC, and it's a team to look out for moving into next year.
Yeah, you bring up Waldy. That's a fantastic point, right? We've talked about it again and again at this event. Find those players you can build your team around, and Waldy did just that. If we were going to go to another game, it was going to be the back of Waldy, who was doing everything Ohio State needed him to do and then some on that third game. So again, big congratulations to Ohio State for making a run and proving that they deserve to compete. But at the end of the day, it is massive congratulations to Boise State picking up that Valorant National Championship here, Ryan, and ending our day, as you said, 3 brand new national champions here on Championship Sunday. You really can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, you really can't, and it was a really good job.
And well, we have some more awards to give it out. We're going to toss it down to the stage where we've got plenty of more awards to hand out here on Championship Sunday.
And hello, welcome back to Center Stage. I'm Josh Kell. We have a few different categories that we're going to be giving some awards away for Coach of the Year, for each game title, and then for Director of the Year. So first up, and I'll probably have to do this in my best Bronzebeard Overwatch Blizzard category. So here we go. For Overwatch Coach of the Year, we have you from Syracuse University. Is he here? Come on. Pull up a chair. It's cold out there. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, next. No more voices, I promise. For Rocket League Coach of the Year, it goes to... Michigan State, Jimmer Jordan. Come on up, James. Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations again. suspense. All right, our next category is for Coach of the Year for Super Smash. Oh, does it say Valorant? Well, that's not. Should we all go to Valorant then? We're going to Smash. List is different. And cut it with a knife. We're holding. Thumbs up. Michigan State. Javier. Sierra. Good idea. All right, our next category for Coach of the Year, last category for Valorant. For Valorant, Coach of the Year goes to Kelsey Mosier from Boise State.
I just wanted to say, if you don't know him, this is Coach Dom, and he's a huge reason why we did great. So I'd like to, hand it off to him. So, he's a great job.
All right, our next category is Director of the Year. This is such an amazing position. Obviously, a lot of sweat, a lot of pouring into the teams, a lot of hard work and dedication. And so this year, Director of the Year goes to Utah AJ. AJ is not here to accept the award, so congratulations, AJ. Wish you were here. And now we're going to move over to Program of the Year, I believe. Yep.
Hey everybody, David Fitzpatrick with GG Circuit again. Very proud to be sponsoring the event. Happy to be here. We have the Program of the Year award. Ready? Fair enough. It was voted on by all of the teams. The GG Circuit 2006 Program of the Year is Doc Haxel, Boise, Idaho. Doc's not here. Doc ran away. Smile.
Hey. Thanks, guys. Obviously, huge bit of program. I'm honored to be able to accept it on behalf of Boise State. I think Doc and everyone else does a great job. Like, all of our teams are awesome, and I'm glad we had a triple final today. It was great. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Where are we going next?
And for the final time here on Championship Sunday, really championship weekend here in the PEC, myself and Ryan, we give our closing thoughts. A big congratulations to all 4 of our national champions. Let's take a look back, Ryan, at how we got here. We start with Smash, the #1 overall seed, Michigan State. They did exactly what we expected them to do, which was run the table. They meet a very tough Minnesota team in those grand finals, and they didn't even blink. A quick 3-0. Congratulations to them. Back-to-back Smash National Championship.
Yeah, such a good job from this Michigan State squad, defending their championship and then making it back here again and finding that victory. Just such a good team, such a good roster, and it really shows, right, this new sort of this new way of playing Smash, right? Yep. This new play style, this new design really was proved that Michigan State had the best team, not just the best player, and that's what you want to see from this more team-based game. So very good job to them, but major credit to teams like Minnesota, like Syracuse, like Ohio State, who made their way pretty far in these brackets.
Earlier today, we saw our first-time team winning a national champion. That was Baylor in Rocket League. Again, one of those where it was a little weird because they came in undefeated. You see there, ran the bracket down. 3-0 Boise State winners finals. The Broncos battle it back, but Baylor, they took care of business. A 4-1. Of course, we do have to note, every single game was by just 1 goal difference, Ryan. This was a very close series despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, this game was really, really good, and you got to give major credit to Boise. I mean, like you said, just 1 goal differential every single time, and it was never a something to 0, right? It was really, really good from this Boise State squad and this Baylor squad, but Baylor, they came here to play. They came here with their collared shirts. They came here to win, and that's what they did. First time program to the PEC and a first time victory for them on the national championship stage there. So great job for them, and major credit to all the other teams that really have a program that's worth building moving forward.
Yeah, Overwatch, this was the best series we saw here today. An epic 7-game series. Boise State was waiting in grand finals. Utah battled their way through. They threw Kansas, through Ohio State, through Syracuse. Didn't drop a single map, and Boise State, they take them to game 7, and we talked about it earlier. It was on those King of the Hill maps, on Control and Flashpoint, 7-0, and that's why they are the Overwatch champs.
Yeah, I mean, such a good squad here. Boise State, they started off so strong right through the day, through the weekend, a 3-1 victory over Utah, but at the end of the day, Utah, they made some amazing adjustments to their composition. They were ahead of the meta in terms of the, Brig Maga composition, and they just played it at such an incredibly good level. So a very good congratulations to Utah. I'm looking forward to see those Overwatch rankings in the next weeks as well.
And then finally, we just got done talking about it. Boise State in Valorant, a dominant win over Ohio State. The Broncos, they came in as the favorites. You see there at the top of your screen, taking care of business against everybody. Yes, it got close against Michigan State. It got close the first time against Ohio State, but when it mattered most, Boise State locked it in.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you think about when you get on that stage, right? It doesn't matter what happened in the past. It doesn't matter that we brought Boise State to 3 games. It doesn't matter that we went to 3 games with Ohio State, right? It doesn't matter who you are. At the end of the day, you've got to get up there, you've got to play your game, and you've got to be ready to do what you need to do to win those rounds. And it was boring, but that's what Doc wanted, right? Boring wins are the wins we want, right? And that's what it was for Boise State, taking that championship. Michigan State, the defending champs, not being in that grand final. So it's 3 brand new national champions for these titles, and it's really good to see this new blood, not just in the champions, but also in the new teams such as Utah and Baylor and Minnesota.
And once again, we got to give a shout out to everybody who made this event possible, from the parents, the players, the coaches, all the support staff we've had this weekend, the sponsors as well. Year 2 of the PEC. I think we can agree, Ryan, we can be selfish. It was better than year 1, and we're only going to get better. So once again, a big congratulations to everybody who's been here, and we cannot wait to see you guys for year 3 of the PEC.